starting pretty soon, right?
Yes, competitors are all in the waiting area. Puzzles are being scrambled right now. Yeah, rounds this morning were way, way, way ahead of schedule. All the staff team has been on fire this morning. Competitors have been pretty well behaved and know where to go. So we got into this round way earlier than we expected to, and then we're now starting slightly later than we expected to. So there's been kind of a long dead space here, which is not super typical. Here we go. First competitor coming up for Group 2. Hrishikesh coming off of a fantastic Pyraminx round. Let's see. Hrishikesh is coming into this round with a 13-second PR average and a 9.1 single, seated at 11th place. So anything in the like 12, 13, 14-second range is very, very solid for him. Looks like he's still in the waiting area. Didn't quite hear that his name was called. Top 16 does advance, so Hrishikesh is seeded to pretty comfortably advance into the final.
Looks like I have to call him again.
Yeah, he just got up from his seat and is headed over. All right, here he is. He has a very consistent warm-up ritual, like the same hand warmers, the same position, like the same 2 or 3 different positions, the same breathing. I have a lot, like just from watching him solve for the last 2 days, like I said earlier, I have a lot of respect for him as a competitor.
Yeah.
Going into solve number 1.
So he is a CFOP user.
A lot of table abuse. Moderately efficient F2L, gets to last layer around 10. And here's the PLL, 16.9. Laughing it off. Looks like a slow time for him. Pretty inefficient on the F2L. Handled bad last layer cases nicely as well.
Yeah, seemed like lots of rotations, but kind of smooth throughout.
Yeah, just long, long, long last layer algorithms. Jason is on the screen now. Just put down a 13-2 with Rue. Hopefully we'll get to see some of his solves here soon. Coming up next, we've got Max Park. Once he finishes warming up. Coming off of Hrishikesh's solve, which was quite solid, as one-handed solves go, we're going to get to see Max, who is just the most fluid, solid, consistent turner, probably in all of cubing. One other note about streaming this group with Max Park, Max tends to be pretty particular about which seat he sits in and if people are solving next to him or not. And he can also be a little bit hesitant to come up to the round depending on like just how ready he feels and what kind of headspace that he's in. He's an exceptionally good competitor, but there can be times where he has to really, really settle himself before he's actually ready to sit down and solve. We know he can perform under pressure, but he knows himself well enough just to kind of figure out when he's ready, when he's not ready to go up to compete. All right, solve 1 from Max Park. Couple seconds of searching, and then he settled in on a cross color. Looks like he's probably going to go for blue here.
Oh, it looks like a nice cross.
Really nice X cross there. 2, 3, 4 F2L pairs done. OLL, PLL, and going to be a really clean 8.5 from Max Park. Let's get a replay on that one if we can. That was gorgeous. Here's the replay. Super nice X cross. F2L pairs flowed beautifully. No extra rotations needed. Canceled right into that OLL, and then a nice U perm to finish it off.
Yeah,
Coming
really.
up on stream here, we got Jason Ostidek, Rue solving. The classic Rue head tilt. $12.35. Respectable time. Consistent with his low 13 and then low 12. Jihu Moon coming up to station number 2. Strong performance in 6x6 finals last night with a PR mean.
Another ruse user.
Yeah,
I didn't
another.
know that.
Very smooth solve from Jihu. Let me see where he was seated. I don't see him seated inside the top. Oh, he's in the top 10, actually. I'm just blind. That's the problem. His PR average is a 12.03, so this solve was not especially good for him, but it was really, really quality, at least from the perspective of turning and fluidity. Hrishikesh back for his second solve of the group. Blocks all over the place on this one. Really interesting grip for his cross there. Spamming turns to try and get over that initial bad start. Gets the last layer at mid-9. 12.56 to finish it out.
Yeah, that seemed nice. He did end up making up for the slower cross, I think, and used a ZB, I think.
Yeah, the only disadvantage there is it seemed like he might have been trying to dig himself out of a hole where he had a poor start. And then the mindset beyond that point was go as fast as possible just so that I don't kind of, have a bad time at the end on account of my poor start. Not usually a great mindset to have, but it wasn't a terrible solve. Max coming off an 8.5 first solve. We'll see if he can continue the momentum into solve number 2. Taking a long time to zero in on what he's going to do here. Still at the 8-second mark and looking all over the cube. Starts off with, hard to tell, something okay, last layer, late 8, 11.4, not happy with that. All right, let's look at the replay on this. The first part of that solve was kind of confusing now that we know. Okay, the hand is hiding it, which is part of the difficulty. F2L pairs going into the back there. Yeah, he tried to take advantage of all those green blocks to do some sort of creative X cross, and I think it just kind of all got lost in the weeds because of how difficult the turning was. Yeah, and then a G perm to finish things off. So, tough start, tough middle pairs, tough PLL. Lots of getting unlucky.
I'm Jason Ostik again. Seemed like it could have been similar pace, but went bad towards the end. So
Yeah, several mistakes during LSE. Looked like he kind of did it twice. And he knows it. Jihu inspecting his solve at station number 2. Nice first block, second block is now done around 8, going into LSE. 13.6. Slight nod of the head. Still slow by his standards, but consistent with what he got previously. Hrishikesh coming back around for number 3. We've seen some really strong bursts of turning from Hrishikesh. What I'd want to see from him on this solve here is a little bit more fluidity. Maybe if he could dial back the turning by like 5 or 10%, bring a little bit more look ahead.
That seemed like quite a nice cross.
Really efficient cross, inspected for under 5 seconds. Super fast PLL at 8 seconds.
Oh, that's
Finishes
really
at 10.6. Let's take another look at the solve. Looks like an X cross right away into that back blue-red F2L pair. 2 and 3, soon OLL, and then a T-perm.
Yeah, it looks to be a G perm. Yes, not the best PLL, but
Brandon being confidently wrong, as per usual. Max Park getting ready for solve number 3. He locked in on his cross really fast. Probably going for white here. There it is. 2, 3, 4 F2L pairs goes into OLL. And I think he got to OLL at about 6. But then, and finished it all like low 7. But then kind of locked up, dropped the cube a little bit as he transitioned into the PLL. Still, 9.2. Very, very good time.
yeah, it looks like was he canceling OLL into PLL?
I think so. And just the transition didn't quite work out for him. Jason struggling on the start here. First block isn't done until about 5 seconds in. CMLL, LSE. Gonna finish this with a 1584. Shakes his head. Counting the 15.6 from his previous solve with the bad LSE. Not gonna be an average he's happy with. Jihu Moon back for solve number 3. Inspecting all over the cube. Trying to find a good first block. Getting his first block formed here at about 5 seconds in, which based on the pace we've seen previously isn't ideal. CMLL at 8. Drops the cube down for a somewhat slow LSE, but still finishes with a 1397. Very efficient at the end there.
Oh yeah, seemed a bit slower, but still quite smooth.
Hrishikesh back for solve number 4. Longer inspection than the last one. Finds a starting angle, struggling to get momentum at the beginning. Finds it for a second F2L pair, fast third, fast fourth. Into OLL. Is he going to go for the ZB? Yes, he is.
Nice.
1231.
Very good for him.
Yeah, back half of the solve absolutely saved him there. It was a really rough pickup, but once he got to F2L pair number 3, he started flying, knew the ZB. Solid 12. Max Park coming in for number 4. 2 quite nice times and 1 very poor one. Not on PR watch for average or anything, but could still be quite solid and settle himself nicely into the number 1 slot going into the final. Fun fact that Manu just told me, Max's current PR average of 794 is from the Western Championship Finals last year.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
G Prim to finish out with a 10.4. Not going to be too happy considering he's got that 8.5 in the average he was hoping to count. Yeah, that was a really nice pickup in first couple pair solution. Things just slowed down around the third F2L pair. No major mistakes in that solve, but nothing good enough to bring it into the low 9, high 8 territory. Jason with a very efficient first block onto CMLL around 7. Oh, nope, at 8, 9. Shows how much I know about Rue. First block was good, though. I knew that part. Finishes with a 16. Oh, Mitch plus 10. Thumbs up and slumps back into his chair. There is a strong chance he does not make the final with that average. Jihu arrives at CML at 7. This is a well-paced solve. LSE, nice 12.5. Jihu solving very cleanly, very consistently so far. Fastest solve of his average.
Yeah, at the end, like at LSC, it seems really smooth, even though it's a bit slower.
Yeah. All of his solves have been very, very fluid. Rishikesh coming back for, I believe, solve number 5. As we're approaching the end of 3x3 one-handed round 1 group 2 here at Western Championships 2026.
A very good opportunity for a PR.
Struggling to find fluidity at the beginning here. Lots of rotations, tabling the cube all over the place. Arrives at OL at low 9. The anti-soon into a G-perm. He's happy. He is very happy. What was Rishikesh's PR before today?
That's a good question. I think it was...
Rishikesh had a 13.09 PR before today, and that just gave him a 12.69 average, his first sub-13, and a strong PR, which would explain that reaction.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Good work to Rishikesh. We will see you in one-handed finals. Currently at second place in the round. Although Max Park is about to change that. Max readying up for his 5th and final solve of this round. Taking a while to zero in on inspection. Max normally figures this out within a second or two. Went for a very creative orange cross solution here. Arrives at PLL in the mid-9s, a 10.95.
I
Not
remember hearing
happy.
it. Yeah, I remember hearing a few years ago that like orange is Max's least favorite cross color. I don't know if that's still true.
Max with a 10.21, average of 5 to finish out his round, slotting him comfortably into first place. Still, by Max's standards, there is room for improvement. Jihu getting ready for his last solve. His BPA and WPA are within about half a second of each other, 13.3 to 13.9. Arrives at LSC around 9. Finishes out with an 11.57 to secure the best possible average of 13.39. placing pretty solidly in the middle of the pack heading into finals. Currently 4th in the round, but there's still a group to play. Nodding his head with that. A pretty solid showing from our competitors in Group 2 of this first round of 3x3 one-handed at the Western Championship. Nobody doing anything exceptional, minus that first 8.5 from Max Park. But Hrishikesh coming out with a very nice PR. And everybody else putting up reasonable times. How do you think you, what did you think about the competitors this round?
Oh yeah, it was really nice to see Rishu's PR. And yeah, Zihu had really nice and consistent solving. I forgot what was his PR.
Jihu's PR is a 12 average, so no PR for him, but
Okay.
still
Yeah.
fluid turning, as you said.
Yeah, and then for Max, a bit subpar, but I think still very possible to do better in the Baron finals. So as for the next group, I know we have Micah Yo. I think he's the best seeded one from the next group. Who else are we watching out for?
In the third group, we are going to be watching out for Brendan Dunnigan and Micah Yo, as well as Dylan Govic and Nicholas Sanchez. Nicholas Sanchez, as we said before, the only full ZB user that we really have competing here. Brendan, exceptionally fast, prone to high highs and low lows, and Micah Yo, as you said, also in that group. So a few fast solvers that have potential to kind of shake up the bottom of these rankings here. I'd also like to call out in that graphic that we just saw on the stream, Philip Espinoza, near the bottom of these rankings. Philip, the North American 3x3 average record holder, about, I believe, 14 years ago or longer. Philip, a long time competitor. No, more than 14. Long-time competitor in both 3x3 and one-handed. Well, just before we view our third group of 3x3 one-handed, we're going to take a quick break, and then we will be coming back with more one-handed action in just a few minutes.
Group 2, please occupy an empty judging spot. We have 40 judging spots across all 4 stages and would like all of them
I just did.
full.
Nicholas Sanchez queuing up for his first solve of 3x3 one-handed round 1 group 3 at the Western Championships. Going into his third pair here, around 8 ZBLL. Oh, he's going to opt for PLL here. And a 15.2. He doesn't look especially happy about that. As we just said, competitors to watch for in this round, Brendan Dunnigan, Micah Yo, and Nicholas Sanchez.
And we have Michael coming up now.
Micah currently with a 10.12 PR average, ranked inside the top 100 for 3x3 one-handed average results.
Yeah.
Qualified for U.S. Nationals All-Stars last year. Getting ready for his first solve now. Finds a really nice keyhole X-cross there. Second, third pairs are looking really snappy. Goes into OLL at mid-8, all the way into PLL, high 12. He looks a little concerned about that one.
Yeah, that wasn't great. A bit lucky towards the end. Yeah, Micah is a great upcoming solver from NorCal in both 3x3 and OH. He has a mid-6 average in 3x3 and very fast improving in OH.
Dylan Govic on the stream doing a one-handed solve behind that beautiful head of hair.
Another Ru user.
Long pause going into the CMLL. Finishing up with an LSE, 1424. Shakes his head, not too happy. Brendan Dunnigan inspecting for his first solve of the average. Always an adventure watching him solve. You can get fireworks, you can get nothing. Quick start. Heading into the last layer, around 8 seconds. Going into PLL here. G-Perm, 1280. Nothing special for him. He's going to put the sunglasses on and chill out before the next one.
Back with Nicholas Sanchez.
Nicholas inspecting for solve number 2 after a disappointing solve 1. Oh, and we're back. Lockups and cube drops on PLL for another 15. I can't imagine he's excited about that. At the moment, last place in the top 16 is a 1765 average. If he pulls off a 15 average, he still would slide into the back of the final, most likely, but he's going to be looking for faster times than that. Micah Yo, getting ready for solve number 2. 1295 on solve number 1. He'll likely be looking for something in the low 10, high 9 range as a fast time. Shakes his head, doesn't see too much in inspection. Slow start to the solve, lots of rotations, hunting for something to save him from a poor inspection. 3 and 4 F12 pairs bring him into a quick and efficient OLL. Long search for the G-Perm on that last PLL, 14-15. Not happy that he's counting his first 1295. Dylan Govic heading into solve number 2, coming off a 14 in solve 1. Bit of a slow start, struggling to get his first block built. $17.05. Shrug. Oops. Back to Bendy for solve number 2. Nice deep breath and heading in after a disappointing first solve. Looks like he found an inspection angle pretty quickly and is now just determining execution angle on the details. A lot of rotations at the beginning, found something efficient. Cube drop out of an efficient start. Hands are starting to shake a little bit.
Yeah, that seemed to be a really nice cross, but unfortunate cube slip.
Yeah, he could tell that there was a lot of potential with that one and just didn't quite capitalize on it. Nicholas heading into solve number 3 with his 2 high 15s so far. There's a lot of pressure on him to get another solve here that is not as bad as his first 2. Knows the ZB here, 1355. At least it's better than what he's had so far.
Yeah, what is his PR?
Nicholas's PR, he's currently seated at 12th place with a 1317 average of 5. Micah headed into number 3, a fast, fluid start. Finishing up his last F2L pair. OLL is able to see right into the PLL thanks to the nature of that OLL case, and a 1035. Nice and smooth turning. Dylan Govic searching for something to get him started on his third solve. Dylan has been putting in the work at this competition, one of the delegates and organizers here, MC for most of our announcements as well. So if his competition results aren't up to snuff, we'll blame it on all the work that he's been doing, putting on a fantastic competition. Bendy just remembering that the world looks dark because of his sunglasses, not because of his bad times. Cube drop number 2 for Brendan. Finishing with a 14 flat, a fist pump. And at this point, it looks like he's just trying to laugh it off.
Yeah, seems like things are not going great for anyone who's watching this group.
Nicholas quickly starting his fourth solve of the average. Looks like a mistake on the cross, unfortunately. H-perm on bottom. 14.51, even with the cross mistake. And a +2 to add insult to injury. That is sad. Very sad. Mike is back for his fourth. Breathing deeply. No times that are incredible for him. He's probably just looking to get something solid on his last one or two here, to give him the confidence that I still am solving okay today. I'll solve well in the final tonight. Searching a lot for his starting moves. Several rotations to start his X-cross off here. Fast middle pairs, gets the last layer around 7, PLL under 10, 1087, shake of the head. He is frustrated, even though he had some really, really clean turning for his back section of F2L. Yeah, getting that X-cross form took a lot of time and rotations, but he flew through his last two F2L pairs, as well as his OLL.
Yeah, it's great turning. But with the first two solves, even though this is slightly subpar, it's not going to help his average with those two, with accounting because of the other solves.
Brendan going into number 4 right now. Smoother turning. He's managed to hold on to the cube for the entire solve, which is always good. Finishes with a 1079. Brendan and Micah, now having 4 solves each, have BPA and worst possible averages. Nicholas Sanchez on solve number 5. Gets to ZB at 11. 1498. Nice and easy alg, just took a little bit to recognize it. Finishes off with a 1560 average, which is going to put him near the chopping block for making it into finals, currently at 13th place. And that's before some of the other fast solvers see how they perform. We'll see if he manages to make it into the last round. Micah coming back up for his 5th solve. Best possible average for Micah Yo at an 1139. Worst possible at a 1266. He needs something below 10.3 to lock in that 1139 average. Which would slot him into the 2nd seed overall. Micah inspecting for his last solve. Bit of a choppy start here as he's looking for some fluidity. Dot case on the OLL. 1114. A little bit frustrated with that. Still going to walk away with a pretty clean average of 11.65. That puts Micah Yo at second place in this round, beating Dylan Miller and Rishikesh Kakathi from earlier. Dylan Govik solving on stream with a much better solve than we've seen from him so far, 11.54. As Brendan Dunnigan walks behind him to take a seat for his final solve of this first round of 3x3 one-handed.
So Brendan should be, well, he could get third, but could also get a bit lower, right?
Brendan's BPA would slide him into fourth place right now.
Oh, wow.
Brendan in full concentration mode, 10:60, absolutely legal timer stop. That puts him into fourth place overall behind Dylan Miller, but ahead of Rishikesh. Here's the results that we have so far. Most of our competitors have finished so far. Max Park in a comfortable first place. These results have yet to include Micah Yo, but then Dylan Miller is going to be in third behind him. Brendan Dunnigan before Rishikesh, and then Rishikesh in fifth. Here's our updated results. Max Park in first place with the only sub-10 single that we saw from anybody in this first round, remarkably enough, at least that we've seen in the top 16. Micah Yo in second with an 11.6. Dylan Miller coming in the first place of those who are above 12 seconds. Brendan Dunnigan in fourth. Rishikesh in fifth with a very nice 12.69 PR average. And as we continue to move down the rankings, Nicholas Sanchez, who we saw previously, has fallen out of the final at 17th place. Unfortunate for him, but again, as we were discussing earlier, this is the price of learning ZB, having sometimes in your competition results that are not quite what you would hope for. Koi, who we saw earlier, with a very strong middle-of-the-pack performance, and a few off-stream names such as Jusun Choi, Eli Valera, and Eileen Vo, all sliding into finals. Jason Ostadek also looks like he's found himself into the finals at the bottom seed, where he'll probably be looking for some redemption on the poor Rue solving we saw for this round. The chimes are going off for the next round, which I believe, what do we have coming up next here?
2x2.
We have 2x2 round 2 coming up next. Relatively uneventful 3x3 first round. Strong showing from Max Park and a good PR from Rishikesh. Keep it right here for the Western Championships. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back for 2x2 right after this.
I drive through Valencia every time I'm going anywhere. So it's like I'm driving. It's like an arm seat right there. Like, oh, I can't ride it. Is it going to cubing company?
I mean, you can still go.
Yeah, I know.
It's pretty
No, I could. I'm around like 40 minutes away, but it's like I don't know. I'm like a coaster enthusiast, but like I've been on everything. I've been on a million times. I just want to go on like the only ride that I really want to ride is Air Force One.
Yeah, it's a good ride.
You been on it?
Yeah.
My friend moved to Atlanta and he was like,
It's either that or Gwazi is my number one, but it's like I think I liked it more after I got off of it. It's everything I like in a
what
ride.
about the next morning when your legs were bruised?
No, I didn't have old Skyrush was my number one for a while. So like I like the aggressive.
Yeah. I used to hate it. I used to hate it. I couldn't handle the stomach feeling.
Good single. Yeah. I was watching.
I mean, it's not a. I love it. 8 seconds. 12 seconds.
Brendan, station 2. Lucian, 11. August, 19.
What's up, buddy?
Dylan,
Nice catch.
Low-key, that's kind of impressive.
Yeah.
You okay? Yo, caught it mid-air, bro.
Bro, mid-air Spider-Man catch, bro. Respect.
Yo. That's crazy.
Jeez,
That's
bro.
actually crazy.
I'm crazy with it. Thank you.
Guess on screen.
Eileen, 11.
8 seconds.
What is he doing?
I forgot that one.
You got the peanut gallery out here.
Dude, Dude, the generational fall off.
Boy, station 1.
So dramatic.
Yeah.
He's getting the drama out. He's practicing drama before tonight.
Zeroy Cheng to the data table. Zeroy Cheng to the data table.
It's long. We yapped for so long that
Brendan, station 2.
8 seconds.
it'll be on today.
12 seconds.
Brendan, station 2.
Hey, is there any way that I can give you my email address and you can send me an or is there a way you can do that? Yeah, you have
Dylan, station 1.
Yeah, just something or the interview that published.
Donovan, 18.
Yeah. He
12 seconds.
I like figured out the cancer in my head like after the song.
Yeah, good job.
Dylan, station one.
Thank you.
Eight seconds.
What? What? Bang, he's like that. So bad it's good. Dude, if only he could one leg. If only he could one leg. It'd be so great.
American, station one.
I'm ready. Let me know when you're ready.
Boy, station two.
8 seconds.
Sylvester. Dylan, station one.
Let me know when we're ready. Eight seconds.
Ty, station two. Donovan, 11.
Hi everyone. Welcome back to Westerns 2026. I'm Marinia, and I'm here with Chris Yan. Hi, Chris.
Hey Brenda, how's it going? How are you enjoying the competition so far?
It's been good. My first time commentating, and it's been going well.
Looks like we're in the middle of 2x2 round 2, which is the final round before finals. And I believe the top 16 are going to be moving on
8 seconds.
to the finals.
Yeah.
12 seconds.
The first round was kind of interesting. We only saw 3 sub-2 averages, even though we had 16 on the psych sheet.
Yeah, and I was commentating that yesterday and noticed that it seemed like everybody except for Nancy Liu was not solving up to their standards. Nancy was the only one who got like well below sub 2 with a 1.58 average. It looks like this round is shaping up to be a little bit different. We just saw Brendan Dunnigan get a 1.7 there. So maybe, last day of the competition, people are focusing a little bit more on their results, especially being the last round before finals. everybody wants to get the seating that they expect. So maybe everybody's turning it up a little bit. And for Koi, that's not good. That's a 1.29 DNF. So
Yeah.
he also didn't have his best average in the first round yesterday. Hopefully that isn't counting, or it doesn't make him count another bad solve, because now the DNFs and the +2s, they can really affect you going into finals.
8 seconds.
We have the winner here. I think he was also satisfied with the last round.
I love this game. It's so good.
Dylan's having fun with his solutions. Got a really nice CLL there, and you know Dylan's turning is so fast that like he doesn't need to one look to get low 2-second solves. So
9 moves later.
I'm not exactly sure what his average is for this round. Let's see.
9 move layer into pure anti-suit. That's stupid.
So this is going to be an interesting moment here. You were there to see Ryan get a 1-something for the first time on his 11. He might be doing
That'll be cool.
yeah, that's
And let that wrap up the first group.
Seems like we're wrapping up 2x2 round 2. We'll get the seedings here in just a second to see who's going to make it into the finals and what the seedings will be for that. So we're just about ready to move into 3x3 semi-finals, I believe. A little bit different this time around. We're going to be doing the new head-to-head format. So usually I believe the top 16 will be making it to the finals, but now that we're doing the head-to-head, I think that's changed to the top 8. So a lot more pressure on the competitors to perform at their best. And for this head-to-head finals, it's also going to be pretty new for most of these competitors.
2x2, round 2, group 2. If you are in 2x2, round 2, group 2, please submit your puzzle.
Okay, scratch that. So it sounds like we're still in the middle of 2x2 round 2.
Yeah, and anyone we're watching out for this time in this group?
Let's check the groups here. I know that we didn't see Nancy in this past group, and she was firmly in first place after the first round, but I'm not sure if she's in this group. And as far as the last round go, there's yet to be results input, so we'll keep you updated on that.
Also a reminder, unofficial events booth will close at 1:45. So if you would like to do today's unofficial event, do so before 1:45.
Rania, were you watching the stream yesterday? What were some of the things that you saw that you thought were interesting?
Oh yeah, so yeah, I watched a bit in the afternoon, and then I commentated for 6x6 and Mega, which is my main event. So yeah, commentating Mega was fun, but I think the stream was kind of bad quality by then. But yeah, I think 6x6 was kind of exciting. People wanted to see Max take back his world record, but we didn't see that. Then for Mega, yeah, it was an interesting round. I don't think we saw any PRs from the top people, but we saw Brendan, the defending champ, lost. But yeah, Brendan is defending a lot of is the defending champion for a lot of events, so doesn't make it any less impressive to lose one. And I think is he defending this one as well?
Yeah, you're right. Brendan just missed the Megaminx podium by 0.01 seconds. He's still going to be on the Western podium because Dylan Miller represents the South, being from Louisiana. So Brendan still moves into the Western podium, but that's really unfortunate that he wasn't able to secure a podium for the whole competition. He just lost it by 0.01 seconds, which in Mega Minx is like not that much time at all.
Yeah.
So a bit of a blow for Brendan there because he was the defending champion, like you said. But a strong performance for him in 6x6. Actually, he just edged out Kevin Hayes to take the second spot. Of course, the first spot being Max Park with a 107 average. But really strong performance
Ladies and
from
gentlemen,
Brendan
we
and
need a lot
Kevin
more
with
judges
a 120
on
and a
all
122 mean,
stages.
respectively.
If you just competed in 2x2 Group 1, you are now required to judge for Group 2.
Yeah, and I just remembered Brendan wasn't the defending champion for 2x2. I think Dominic Shoji is, and we haven't seen him yet either.
Okay, okay. And are we on Group 2 now or Group 3?
2.
Group 2, okay.
8 seconds.
Yeah, the cube drop.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
And I believe that was Isaac. So Isaac with a PR of 182. And here we go with Nick. He's still rocking the funny hoodie. I don't know if it gave him too much luck in the last round. There weren't good scrambles, but maybe he's hoping that that wasn't the reason for his mishaps. There we go. So a good start for Nick there. Much better than any of the solves that he got in the last round.
Yeah. And I think this is Dominic, right?
Yes, it is. And again, for Dominic, not the best average in the last rounds. He was pretty frustrated with how he did on a lot of the scrambles. It doesn't look like this scramble was particularly good either, but we'll see how he responds.
Okay, that was
Yeah,
smooth.
that was really good turning. So 1.46 for Dom. He should be happy with that. A much better start to his average than the last rounds. Here's another name that we've heard a lot already this weekend, Sebastian Stone. Also a very good 2x2 solver, but 3.68 for his first solve. Again, it's really not the best to be not solving at your best because this is the final round before finals, and top 16 isn't like the easiest to accomplish, especially if you're getting threes. So not the start that Sebastian wanted for sure.
Yeah, we have to see how different the cutoff is for this round, since, as we said, for the last round it was much slower than expected.
Here we go with Isaac, and again, we noticed this yesterday, is that Isaac really needs his backup 2x2 to be in like the same orientation for his GoPro, like. But interesting there, everybody has their own routine.
Yeah.
8 seconds.
Yeah. Looked like there he just messed up the EG1 or something, and he was left with the swap on the bottom, which is a mistake that's pretty common, but definitely not what you need.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
Dinner for Nicholas.
Yeah, it looked like he was doing the anti-CLL, but he didn't one look it. So, you know, 3 coming off of 1.6, definitely not what you need, but at least he started off well with the 1.6. Here we go, back with Dom. So he started with a 1.4. Pretty good start. And a +2 on the second scramble, so that's going to be at least a 3-second solve for Dom. It looks like the second scramble is giving people some issues.
Oh, yeah.
With a 2.1 for Sebastian, not bad for that second scramble.
Isaac, 2.
I'm just trying to make finals.
Yeah, you're so.
I think I'm chilling.
And I think we'll see Isaac as the first competitor on the third scramble. We'll see how he bounces back.
You heard Sebastian on the mic there say that he's just trying to make finals, and it's always interesting like how people adjust their solving style and like how much they're really gunning for good solves in the semifinals. Some people are just trying to go safe and make the finals, while others are still just trying to get the best times possible.
8 seconds.
I think
Even there is a safer solve by Isaac, making sure that he didn't +2 on that one, and it's still good enough for a 1.9.
Nicholas also bouncing back, very smooth.
Yeah, so 1.6 counting now for Nicholas. That's pretty good. It looked like his solution was a lot shorter on that third scramble than
Yeah.
Isaac's was, so I wonder what difference he saw. Here we go with Dom. He has the accessories with the headphones and the hand warmers. Really good turning there, 1.2.
Yeah, also really nice solve. So
Was that the
looks
same
like-
solution as Nick?
No, I couldn't tell. Yeah, both were quite short.
It looked like they were doing a green layer.
Yeah, is this the fourth scramble or is it the same?
I think it was the same scramble, so this is the third one as well. And that was really short as well for Sebastian, so 1.2. He also did a different solution. So people getting creative on the third scramble here, but it looks
Yep.
like no matter what they're doing, it's a really short solution. Looks like there's a lot of blocks in this scramble as well.
8 seconds. 12.
Oh, sub 2 even with a lockup. So a good pace for him. I think his PR is around there.
Yeah, good solving from Isaac. He's most likely locked into a final spot at this point. Although there's a little bit of pressure for everybody because that second scramble was so bad. But that was a very simple solution, I'd say, from Isaac, and safetied his way to a 1.8.
Changing or just checking to the last moment. Oh, that's very good.
That was the same solution as Isaac there, but Dom has a lot faster turning, and even with not the cleanest execution, he's able to get a 1.1 instead of a 1.8.
8 seconds.
Yeah, Nick didn't have enough time to inspect there, so he was on pace to do the same solution as the other two, but he one-looked it incorrectly, and so he was just left with the swapped corners there. We've yet to see Sebastian's fourth solve. He's coming up right now, but Isaac already moving on to his fifth solve, and I think he's looking at a pretty safe final spot here.
Yeah, and
At
does
least
he
so
have
far.
PRBPA?
I can't exactly read that. I think BPA possibly. That was a really good turning too. 156. Great stuff from Isaac in this round. And that's definitely going to be a final spot for him and possibly even PR. Now, I believe this is Sebastian's fourth solve. Maybe not, because that scramble looked a little bit different. 2.67. That still will probably be enough for finals, but cutting it a little bit close.
My brain was just like blank during inspection. Like,
Dom, station 2.
Now, Dom is technically our first seed, according to the psych sheet, and he's on pace for a pretty good average here.
Yeah, I think that's 0.4 of PR if he gets BPA.
Feel sub 2. Your recovery is so good. Let me know when you're ready. Feel sub 2.
2.42. That gives him a 1.69 average. Quite a bit subpar, but still good for finals easily.
And Nick finishing up his average with a 1.66. So good average from both Dom and Nick here. They're both going to be sub 2, which is better than what they had in the last round. A little bit disappointing for Dom because he counted that 2.4 in his last solve. But still, a 1.69 average is much better than what he did in the last round.
Yeah, that's true.
Looks like we're still looking to get some of the results entered in from the previous group, but so far 1.69 I believe is the best we've seen so far. So Dom is probably going to be in first after the first two groups.
And based on who we have, we'll be seeing Nancy in the last group.
Yep, we'll be seeing the rest of the sub 2 solvers. I don't believe we've seen Kate Graham or Jacqueline Stewart either. And I don't think we've even seen Brendan too. So we'll see them in the next group.
I think Brendan was the first group.
Okay.
So, yeah. And
now calling 2x2, round 2, group 3. Once again, 2x2, round 2, group 3. Please submit your puzzle. If you just competed, please take an empty judging station. So like this, all of our staff is able to go to lunch on time. Once again, 2x2, round 2, group 3.
Okay, Verenia, I got it. Well, we just wrapped up 2x2 round 2 group 2. We're going to be moving on into the last group of 2x2 round 2. This is the last round before finals. The top 16 will make it to finals. This is also the last event before our favorite event of the day, which is lunch. And afterwards, we're going to be moving on to 3x3 semifinals. That is going to be the last non-final round of the afternoon. After that, we're going to be moving into the rest of the finals today. I'm joined here by Verenya. Verenya, you commentated 6x6 and Megaminx yesterday afternoon, but today we're going to be moving into Scube, Pyraminx, 4x4, 2x2, 3x3 one-handed, 3x3 blindfolded, and a head-to-head for 3x3 finals. So what have you seen so far from the 2x2 groups that we've seen? And what are you looking forward to in the next group?
Oh, yeah, it's been interesting. Yesterday, it was pretty bad for everyone, so it's nice to see a lot of them bounce back, especially in the last group. I think some of them started off on bad pace with the second scramble, but all of them came back pretty decently, so it was a nice storyline there. And yeah, in the next group we'll be seeing Nancy, who won the first round. So we'll see how she fares this time.
Yeah, and so far with the results that we've seen enter, Dominic Shoji is first out of the two groups we've seen with a 1.69 average. Nancy Liu yesterday had a 1.58 average to win the first round. And here I believe this is Gavin. Gavin is also another potential sub-2 solver, although didn't get particularly close to sub-2 yesterday. But like you said, Brenya, a lot of people underperformed yesterday. I'm sorry, this is actually Ryan, not Gavin.
I safety it so hard. What? I did the Alex Foley.
I think we're seeing Nancy now. Taking some time to warm up, and Sid is coming up on the next station. I think he got 7th in the first round. .78 from Nancy.
She's disappointed, but I wonder if that's just because a lot of inspection was used. But a 1.78 for that much inspection is pretty good. It looks like they're discussing if she over-inspected or not, but I think it should be okay.
And I said 12 seconds on time. I forgot that there was some That was my bad.
8 seconds.
We'll make sure to say it on time.
12. Michael muting, station 11. No, +2 at least.
Sid should not matching up his first solve, but saving it from a +2.
Yeah, so it looks like the first scramble, everybody's underperforming just a little bit. Maybe getting used to the, I guess, semi-final nature of this. Nobody wants to mess up so badly that they don't make it into finals.
Yeah. And we also have Emil in this group, who was the only top competitor to PR in the PR yesterday. So it'll be interesting to watch him.
Can I do myself first and then? Ready.
P63. His PR yesterday was 202. Seems like she's satisfied.
Ryan, station 1. If they give me the green light to go to station 2, I'm going to have you base.
Please understand, it's nothing against you. Let me know when you're ready.
Here's Ryan. I believe this is his second solve, at least that we've seen on stream. Again, a little bit safe on the turning there, a 2.5 and now a 2.4. Still might be good enough for finals, but for Ryan, I think he may need to turn it up just a little bit because he's not able to get sub 2 averages every single time. Here we go with Nancy's second solve. Again, she handedly won the first round with a 1.58 average. Nobody else in the first round was able to get below 1.9 average. And she's coming into this competition technically as our fourth seed.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
172. Close to the first solve. With subpar compared to PR, but I think that's similar. A bit lower than her last average too.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit more lockups for her so far as well.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
Which not with another kind of unfortunate solve.
Yeah, and if that's a preview of the third scramble, it didn't look very good. It looked like the only bar available was on yellow, which you never want to see. Only one bar. So hopefully the third scramble, people are able to find something.
Should we set it?
Whatever. Factor 3, Mr. Consistency. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
227. Quite consistent, like Brandon said.
Yeah, and for Ryan, that's actually his best time on this third scramble. That seems a little bit more difficult. So good way for him to respond to that.
Sid, station 1. Lucas, station 4. Emmett, station 3.
Finally, we have Nancy trying the third scramble.
8 seconds.
Looks like immediately she's not going to be going for that yellow block that everybody else is.
That was for dessert. 187. Now we get the fourth scramble, which is third.
8 seconds.
Look like there are more options on this scramble. That time, though, Sid decided to go for a solution that involved a rotation, which may have cost him a little bit of time.
What do you need from DPA? Okay, I guess, bro.
Let me know when you're ready. 8 seconds.
Alright, that's probably
You're in.
two. Yeah, holy
Like a nice solution, just a pause in the middle, but still his best solve so far, I think.
Yeah, so for Ryan, really consistent solving. That's basically guaranteed him a spot in the finals. He's looking at mid or low 2 average there.
Bit lucky, but still consistently sub 2 for Nancy.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. Nancy's PR being so much better than the rest of the competition, at least in this group. Even her bad solves are better than everybody else's.
Yeah.
And this obviously isn't what you want to see from Sid on the last solve, because now he'll count that 4.46. So
Yeah.
unfortunate for Sid, he's going to end up with a 3.67 average, which I don't think is going to be good enough to make the finals.
Yeah, especially with everyone doing a bit better in this round. And we're also getting worst possible average. And
Yeah.
that may not make finals this time, I think.
Yeah, 285, that's asking for kind of taking your own destiny out of your hands. But for Ryan, his worst possible average to best possible average is only a range of 0.1, which is a great spot to be in. So, and I think his worst possible average is guaranteed to make finals.
It does get worst possible, but still very consistent. And with the results coming in, it looks like Kevin and Dominic both got 1.69 in the end. So Brandon is first seed so far by single.
Nancy's range is also really low, so she's also guaranteed to make finals.
Yeah, she should be third seed no matter what happens now.
So a 1.79 average for Nancy, like you said, is going to put her in third place. We have more results entered in from the previous group. So Brendan Dunnigan and Dominic Shoji were tied for the top 2 spots with a 1.69 average. Brendan edges out Dominic because he has a better single. Nancy, like you said, a 1.79 in third. Nick, so far, the only other sub 2 solver with a 1.96. And as we saw, Mr. Consistent, Ryan Roth, rounding out the top 5 with a 2.44 average. So a pretty large gap between 4th and 5th, as you can see there. And unfortunate as well for Koi, he counted his 4.62 by DNFing his last solve. So a 2.74 average might just be good enough to make the finals. As you can see, the top 16 will advance, but there's still a lot of results to be entered. So we'll see if sub 3 is even enough to get it done.
Yep, would be interesting to see the cutoff this time.
Well, that was just the last group of 2x2 round 2, our last event before we head into 3x3 semifinals after lunch. And after that, it's going to be finals for the rest of the day. So, Verenya, what did you see from 2x2 from this whole competition and from this round?
Yeah, as for 2x2, it was an interesting round. I think the top seeds have ended up kind of similar to the psych sheet itself, as opposed to kind of the first round, which was all over the place. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see the finals. Brendan and Dominic, the reigning Western champion, got tied, so there's a good chance that Dominic could be unseated, but he'll definitely be close.
Yeah, the top 3 in this final, or in this most recent round, are all representing the West. So it'll be interesting to see who takes home the crown, because there's not that much time separating them. So I think a little bit of like an underperformance so far that we've seen from 2x2. In the first round, there were only 3 sub 2 solvers, and then in this next round, there was only 4. But
Yeah.
they're, what, 16 or 17 on the psych sheet that are sub 2, which, of course, we should expect not everybody to perform up to their PRs, but still maybe would have expected to see some more sub 2 averages. But we're going to be heading into lunch soon. And after that, like I said, it'll be 3x3 semifinals, which is the last non-final round of the day at Western Championships 2026.
It'll be exciting to watch head-to-head.
Yeah, the new head-to-head format. Have you seen any other competitions using the head-to-head format?
No, not fully. I've just seen some clips so far, but I'll probably watch this one.
Yeah, I've competed in one of them, and it was definitely like very different, because it's not like the normal head-to-head that you're used to seeing in major championships. So it'll be exciting to see how everybody, I'm pretty sure most of them are pretty new to the format as well. So it'll be interesting to see how everybody responds to that.
Yep.
Hey there, I'm Michael Rosencrantz. If you care about speed cubing, you have got to check out SpeedCubers Digest. SpeedCubers Digest delivers the weekly news that defines competitive cubing, competition previews, full recaps, athlete storylines, and everything happening across the global scene all in one place. It's built by people who compete, organize, and cover the sport firsthand, so you're getting real insight into what actually matters. Support the sport and stay informed. Find it all at SpeedCubersDigest.com.
Hello again, everyone. It's Manu here. We're doing another Western warm-up series, this time with one of the greatest solvers the West Coast has seen. You already know him. You love him. It's Brendan Dunnigan. Bendy, hello. How's it going? Introduce yourself for everybody on the WCC channel, my friend.
Well, thanks for having me, first of all. Everything's going good. I'm Brendan Dunnigan. I currently hold world record clock average and the North American record single, and I got 2 podiums at Worlds.
It's yeah, pretty solid introduction, Bendy. Bendy, like, yeah, talk a little bit about like where you're from, like where you compete and stuff like that.
Okay, so I'm from SoCal, the SoCal area, like north of LA, Santa Clarita, if you are familiar with that. I just compete in the SoCal area for the most part. I'd like to expand out in the future though. Yeah.
Awesome. And yeah, how long have you been cubing, and what's kind of like your origin story a little?
Okay, so I've been cubing for like 8 years, but I think I seriously started like speed cubing in like 2019. So that's like 6 or 7 years ago. Don't make a joke out of that. Yeah, so my like origin story kind of starts like when I was very, very young. I was like 5 or 6 years old, I think, and I saw like Felix videos on my YouTube. So I thought it was very intriguing. And then I came across a cube in like at Barnes and Noble, like very, very long time ago. And I was like telling my grandma, I'm like, hey, I really want this. And she was like, you'll get it for Christmas, don't worry. So I waited and I got a 2x2 and a 3x3 for Christmas. And I thought I can just like solve it because I was just like really cocky like that. So, and obviously I wasn't able to. So I kind of gave up on that for a while. And then when I was like 9 years old, I picked up a 2x2 and I actually like sat down and like learned how to solve it. And it was actually very frustrating for me, but I got the hang of it. And then ever since then, I've been hooked on cubing. So yeah, that's kind of where my cubing whereabouts start.
Yeah, no, it totally makes a lot of sense. I mean, pretty similar story for a lot of us. Felix was who got me into cubing too.
For sure.
Yeah, makes sense. We have a lot to thank Felix for.
Yeah.
I remember the first competition you were at. That was actually in Slow, which was actually quite a bit away.
Yeah.
What happened? Like there was a big gap between, I guess, like when you started and like when you actually competed for the first time. And yeah, tell everyone a little bit about your first competition, in particular, how well you did at your first competition.
Okay, so I had like a competing gap because like I didn't really know how to go about like competing, even though I wanted to, and I always thought that was like something I wanted to do. And then when the time like actually came, COVID hit and like the comp got canceled pretty much. So like there was no like there's nothing I could really do. So I just like sat down during COVID and like grinded like unhealthy amounts, which I don't really recommend, but that's kind of how I got like really, really good at like everything for the most part. And then when it came to like competing, yeah, I think competing in my first round was definitely like nerve-wracking, knowing that I was already like pretty decent. um, I think after like my first 3 round, like I was already chilling. So yeah, I just like went on to like get good PRs, and especially the clock results were very unexpected. Did very good for myself there. Yeah, I think the average was like 12th in the world at the time or something. So yeah, definitely, I was definitely very happy with that. It was a crazy experience. Like I didn't think I had like lower expectations going into it for sure. So I was very like hyped to exceed those expectations for myself. And yeah, that's definitely been like that was definitely like a huge motivator for my whole like cubing career.
Yeah, totally makes a lot of sense. I guess with that time in COVID, do you think you had like that kind of gave you time to explore like all the different types of puzzles that the WCA offers? Because you are really, really, really good across a huge number of events.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was definitely like a sole like thing in like becoming all like an all-rounder rather than like a specialist for sure. I just had like so much free time on my hands, like I had nothing else to do. So like I just like pick up a new event or like learn an Alex set and then I'd like pick up the event. Like 2x2, I just learn like full EG and then I just start grinding solves over and over again. And like I just get like decent at it and eventually like really good. But yeah, I think COVID definitely gave me a lot of free time to like explore different events. I kind of regret not exploring blind as much, but soon soon it'll come. The time will come. Yeah, I'm kind of not focused on like blind events as much, but they're pretty intriguing to me still. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the only claim to fame I have versus you is that like yeah, I have some better blind results, but that's
For
about
sure.
it.
Yeah.
So of like all the events, like what would you say is like your favorite? Like sure you can do all of them, but like I'm sure you must have like some favorites.
So it actually fluctuates for me.
Hmm.
I find fun in like any event, to be honest. Recently, definitely like big cubes and like 3x3 has been like my main focus in the past like couple weeks. So I'd say like big cubes for the most part are probably my favorite events right now. Even though and square one too, I guess. But like I don't know, I'm practicing big cubes the most right now, so I just say like big cubes. But one day it might be like Mega Minx or something because I'd be like practicing it or like Scube or something. Like I used to practice a lot of Scube, so like it definitely like fluctuates for me.
Interesting. What do you think like kind of drives your kind of interest in one event, or like basically like when you switch events, right? Like what do you think is kind of driving that like motivator to switch?
So I either like just like get like random motivation sometimes,
Mm.
or like I have like a comp coming up or something, or like I just see like some random thing that like kind of like turns on my brain for that like specific event, and I'm just like, wait, that's actually like pretty interesting. Cause like I still look into like, even if I'm not like as good as in an event as another one, like I still like to like see like theory and stuff about it. So like yeah, I if I see something like it might motivate me, it might not. So that like kind of drives me to like practice a new event or like switch. Or if I just have like comp coming up, I'll practice. Or like especially like major comps, like I have like every event, so like that's just like another chance to like PR or something. So I might as well like take advantage of the opportunity.
Interesting, interesting. How do you kind of, so this is like the problem with all rounding is really fun because you
Hmm.
can compete in like a bunch of different events and like, you know, you don't get
Hmm.
bored as easily. But then the downside
Yeah.
is it's really hard to kind of maintain your skill across all the events. And you are like currently the Western champion across like 6 or 7 events, like somewhat unironically, six
Yeah.
or seven events.
Yeah.
So like how do you like kind of keep up your like abilities? Like how do you kind of devote equal time to practice, or do you devote equal time to practice all of them?
I wouldn't say I devote equal time necessarily, because all I don't think of all rounding as like specifically like maintaining, but like I have like I can just like kind of pick up events again and like de-rust, I guess, because if I already like got the skill at one point, like I can just get it back again. That's how I think. So like I used to practice like a lot of Mega Minks, for example, but like recently I haven't at all. But I'm sure if I just like picked it up for like a few days, like I can just like get back down to where I was before and be like content with my results. But even if I can't, like I'll just like set lower expectations for like competing, and I would be perfectly fine. Um but yeah, I don't know. I haven't really like I haven't been like switching events as much recently because I just have less time. So yeah, that's why like big cubes are attractive, is like the skill transfer is like very
Mm.
good for like, maintaining multiple events at once. So yeah, I don't like devote equal time per se. Like clock, I'm like kind of rusty, to be honest. Like I'm just gonna use this week to like completely like de-rust and whatnot before westerns. But yeah, I don't know. I don't devote equal time. Like I watched the Stanley Chapel video about like all rounding,
Mhm.
and like I feel like that definitely altered my perspective, because I definitely used to be someone who would like try to maintain my skill in all events at once, and that is horrifically tiring.
Mm.
And like especially like nearing the end of high school, like I just don't have the time for that. So like I find it more enjoyable to just like focus on a few events at once rather than like everything. Cause back then I had so much more time, but I've come to realize I don't anymore. So yeah, I just like I don't know, I just pick what I want to do and do it.
Yeah, I mean that's part of the conundrum with getting older is like you always have to realize, man, I want to do everything, but I don't have time to do everything. So then it's like
Yeah.
prioritizing the ones that are most interesting, or you know, have the most potential
Yeah.
to kind of grow at the time. So what would you say are like
Hmm.
your focuses going into westerns? Like what are like the events that you want to win outright slash get Western champion or defend Western champion in?
Okay, definitely my main event's clock in square one.
Mhm.
Definitely, I've kind of already have square one in the bag unless I like horrifically choke somehow. And then clock is like anything can happen. So I'm just like, I'm just gonna prepare for knack by trying to do like decent in my rounds, because I haven't gone that many this year. I haven't competed in clock or square one since January. So I'm just gonna like set lower expectations and like prepare as well as I can before the comp. But honestly, I'm more focused on like big cube PRs and whatnot, because I feel like I can like heavily improve upon those PRs, and I've been capable for a long time. I just don't get that many chances to like improve. But like especially like I've been practicing a lot of 7x7, and I'm like kind of notoriously like very mid in 7 compared to like 6 and 5. So I've been improving a lot in that, and I'm pretty much like guaranteed to PR maybe. So yeah, I'm kind of just gonna go for like a sub 2 single or something in that. But also like 6x6 is something I've been practicing a lot, and like I've been doing like deliberate big cube practice, which isn't like I have like a very like long history of like mindlessly solving because like that's just how I improved at first, and then it's kind of like carried on to now, which isn't very good. So I've been like over the past like 2 or 3 weeks, I've been like deliberately practicing like big cubes, trying to like improve my look ahead, and I've seen like pretty substantial improvement in my times. So I'm pretty excited to compete. Yeah, it should be good.
Okay, wow, that's actually really, really, really exciting because, well, okay, I'm gonna burst your bubble. You probably are not gonna win or get Western champion in 6x6 or 7x7. I mean, if that were to happen,
Yeah.
I mean, something crazy would happen, right? But
Absolutely.
certainly, I think Clock and Square One, you are, I mean, clearly
Yeah.
the favorite. You mentioned that you
I'm
had.
not too focused on wins or anything. I'm more focused on like the PR aspect and like everything.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
sub 2 7x7 single is quite the accomplishment. So certainly rooting for you there. One of the things you mentioned is that you hadn't had an official round of Clock since January. That comp in January, you broke the NAR single
Yep.
at that one. So tell me a little bit about just like your Clock journey overall, because it's kind of gone all over the place. There's
Yeah.
loads of good. There's one kind of bad moment.
Oh my god, absolutely.
But yeah, so just walk me through like your whole like Clock progression. How did you get into Clock, and then how did you kind of like get up to the point where, I mean, you are the world.
Yeah, so I got into Clock later than most of my events, but like I was just like naturally good at it. I had a natural thing for Clock. I got to like sub 6 very easily. I got like a Clock in like February of like 2021, and that was the first time I ever touched a Clock. And then with that same Clock in November 2021, that's when I got like my 515 average. That was like third in North America at the time and like 11th in the world. And then I used that same Clock to break my first North American record, which was like 4 years ago at this point now. So I just had a natural thing for Clock. And then I think like I got 3.94 average with Flip back in 2022. And I didn't beat that average for a very long time, which I probably should have. But like I struggled a lot to beat it, and I never did. And then I switched to 7 simul in October of like 2023 is when I started like grinding 7 simul, and then I got down to like very like world record capable like average times, right? So I go to compete, and it just doesn't transfer over at all because I was so used to like just doing stuff at home and like expecting it to transfer over in comp because that's just how it worked for me somehow for like every other event. So I went on like a multiple month like streak of just like horrible like results with 7 simul, just like DNFs, like horrible averages because I was just like a crash out and like a nervous wreck the whole time. Like it was horrible. So like my last comp before NAC 2024, I did horribly, and I was like, I really took a step back because I had like no other choice. So I really took a step back and like analyzed my solving style, and I think this is where like my mindset started to shift in general for competing, and like I like temporarily made myself slower to like to gain better like competing habits. So I would just like kind of like comp style solve the whole time. Like I would never go all out or anything. And it's still like a thing I do for Clock now. My nerves are a lot lower now that I've like kind of achieved everything I've wanted to besides like world champion. But yeah, so NAC went very well, and then I won with NAR average. And I feel like if I didn't get that, like my progression would probably be a lot different. But I don't know. I feel like my true like breakout round was like semis because that's when I actually like had a chance at like NAR average because I like DNF'd out of it on the first solve, so that like meant that I had to safety the last four, and it would still have been like close anyway. So I was like very motivated. I was like, okay, like finals might be a breeze. Like we'll just go into it, and then it worked. And then yeah, I had a streak of pretty good rounds for like probably like 7 rounds after NAC. I think I was just like straight low 3 or like close to sub 3. That's when I got my first sub 3 average, and then I got another sub 3 average like 2 rounds later in the same comp. And then I didn't beat that PR for a while actually. I just had like a lack of rounds. I think I had like a 5-month break in there, and I did horribly at that comp. And then the last single I got, or the last clock solve of that comp, I got NAR single. So I was like, at least I got something out of it, you know, even after like a long competing break. And then yeah, I went into like Worlds, or I went into Southeast Champs and then Worlds. I didn't do too great at either, besides like podiuming at Worlds, obviously, which was like definitely good. I would have liked to win, but I can't change that. But yeah, I think after Worlds, like I've been like very low stress competing wise, but I just haven't gotten many chances, and I think recently I've improved a lot. So yeah, I think in the near future, like sub 2 average is definitely possible for me, but I'm not gonna like rely on it necessarily because like I can't rely on something if I don't get enough chances. So I'm just gonna like go for like mid 2 averages, like like in the next like 2 comps that I have before NAC 26, and then we'll see how it goes from there. But yeah, that's kind of like my whole clock progression. Yeah, I definitely had a humbling like like few months of just like straight horrible results, and I think that definitely like changed the course of like how I compete in clock for sure. But yeah, that's my whole journey.
Wow. I mean, that was actually really interesting to kind of listen to, especially like the rounds that like didn't go so well, right? Because you know, I think that you are most remembered probably for like the incredible celebrations, the amazing results, which I mean, you're a magnet for ridiculous results, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I don't know why.
But it is actually really humbling to hear about like, okay, like hey, like here's some rounds that like didn't go your way, and like how you kind of dug yourself out of that. And it's actually really it's actually pretty inspiring to hear. It's like, okay, well, that shift in mentality actually not only just helped you for clock, but also just like overall, and like having better vibes and better relationship with competing in official rounds, especially
absolutely.
with like such a volatile event like clock, where I mean, even factors outside of your control can just completely like, change what goes on.
Yeah, clock's really hard to compete in, and like I'm glad that I like found my groove because I don't stress out anymore. I kind of just like go into it with like whatever mindset, but also I just like treat every round as like a learning experience anyway for like any event. And I feel like clock, that like humbling clock phase where I was doing horrible, I think that really like shifted my perspective on how to compete and how to like manage like my emotions, because like obviously like I cried like 3 times after clock rounds in that whole phase, and that's like something I never do. So like something was up at that time. So I'm glad I was able to like take a step back and like reevaluate the whole situation because it wasn't going well. But yeah, I treat like every round as like a learning experience, even if it does bad. Because like I think most recently, like going for like world record, especially, like I just used every like fail was like one step closer, so I didn't mind at all. So it's like you're one more no away from the yes, right? So like I'm just gonna keep going. Like failing's a good sign for me because I'm just like, okay, well, like there's something to be learned. So like, why would I be mad about it? You know, like it doesn't really matter to me. And then yeah, I don't know. My competing hasn't been too great as of recent. I had one great average though. The one with the NAR single, what you're talking about. That was actually like the world's first like sub 2 potential average, because I started with 2.0, 1.9, and 1.6, and then I was like, okay, well, I don't need that much for sub 2, right? So I think the best possible average was like 188 or something ridiculous like that. That's like very good. Um, but yeah, I came very close to it though. I DNF'd the fourth, and then I was just like, I I I came very short on the last one, and it was like point of 3 off or something. Still very good. So yeah, definitely like having that round was good. Yeah, the other 2 rounds didn't go as well. Like for example, like the first round I had like 2.3, 2.3, 2.5, and then like a 6 or something. And then I cube dropped on last thing got a 5. And I was just like, well, I was one good sol away from like a decent average. So like that's fine. Like I didn't really complain about it. So and then next round I did good.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are like, oh, BPAs, like, oh, who cares about BPAs because you didn't actually get it done in the end. I think my mindset is a little bit different, where it's like, well, if you have world record BPA, that means that you put yourself in a position where world record was even possible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Whereas, like, I love that mindset. I love that mindset because like even if you're nervous on that pace, like you know that like since you've done it, like you know you're capable of doing it. So like I don't know, like I feel like I've learned that like you should be grateful for like the nerves you get on like pace. Like Daniel Carnock taught me that. He just said it sometime. I don't remember when. I thought that was very like inspiring to me. So like yeah, I like that like good mindset. Like I don't know, like the BP I was talking about, like not very reasonable to get. Obviously, like I'd have to get another NAR single to get it, but like I'm obviously like capable of it. So like that's nice. And like also like even if I was like short of world record, like I like that just means I can get it even more. So like totally fine for me.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good mindset to have. And actually, I think your like the way you approach things is very similar to the way Maddie looks at it, where it's like everything is data at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Where it's like this went wrong, it's like okay, well, yeah, it's like sucks in the moment, but now it's like how do we take this data point and how do we improve on it? And I really
Yeah.
like what you said, where it's like every failure builds up towards the world record.
Yeah, it's like especially with Maddie, like you were talking about, like going for sub 5 for that long, like that's just like the same thing I kind of did, but his was at like a much larger scale of time. But yeah, I've always like liked that mindset for sure.
Yeah, no, totally. Absolutely. And I'm sure that also, you know, contributes to being able to perform well at like big championship events. Like, so not even just like our
Yeah.
regional championship, which is, you know, pretty stacked regional, all things
Yeah, I'm
considered.
excited. Yeah.
But like, you know, that goes up to like, you know, the national championship, the North American championship, and then the world championship. So let's kind of talk
Yeah.
about like some of the highlights, right? Like we talked about kind of some of the negative emotions. Let's talk about some of the,
Yeah.
the awesome emotions. Dude, walk me
Let's do
through
it.
the first world record, the first sub 2
Okay.
at La La Land. Kind of set the stage for the audience and what kind of
Okay.
competition this was and what time of the evening this record was set.
Definitely like the comp of all time for me. That was a different experience. Yeah, I have no regrets from that comp at all. Yeah, so yeah, that was the second comp. I think it was the first comp after NAC after winning. So it was already on like a high kind of. And I was very excited to compete because I had all the things like that was like were on my chest like taken off. So I was like, okay, yeah, we're gonna just go into it and everything will be fine. Like it'll be great. And then I DNF my first solve. I DNF NAR single on the first solve, which is like I was just like, okay, well, like I'll just safety the rest, like just no big deal. So I get like PR single after like two years or something, safetied, and I safetied a 3, and then I slow turned on the world record single, which was like the most insane scram I'll ever get in comp. But yeah, I don't know. If I feel like if I didn't DNF that first solve, that probably would have been like overall PB or something. Like I think I have like a 1.1 down solve on that scramble, like ludicrous scramble. But like I didn't care, so I just did it, and it was like whoa, like a 1, that's crazy. Like yeah, I don't know. I remember I was doing like comp sims before the round and I got like a 199 and I'm like, yeah, whatever. Like this is not happening. And I remember my dad saying like, are you gonna get sub 2 single? And I'm like, no, like I'm not getting sub 2 single. And then I got it. I was like, okay, well, sure, I guess. And then I PR averaged with another safety on the end. But yeah, that I'll never forget that. That's like my phone wallpaper or something. Like the picture I took of like the timer, like that's like my wallpaper on my phone. But yeah, I'll definitely never forget it. It was that was a crazy experience for me. Even though I like cared about average more, like the single was just like, well, I'm capable of a world record now. Like this is amazing. Like I love it. Like I was like that was so motivating for me. And then yeah, the next round I DNF'd out of like NAR average. I didn't care because I already got WR single. So
Yeah.
oh, why do I care?
Not to mention, I think it was like 11 p.m. or 2 a.m. or something insane. That was a
Yeah, it was 2 a.m. world record.
2 a.m. world record. You know,
Yeah.
that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh man, no, that it was certainly a very surreal moment, and something that I think that's really interesting about you is that you have so many fans. Like I think like
Yeah.
the entirety of SoCal is just your fans somehow. So tell me a little bit about
Yeah.
how like you kind of like feed off like your friends' energy and your family's energy also.
I don't know. I don't really think about it too much, to be honest. Like I'm also just like a normal person there. I'm like I don't think of myself as anything special. I just like to I like the social aspect of queuing and like talking to people and stuff. Like it's great to have fans, but I don't really think of them as fans. I think of them as like friends. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So like I don't like everyone's like a friend to me pretty much. It's not like I'm being like fanboyed over or anything. I don't like take it that way. Like I just like get to know these people and it's like awesome to like, make more connections with people.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think you definitely do have fanboys. Like
For
100%
sure.
there are people who
No,
are like,
yeah.
"Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
like Bendy is like my
Yeah.
is my guy or whatever."
Yeah.
No, definitely. Okay, let's shift gears a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about 3x3 because that's also something you said you were kind
Oh,
of
I'm excited to
working
talk
on.
about 3x3.
Oh yeah, okay. Let's
Oh yeah.
tell me a little bit about like what are you working on in particular leading up to Westerns? Like what is your
Okay,
practice looking like?
so like I said earlier, I've been like deliberately practice, especially with 3x3. I think I've improved very substantially in the last 3 weeks for the first time in like 2 years or something. Like I'm like on top of the world with 3x3 right now. Like I'm not usually either. But yeah, I'm getting to like sub six average of 1,000. So I hope that I hope that I could like transfer that to comp. Even if I can't, it's fine because I care more about like knack. But like my deliberate practice is becoming mindless to me now. So I'm so excited to compete in Theorethi, which is like very unusual for me because I kind of just treat it as like a buffer event because
Mm.
I have like I focus on like clock and square one and like big cubes for the most part. But like 3x3 has been like a main focus for me for the first time in a while. And I'm like very, very excited to compete this weekend.
Yeah, no, that's super cool. What kind of goes into your deliberate practice? Can you kind of leak some
Yeah,
secrets a little?
so it's kind of interesting. I have like I have a weird thing with like look ahead issues, and like
Mm.
I've kind of like realized that like more than like other top solvers, I like have like horrible look ahead for some reason. So like I like struggle to like track pieces, and I just like kind of expect them to like pop out to me instead, which is like very bad for like bad scrambles. So like I kind of took like a step back and like I was like, okay, we're gonna like start tracking more, and like I just did that for like a week or two, and it's just like mindless to me now. So like even if I like can't plan as much, like I can still like rely on the tracking to like save me. So like a bad scramble might still be like a low six, and I'd be like perfectly fine with that. But like in comp, like I'd like falter on that. I'd probably get like an eight or something. Like that's like very common for me for some reason. But I don't know. I think I've been like competing like kind of well ish recently considering that I don't like practice it that much. Like I've been like mid six for the most part, but I think now like I can be like low to sub six, like hopefully consistently. Um, but yeah, I think that I'm like my solving style has definitely like evolved in the past like 3 weeks,
Mm.
which is like crazy for me because it hasn't for a very long time. So yeah, I'm very excited to see like how that'll transfer over in westerns,
Okay.
especially in the head to head.
Yeah. The head to head will be really interesting too because so I've always thought of you as a little bit more of like a TPS based solver as opposed to like an alg knowledge, look ahead,
Hmm.
that type of solver.
Yeah.
And because it's a singles based format, right? I think if
Mhm.
you have good TPS, there is just the potential to just get like a crazy scramble,
Yeah.
where you just like completely just like out muscle, so to speak,
Yeah.
anyone else who's like trying to do something more efficient. So
Hmm.
I think that'll be interesting. I mean, you've competed in like head to head type tournaments
Yeah.
before. So talk
Hmm.
to me a little bit about like if you're doing anything in particular to kind of prepare for like the head-to-head side of it also.
I don't know. I have a weird thing where I like imagine like a scenario in my head while I'm solving, and I've just like naturally done that for a long time, even before I like started competing. Like I just like imagine myself in a comp for some reason. I don't know why that like works in my brain, but it does, and I feel like that's why I'm like naturally good at like holding my nerves together. So like head to head wasn't like I think of it as like a very fun thing because I don't know, it's like less boring than an average for sure. And like the crowd goes hype and I love the crowd. So like that's just like perfect for me. So I don't know, I'm not like preparing like deliberately for the head to head. I'm kind of just like excited for it.
Yeah, no, makes a lot of sense. We're really excited to host it. It'll be one of the only head-to-head competitions that'll ever be held in North America. Or at least there'll be very few and far between. So yeah, we're very excited to host it. I think right now, I think my guess is that it'll like anyone who gets a sub 6 will almost certainly make it into the head-to-head final. And probably if you get sub 7, I think you definitely have like a good chance. But then again, I'm sure other people are preparing as well. So I'm really excited to see some of the round 1, round 2 results. That's the other advantage of Westerns is because 4 rounds of 3x3, you get some time to kind of like, because there's no way you're not going to make round 2, right? So
yeah, like it's just like buffer, or it's just like, you know, see the atmosphere and just like play around with it, I guess. Not big of a deal at all.
Yeah. So I think that'll be kind of nice. What do you think kind of needs to go your way in order to get sub 6 or even get close to breaking your PR 563?
I don't know. Like I don't like feed off of good scrambles, but I mean nice scrambles would be good. I think at PR close to PR is definitely like possible on like normal scrambles. Probably. I'm not gonna like hype myself up over that though, because like obviously I don't know how it's gonna be, especially with like improving rapidly right before like a like a bigger kind of comp. Like it might not transfer over immediately, which is like totally okay. But I just like I don't know, I just hope for like good solving because whenever my solving's in a flow state officially, I think that like fives are very easy for me if I can just like nail the flow down, and I pretty much like do that on like most of my solves now. So I think that I kind of have that in the bag, kind of. I don't know. It's just like I'm more focused on like better like solving style rather than like the times. And I'll just like let the times play out and just see because a good solving style or a good flow in a solve is usually indicative of like a nice solve anyway. So like I'm not gonna focus on the time as much. I'm just gonna focus on like nice flow.
Yeah, well, that makes a lot of sense because again, it's like if you have good flow, then even if the time isn't there right now, it's a good indicator. It's like, okay, well, if a couple other things go your way, you get slightly luckier. Like maybe that means that you get a better time in the end while having good flow. And then I guess it also like narrows your consistency, right? Instead of relying on like ridiculously good turning, really really good scramble, it's like okay, well, on the average scramble, we do pretty well too.
Yeah, that's definitely like an issue for me before. Like I don't know, I couldn't like I just like completely die if I got a bad scramble. It's just like what am I even supposed to do? And like lack of tracking, especially in comps, like horrible. And since I've like worked on that now, like I've finally like caught up to where I probably should be officially. And like before like my 5.6 PR average, I was actually kind of working on that. And then like it kind of like drifted out of my brain after that. So like I didn't really like ever beat it again. So like I think that like the 563 scams weren't even like notably good either. I think like the last one was pretty good and I like clutch PR off of it, but like the other ones were like not that great to be honest. So like I don't know. I think based off like my PR average experience and how I was like preparing for that, I think that like sub 6 is like pretty easy. Will be like pretty easy, even though it's kind of like a mental barrier, kind of because I only have like 2 of them in comp. And I counted a 4 recently, and I didn't even get like sub 6 off of it. So like there's like it's definitely like a little bit of a barrier, but I think that like based off of what I did with like my PR average, I think that sub 6s should be like not hard at all. But I'd be even happy with like low 6 like consistently. Like if even if I got like a 6.2 average, like that's perfectly fine. That's like better than average in comp recently at least. So like there's obviously progression there. So
Yeah. I mean, I think there's only 2 people in the field who would be disappointed with like a 6.2 average, and that's Max and Dylan, right? Everybody else, I think like a 6.2 is like a particularly good average, and it's certainly very, very, very competitive. If nothing else. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Now listening to you being excited about 3x3 makes me really excited to watch you do 3x3. So I'm gonna have my eye on. I also got some great stuff to put on the tracker now too. So
awesome.
I'm really exciting.
Yeah, I'm super excited for people to see. Hopefully I do well, but I don't know. All I care about is the better solving style in comp. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, and as you say, it is somewhat of a warm up to NEC anyway, right? Which is the big
Yeah.
fish. And a win there is probably going to be pretty unlikely, but like to get into finals at all at a continental championship is certainly a huge deal, and certainly you have the caliber to do. Well, you have the caliber to do it right now, like even just like results wise.
Yeah.
And so like to hear that you're improving is actually extremely, extremely impressive. So awesome. I love
Yeah.
having Western's representatives
Yep.
in 3x3 finals. So awesome.
Yeah.
We can +1 to that for NAC.
Yeah. Yep. Hell yeah.
There you go.
That'll be good.
Okay, let's move on to a different part of the interview now. I kind of want to talk about like non-cubing stuff. So one of the things you said is that like, yeah, you have less time, and you know that's very, 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 very natural as you kind of like go through like high school and stuff. So tell me about how like you've kind of like balanced cubing and like school and or other interests a little bit.
Yeah, so I'm kind of still trying to figure that out a little bit if I'm being honest, because like I do find myself like distracted on cubing a lot. But like I think like for AP exams, I really took a step back from cubing and like focused on them, and I think I did pretty well. So like that's kind of like a motivator for me to like, like it's fine. Like I was hesitant to like take a break off of cubing because I thought it would be like, very like I don't know, like detrimental to like how like I solve or something. I don't know. I was like nervous about like losing skill or something. That's just like I don't know. So like it's like reassuring to know that I'm able to like take a few weeks off and like focus on school and whatnot because like I'm not like the most academically like inclined person if I'm being honest. But like recently in like the past like 2 or 3 months, I've kind of tried to focus on school a bit more. Um, but yeah, I think I'm still trying to figure it out. But like I don't know like I was saying earlier, like I used to like have so much time, and like my brain still like kind of thinks in that kind of way. So like it kind of like transferred over negatively in this kind of sense with like school getting harder, obviously, and more like work to do. So yeah, I don't know. I think I've kind of had like a very reassuring like experience with like taking a break because like that's probably like, the longest break from queuing I've had in a very long time. So yeah, it's reassuring to be able to come back and be like improving in 3x3 like that hasn't happened like forever. So like especially after like 2 week break, like that's like perfect for me. Like I can like focus on school. So yeah, I'm kind of trying to figure it out, like make schedules for myself and whatnot. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly easier said than done, especially for someone who's
Yeah.
competing at like the caliber that you're competing at. But
Mhm.
I think you're right. I think it is really reassuring not only to improve after like taking a couple weeks off, but also at your level to improve is really, really, really hard, right? I mean,
Yeah.
even if you're like someone like me, it's like sometimes hard to improve. Sometimes you just kind of get stuck. But like you are
Yeah.
competing at like literally like a world class level, so it's really, really, really
Mhm.
good to hear that like even while taking time off, you still feel like you're improving and getting better
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, for sure. That's been like so reassuring to me. Like I'm so like on top of the world about that. Like in my head, I'm like so excited for like what the future holds because like I don't know, next school year I hope to like do better academically for sure. Um but yeah, it's like reassuring that I can like take time off and like still be like perfectly fine. And that's like kind of like a mental block I've been trying to get over
Mhm.
because like naturally like I kind of have like a natural addiction to cubing,
Mhm.
but like I know that I can like take breaks now, so that's very good for me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You've kind of like broken out. Yeah, it is kind of a mental barrier, I guess.
Yeah,
And it's awesome that you've been able to kind of prove that to
yeah.
yourself too.
Hmm.
Cool. What are like kind of your other interests outside of cubing, like school subjects or
Um,
sports or other hobbies?
I like I like math a lot. I
Hmm.
might I don't know. I was like thinking today I might like self study like Calc 2 stuff for fun or like I don't know,
Okay.
just like random just like random stuff. Like it kind of just intrigues me. I don't know. Like learning stuff outside of school is like more fun than learning in school for me. So
Hmm.
like I might as well just like get a head start. I don't know, but also like I don't know. I like to take a lot of walks too. I think it's like very good for like mental clarity. I like highly recommend going on walks because they're like so good for the mind and like being able to like get off my phone and look at like trees or something like that's just like very like therapeutic for me. So I like to do that. And also I've been trying to like get into like exercising more for sure. I don't know, I've kind of been like on and off because like I struggle to like make a schedule for myself, but I'm kind of like getting the hang of it. So yeah, I don't know, like exercise, walking. I used to be like into photography a little bit, but I kind of like haven't found enough time for it, I guess. So maybe this summer I'll try to like get back into it. Like I used to take pictures and like post on like a photos account on like Instagram or something, which is like still up, but like maybe I'll come back to it, you know, because like photography is pretty, you know, relaxing as well. So a way to open up my like, the creative side of my brain, which is like very rare for me. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And we are a little bit spoiled here in Southern California where it's a lot easier to, you know, take a walk or go find a pretty place
Yeah.
to take photos. Certainly.
For sure.
Yeah, I
I
think
agree.
I was hearing from my other friends around the country and they're like, "Oh, it's like insanely hot here. It's so cold here." And I'm like, it's kind of been like mid 70s like every day for like a couple months.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been like the same for like a while. So yeah, it's nice to like be able to go walk outside. It's actually like, pretty hot today, but
Maybe hotter
that
up
isn't
where
really
you are.
yeah, yeah, definitely. Because I'm like farther from the coast a little bit, so
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, definitely a little bit warmer.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, yeah. I mean, those are some pretty fun hobbies, and yeah, hopefully you find some more time to do so. If you do any photography around Raleigh, I think it'd be really cool to
Yeah.
kind of see like both like kind of cubing and photography kind of blend a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something I should think about for sure.
Totally. Okay, let's start to get to like the conclusion parts of kind of the interview here. What kind of inspires you to kind of like continue practicing, continue doing cubing? I mean, one of the things, and the reason why I'm thinking of this question is recently you gave like a talk at like, you know, City of STEM was this competition that we had as part of a STEM festival. There was like a stage and everything. It was kind of legit actually.
It was.
So tell me a little bit about that, and then tell me about how like, you know, things that kind of motivate you to kind of keep on cubing, not just improving, but also just like being around in the community, you know?
I don't know, being around in the community has definitely been like really good for like my like thinking and like brain development, I think, because like obviously my brain's not fully developed yet. And I feel like I've like caught on to very good like habits throughout like cubing, like especially within like stress management. Like I'm like way less stressed, like more than like a lot of people I know, to be honest, just because like I've figured out how to like manage stress under pressure, and like I just apply it to whenever I feel pressured in like other situations, whether it be like personal problems or like I don't know, like school or something, right? So like I think being around the community is definitely like helps with my like own personal development for sure, especially like becoming an adult like in not that long, like that's very important. And I feel like I have like a very good trajectory like in my head. Like I know I'm gonna like how to like manage stress and whatnot, which is like very important for me. I have like a natural drive for cubing. I've always have, and like that just like keeps me practicing because like especially now that I've been like improving in like some of like my favorite events, like that's definitely been a huge driver for me recently, and like I don't plan on stopping during the summer at all. So yeah, I'm like I just have like a natural drive towards cubing because it's not like compete against other people type of pressure. It's like it's not even pressure to me at all, to be honest. It's just like improving for myself, which is like very good. That's like the major thing I like about cubing is that like people who get into it don't need to feel pressured to beat other people. They can just like improve upon themselves and be better than they were before. And that's like so like nice for me because I feel like I'm not like comparing myself to like other people or anything. If like in like other aspects I kind of do, which is like kind of like turns off my drive for that kind of thing, which is like something I can improve upon, obviously. But I don't know. I feel like I have like a very natural drive for cubing because it's all about like beating like yourself from before and like you know congratulating each other for like beating PRs and whatnot. Like it's very like friendly and just like nice environment to be around. So that just like keeps me cubing all the time.
Yeah, yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's a lot of reasons why I'm still around too. It is very, especially when you do all events, right? It's very reassuring to know that okay, yeah, I can just go to another event and like put some time into it. It's like, hey, look, a shiny new PR. Sometimes that's very motivating.
Yep.
Yeah. So to anyone who's like might be listening, I guess like what are some either some lessons you've learned from cubing or maybe some people who aren't in cubing, why should they kind of get into cubing?
I think getting into cubing is like very beneficial for like I feel like just like any like personal development, because like and like just making connections in general because the community is very friendly for the most part, and like there's not any little to no judgment at all at like comps because as I said, as I'm gonna say again, like you're just like going to like beat your own PRs, not like beat other people's PRs. And even if you like, have like friendly races with other people to like, like race to like sub eight or something, like even that is like very fun too. So I feel like just like the environment is very friendly and like welcoming. And I feel like the lessons I've like learned from cubing are very like useful in life. Like I was to say, like stress management, like that's been like huge for my life, especially with like certain issues that may go on in like my own personal life. Like I feel like I've like developed like a stoic kind of mindset, and it's just like life moves on anyway. Like I might as well just like figure out how to like tackle this issue. And I kind of think of it in like cubing terms like this. I think of it like I'm nervous for a solve, but like I have to do the solve anyway. So like I might as well just like not be nervous and just like do it, you know what I mean? Like I feel like I've developed like a very like stoic mindset to life with cubing, which is like I don't know, that sounds kind of weird. I don't know, but yeah, that's just how like I don't know, that's just how I've like personally developed through cubing, and I think that can be very beneficial for like a lot of people.
Yeah, no, totally. It's a very interesting perspective, certainly. Do you
Mhm.
have like any inspirations, like either cubers you up to, or even just like people in general who like kind of
Mhm.
give you energy, motivation?
I don't know, just like the people I met through cubing are like, there are big reasons why I stick around in cubing. Like I made some of my best friends are from cubing and will always be like my best friends for like the rest of my life probably. Even if we go like separate ways, I'm still always gonna know them, like I feel like cubing is like very like nurtured like online like um connections, and like I can keep connections with people even if they're like across the country and whatnot. So like going like majors is very fun because like I get to see like my friends that I haven't seen for like a whole like half a year or to a year. Yeah, and like inspirational figures to me, definitely like Felix in cubing for sure because he's kind of what like drove me to get into cubing for the most part, like when I was like very young, like 5 years old or something. So like yeah, and then I feel like my family for sure like is very encouraging of like my trajectory in like cubing, and especially like how it's impacted my life. They can also like see how it has impacted my life, and they're very encouraging to like everything in the cubing community. So that definitely keeps me going for sure.
Yeah, certainly. It's you always know when Brendan Dunnigan is in the building because the Dunnigan family always brings a very very welcoming and very fun energy to the
Mhm.
crowd, certainly. And yeah, I mean
Yep.
we love seeing the family support as well.
Hmm.
No, I think that's wonderful, fantastic stuff. Okay, I think we're basically ready to wrap up. Is there kind of anything else you wanted the audience to know about you that we didn't cover
Um,
here?
Not necessarily. I'm just like excited to compete at Westerns, and I hope to see some of you guys there.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be awesome. All right, Bendy. Last thing. Tell the good people where they can find your how they can follow you, your YouTube, Instagram, whatever you want.
Oh, yep. Okay. Well, yeah, I have YouTube. You can just look at my name, Brendan Dunnigan, on YouTube, and you can find my YouTube full of like official solves, at home solves, and whatnot. And then yeah, on Instagram, you can also do the same thing. Look at my name, and I'm also on Facebook. Not as active though.
There you go, everyone. Brendan Dunnigan, shining star here out west. Thanks for taking the time to sit down and chat, my friend. Best of luck at Westerns.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, and thank you so much. Well, it'll be awesome to see you there.
Welcome back inside the Riverside Convention Center, where you might have just heard over the PA. We have 3x3 semifinals on tap for you. Good to be back in the booth. I'm Michael Rosencrans alongside the 45-time gold medalist, Chris Yen. Chris, great to be back with you. We got 3x3 semifinals. I don't know about you, but I'm pumped.
I'm pumped too. This is the event that everybody comes to watch. Of course, we're going to be seeing some big names, some names that we've been hearing a lot this weekend, other names that maybe they focus a little bit more on 3x3. Obviously, we have the big swingers like Max Park and Dylan Miller. But in the second round, Zerui Chang getting third place. He is definitely gunning for that third or even second place spot on the podium, maybe even looking to secure at the very least a Western champion second place if he finishes behind Max Park. We've seen the names of Nancy Liu multiple times this weekend and Koi Min Nguyen in 3x3 and 2x2. Also rounding out the top 8, which is what's needed to advance to the next round, is Yichen Shang and Brendan Dunnigan. Of course, Brendan securing a podium in 6x6 finals yesterday, narrowly missing a Mega Ming's podium as well. He's looking to defend a lot of titles this weekend, and 3x3 is also one of them.
No doubt, he was able to claim square one Western Championship title yesterday as well, so Brendan has a title to his name, and I don't think I've had a chance to touch on with you about it, but Zerui Chang, he's been a name that I've been watching out for a lot in this stream, particularly because of the consistency that he's shown. Is it the fastest times? Not per se, but he's able to put down some relatively solid 6-second solves, and he's been able to make it into the semifinals pretty convincingly here. But now that the pressure is ramping up in semifinals, he's going to have to find another gear here in order to try and get to head-to-head finals later tonight.
You're right, and I think that's been one of the biggest questions for Zerui is, can he consistently be getting these really, really good times? We saw him break the sub-6 barrier not too long ago at Duper Super Davis Spring, and ever since then, it's been a little bit of a rough hill up where he's getting some 7-second averages here and there, but in this competition, he's really brought his A game, and I think we can come to see that in this round and hopefully in head-to-head finals as well.
Absolutely. Zerui going to be competing in the second group in this semifinals round. Only 2 groups of semifinals. And as Chris mentioned, top 8 move on to the 3x3 finals later tonight. Before we jump into semifinals, we just want to say a big thank you to all the sponsors who make this broadcast possible. Of course, SpeedCubeShop for sponsoring the Western Champs this year. They're providing the prize pool for every single event, split among the top 3 finishers of each official event at Western Champs. And they also provided several lucky draw prizes for all attendees. Once again, we want to say a big thank you to SpeedCubeShop for their support. We also want to thank GanCube for sponsoring this edition of Western Champs. GAN, they provide puzzles for the women's Western champions as well as prizes for the winners of unofficial events, and as a special giveaway to be announced during the competition for in-person attendees. So a big thank you to GameCube for sponsoring Western Champs as well. We also want to thank Cubing.gg on behalf of the organization team. They'd like to thank CubingGG as an official sponsor of West Coast Cubing Western Championship 2026. Attendees in the convention center can visit the Cubing.gg booth right outside the main room to ask about coaching and educational programs, and viewers of the stream can find out more by searching Cubing.gg. And last but not least, we want to thank SpeedCubingTV. They're proud to partner with West Coast Cubing to bring the cubing community closer together through high-quality live streams, original podcasts, and in-depth coverage from SpeedCubers Digest. From world-class solves and athlete interviews to the latest stories across speedcubing, SpeedCubingTV is your home for professional speedcubing media. Not only are we on the SpeedCubingTV YouTube channel, we're on the SpeedCubeShop YouTube channel as well as West Coast Cubing, CubersLive, the whole 9 yards. We're bringing you all sorts of coverage of West Coast Cubing Western Championships 2026. Well, Chris, I think we're just about to get ready to go here for semifinals. Let's get a quick preview of this first group here. Dylan Miller, Nancy Liu, the names to watch out for. Also, Yichen Sheng and Micah Yo, also some of the names to watch out for. Dylan hasn't been the fastest competition for him. Improved on his average from the first round, slotted into this round with a 6:05 average. You know he's more than capable of that, though.
Yeah, and I think for Dylan, this is actually his last competition as sort of a resident on the West Coast before he moves back to his home in Louisiana. So for Dylan, this might be a bit of a full circle moment for him in this competition. I think he might be feeling a little bit more sentimental. Maybe it's putting a little bit more pressure on him to perform well. But you're absolutely right that he's definitely looking to be getting those sub 6 averages in the next 2 rounds. But of course, just for this round, he wants to make sure that he's secured to make it into the finals because we were just talking about that this final is only going to be taking the top 8 from this semifinal, which is pretty different from a lot of these major competitions. Most of the time, they're going to be taking top 16, but this time it's top 8. And the top 8 so far, if the first 2 rounds are any indication, is going to be really, really stiff. In the last round, the 8th best average was 7.5, and everybody else was sub 7. So if that's what it's going to take to make it into the finals, it's a really tall task, especially for these competitors that are kind of on the edge of that top 8.
And right on cue, here is Dylan Miller for his first solve in 3x3 semifinals, looking to get his way into the final round. Let's see how he goes, starting off with White Cross. Pretty smooth turning through and throughout. Quick F2L, quick last layer, 532. Good start for Dylan.
That was a super classic Dylan solve. You saw some F moves during the F2L. You see a lot more of that from him than you see from other top solvers, but he's able to execute it really, really cleanly. And that was also one of the best last layers you can get with the F sexy F prime into a J perm. I'm sure that he saw through that entire last layer, and it was a great execution. Great start for Dylan.
And just look at that reaction. Nothing. We've seen a lot from that from Dylan Miller. It hasn't been the greatest competition for him in terms of times for 3x3, but you can tell that when he gets into these semifinals, you can see he's clearly trying to get focused in on what he has to do.
I bet we're going to see a lot more stoicism in this round too, because they're going to have to tighten up if they want to make it into finals.
No doubt. This is Micah going up for his first solve of semifinals, looking to replicate a time like that. Pretty lucky on that F2L. Finished his last layer off with a 731.
Yeah, and for Micah, that isn't quite up to par for him. He's looking for sub 7s, but it is better than the average that got him 8th place in the last round. Obviously, you want to be going for the best times possible, and it looked like he had a bit of a lockup there and hesitation once he got to last layer, but still clean turning, which is also what you really want to see when your nerves are a little bit higher.
No doubt. Again, we touch on it a lot. As long as you can take something out of your solves that you're okay with, you mentioned that clean turning, as long as that stays consistent, that could be something to really take in to these final rounds should they make it. Micah attempting to get, well, I should say, is about to surpass 2,300 career solves in the WCA. And here you have Dylan Miller getting ready for solve number 2 in his average of 5. Started off great with a 532. He's looking to replicate his times like that.
And already you can see that Dylan is taking this round a little bit more seriously. He's taking a lot more time to prepare for his solves. When we saw him in 2x2, he was just kind of going right into it.
Exactly. Dylan very methodical with his preparation in a 3x3. Let's see what he can find here on solve number 2. Working on yellow this time. Fast pickup, very smooth turning. Quick F2L on the last layer now. Little Locky puts it down with a 577. So back-to-back 5s for Dylan.
Yeah, this is really good stuff from Dylan to start this round. Really, really clean turning, which is kind of his trademark for his solving. He has really clean and fast TPS. So when that's working for him, he's able to put down these 5-second solves. Got a little bit screwed on the last layer here. You can see this is not the last layer that you want with the lefty Olo and to a G-perm, but he executes it pretty cleanly. And that little nod of the head, he knows that he executed cleanly for what he got.
Now coming up to the stream stage, Nancy Liu getting your first look at her in this semifinal round. Made it to this round with a 672 average for in the second round of 3x3. Let's see how she fares in her first look at 3x3 semifinals. Had a remarkable performance in 2x2 earlier today. Solving on White Cross here for Nancy. Pretty quick turning. Little Locky, though, trying to finish up F2L. Does so at around towards 6 seconds. Quick last layer, a 797. Not what she wants there, Chris.
Yeah, a little bit more shaky on the turning there. For me, actually, this is the first I've seen of Nancy's 3x3 solving. Something that struck me about her competition so far is that even her bad times, at least for 2x2, have seemed to be pretty far ahead of everybody else's bad times. But so far for 3x3, I guess maybe the nerves are a little bit heavier being a major competition. Just a bit of a shaky F2L and solve overall. It looks like for this first scramble, there's a free pair that's a little bit difficult to preserve, and I'm not sure if they're doing it. But unfortunate start for her. I don't think a 797 is what she needs to get to the next round.
It'll be interesting to see what the cutoff times are again for those just joining us. Top 8 move on to the 3x3 final. So this is where the pressure really starts ramping up here in the waning stages of this competition. Coming up after this, have another group of 3x3 semifinals, and then we'll get started with the remaining 7 finals throughout the rest of the evening. Should be a lot of fun. Very quick inspection time. Good pickup working on White Cross. Pretty smooth turning throughout. Finishing up F2L relatively quickly. Little locky, but still able to put it down with a 672.
Finishes
And
it up
there's
with
the
this
6-7.
DP.
There's the 6-7 we were waiting for. I was waiting on it, and I was just like, it's got to be coming momentarily, and there it is for Yichen.
Well, it looks like we only had to wait one solve into this next round to get to the 6-7. Great start for Yishan there. Better than his second round average that placed him 6th in the last round. So 6.72, he had a 6.86 average in the last round, and that was a very clean start to this average.
Exactly. That's the kind of stuff that Yichen's going to want to have to try and get to this semifinals here in 3x3. As you mentioned, Chris, Yichen getting through with a 686. This is just his 19th WCA competition that he's attended. Only a 2023 ID, but already put down some very, very impressive times so far throughout his career.
Yeah, that's really impressive to be under 20 competitions and still pull off sub-7 averages. And it looks like he's stone cold. I mean, he's pulling it off in a major competition, so it seems like the nerves aren't getting to him as much as I'd expect.
That's always got to be a positive. Here's Micah going up for his second solve and his average of 5. Here you can see the times at the top of your screen, getting a comparison to Dylan Miller, who entered in as the top contender in this group, at least of 3x3 semifinals. Pretty locky, though, as Micah tries to finish up F2L. This is going to be one he wants to put behind him here, Chris. Puts it down of the +2. It's sort of the nail in the coffin there, 1273.
Yeah, it just looked like a longer solution on Yellow Cross that time. He didn't quite get to inspect his first pair either. And at the top level, when you don't do that, that's a huge handicap on the rest of your solve. So for Micah, not great to be getting a bad time like this so early on in the average, especially when for Micah, he needs to perform at his best if he wants to get into the next round. But hopefully he can recover from that.
Exactly. We know Micah can put down times better than that for sure. PR single of 532, averages 659. So, Chris, even if Micah gets a faster time than the 7 and 1273, he's more than likely going to be counting that 7 should he get a faster time.
Yeah, and you're right. And for Micah, I think he just needs to focus on getting the best average that he can, because even his PR average might not even be guaranteed to make the finals with how loaded the top 8 are. But he shouldn't be focusing on that and just needs to get the best times possible.
Nancy up for her next solve in 3x3 semifinals. Nancy, an 11-time gold medalist all time. 432 single, 599 average. Average is 102nd in the world. Her single is 76th in the world. That 599 average came courtesy this January at Agora Winter 2026. 797 on solve number 1 for Nancy. Let's see how she fares on number 2. White cross here, pretty quick turning, flying through F2L. Quick last layer, 618. Better there from Nancy.
Yeah, that was a really good response. It doesn't look like the easiest start on this second scramble on white or yellow. So to be able to turn that smoothly under duress is really impressive from Nancy.
Good time that Nancy can take there in that second solve. As we keep moving through 3x3 semifinals here at Western Championship 2026, coming up on 1:30 Pacific time and 4:30 Eastern time. Wherever you're watching this from, we thank you so much for joining us on our coverage of Western Championship 2026. Been calling this a lot, the road to North American Championship. And from what we've seen so far, Chris, this has been a great preview to what we can expect from some of these competitors come July.
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of names that you're going to be hearing, or that you've already heard this weekend, to be honest, that you will be hearing as well at the North American Championships. So this is a really good warm-up for those people who have hopes for that as well.
Echen going up for solve number 2 now, still working on finishing up F2L. Might have not finished the cross solution in time. Soft tap of the timer, 898.
You're absolutely right. Did not finish his cross solution and had to do it in the middle of his F2L. And again, when you're down to the 7 or 6 second mark, that's going to ruin your solve. Ishan looks like he's using some ZB. That's 2 out of 2 solves where he's finished with a ZB. So I guess he's one of the many ZB users that we're starting to see more and more.
Good to see the algorithm knowledge come into place here for Yichen. Not the greatest times he's put up so far throughout his first 2 solves, looking to get back on the rails here in this next one. And here comes Dylan coming up for solve number 3 in his average of 5. This will be a pivotal third solve here. Great time so far for Dylan. 2 5-second solves. He's looking to keep on this pace right here. If he can keep on this pace, he is going to be well on his way to 3x3 finals coming up later tonight.
Yeah, and Dylan so far is the only one who's performed pretty well on both of the 2 scrambles he's seen so far, but he got his first 2 solves done before everybody else did one, so it's been a little bit of time that he's been sitting down. Maybe he's had a lot more time to think about it, and hopefully that hasn't thrown off his momentum at all.
Exactly. There can be a lot of questions going into how long the break in between solves has an effect on your momentum. Let's see how Dylan responds to that here as he works on solve number 3.
This
Dylan,
also
white
does
and
not
yellow.
look like a good scramble on either color.
Yellow again here for Dylan. Trying to get through F2L. Does so there. Little Aki last layer. 675 there for Dylan. Not happy with that one.
Yeah, and I think he just realized in the middle of inspection that the solve was going to be tough to squeak out a good time because it was really, really bad start on both colors there. And just a little bit locky as well for Dylan, which we didn't see in the first 2 solves.
First 6-second solve of the average for Dylan Miller. He's going to be counting at that 577. He's going to be counting so far in his average of 5. So even though he has that 6-second solve that he just had a few moments ago, 577, he'll gladly take that in his average of 5.
Yeah, and to be honest, seeding doesn't matter too much, or at least I don't think it matters as much. Maybe that's up for debate, but with this new format, I feel like just getting into the next round is all that really matters. Actually, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe since single matters more than your matchup in the next round is important, so seeding might actually be a bigger factor here.
Nancy up for her third solve in her average of 5. Knows what time she'll be counting here at the conclusion of this one. See how she fares on this third scramble here, which was a challenge for Dylan. White cross here for Nancy. Look at that turn speed. Flying through F2L. Quick last layer for Nancy, 597. Good stuff.
I think that was a really smart solution of her to do the cross in a bit of a less efficient way, but it allowed her to see into her first pair, and that set the fluidity for the rest of the solve. Really interesting that Nancy uses what I believe was a pretty odd Z-perm. I haven't seen that from a top solver before. Yeah, it's very unconventional. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but a 597. So she's recovered really well from that first solve.
Yeah, to me, Chris, what stuck out to that with that Z-perm that you mentioned doesn't look the most ergonomic, and that's the thing that a lot of these top-level solvers know how to do, just make the solution as ergonomic as possible, just as efficient as possible, but sometimes you're just going to be put into bad cases where you're going to have to rely on your algorithm knowledge and hope that you know it in order to try and get yourself through that, maybe that roadblock that you'll have to try and get yourself some fast times.
Yeah, and I think at the top level, you might see a little bit more variation in people's last layer algorithms because it's just up to preference and how often they find certain algorithms reliable compared to others.
Mike up for his third solve and his average of 5, looking to get back on the rails after that +2, working on finishing up F2L here, does so, and big pause to recognize here. He might have not finished the cross again. That's a 1030.
Looks like, yeah, he had an extra pair in there that he thought was solved. And so Micah, really unfortunate. He's counting a 10-second solve, which almost completely derails his hopes of making the next round because he needed to get a really good average by his standards just to make it into the top 8.
Got a feel for Micah there. 10-time gold medalist all time. And just on the wrong end of these solves here. Yichun going up for his third solve in his average of 5. Here you can see the times on the top of your screen. Yichun will know what he'll be counting after this third solve. Very quick inspection here for Yichun. A little slow pickup, working on it. Yellow cross, pretty quick turning throughout. Finishes F2L. Smooth last layer, 688. He's happy about that one with a pump of the fist. That's what he'll be counting.
Yeah, and for Yichun, he's reacting very favorably to the 2 6-second solves that he's gotten, even though it's not necessarily close to his PR. And I think it's because he knows that these are pretty tough starts, and to be able to pull off these times with them is really impressive. So for him, he may also just be really trying to make it into the next round. So good for him that he's able to pull these off with these tough scrambles.
Bring it back to Dylan, getting ready for his fourth solve in his average of 5. Counting a 577. Got a 675, his third solve up. Let's see how he can respond to that 6-second solve, but well on his way, on pace so far, to slot his way into the finals later this evening. First look at scramble number 4 here. Let's see what Dylan can find. Dylan always so quick on his pickup. Very quick turning to start. Solid F2L on the last layer now. Puts that down with a 565. Great stuff from Dylan.
Dylan is really flexing his muscles. He's showing that there's levels to this because these are not easy scrambles at all. I mean, this on white, in my opinion, looks pretty terrible as well, but he's able to plan something that allowed him to see first and maybe even second pair here. Really, really good fluidity from him in all of his solves. And yeah, look at that. He's using the F moves once again. Doesn't know the ZB, but it doesn't really matter because he's so fluid through OLL and PLL. So Dylan looking to lock himself into a sub-6 average here if he can come through on the last solve.
Well on pace to 558 best possible average for Dylan, 606 worst possible average. Here's Nancy getting ready for her next solve and her average of 5. I believe this is number 4 for Nancy coming up, so she'll know what her BPA and WPA will be after this fourth solve. Been a 7, 6, and a 5 here for Nancy. See if she can keep trending upward here as she works on scramble number 4. White cross here for Nancy. Quick turning, little locky trying to finish through F2L. Does so there. On to last layer. Puts it down with an 860 with a shake of the head.
Yeah, and unfortunately now she's going to be counting that 7.97, but it looks like even her worst possible average has a good shot in making the top 8 if the last round was any indication of that. 671 is definitely going to make it, but she definitely would have liked to not have counted that 797 there.
Absolutely. Here's Micah getting ready for his fourth solve and his average of 5. Been a rough average of 5 for him here. He's counting a 1030. See if Mike can get back on the rails here, working on yellow cross. Pretty smooth and fluid turning. Finishes up F2L there. Quick last layer, puts it down with a 734.
Well, just looks like that the solves right now are a tale of two stories for Micah. He's either going to get something that's pretty good or something that's disastrous. And unfortunately, because he's counting that 10, he's going to need something a little bit better than just pretty good by his standards if he wants to make up for it.
Here comes Yichun. Fourth solve coming up for him in his average of 5. 2 6s and 8 so far for Yichun. He's inspected very, very quickly here. Once again, expecting relatively quickly here. White cross the choice for Yichun. Pretty locky, though, as he works through F2L. Able to get through it there. Quick last layer. Puts it down with an 829.
Now calling 3x3 semifinals, Group 2. Once again, 3x3 semifinals, Group 2. To see if you are in Group 2, you can refer to the projectors or the TV screen. And if you just competed in the 3x3 semifinals, please take an empty judging spot so we can start the finals on time.
And unfortunately for Ishan there, he's going to be counting an 8-second solve as well. And you can see the big reaction from him. He really cares about making it into the finals of this competition, his first major competition. So I think he still has a chance. He just needs to lock in on that last solve, but obviously not what you want going into your last solve.
See if Yichun can get back on the rails a little bit later. Here's Dylan. Solve number 5 coming up. There you see the best possible and worst possible averages at the top of your screen right now. Been a really solid round so far for Dylan, and he's looking to get his way into the finals. Here he goes on scrambled number 5. White cross the choice. Pretty fluid turning throughout. Finishes F2L there. Quick last layer. 550.
Perfect solve from Dylan. It seems like his whole average has been pretty perfect apart from his worst solve, but even his worst solve being a 675, this is a bit of an easier scramble. He already has one cross piece done and one is another move away. Really nice solution there at the start to kind of make everything else a little bit more efficient, and rotationless A-perm there with no AUF. Great execution from Dylan and a great average for him in the semifinals.
Indeed, a 564 average. Dylan right now sits in first and is well on pace to get into 3x3 finals later tonight. Nancy going up for her 5th and final solve in her average. 671 BPA, 758 WPA. Let's see how Nancy can fare here. Advanced to this round with a 672. So if she is able to get BPA, that would shave 100th of a second off from her time that she was able to advance to in this round. And here goes Nancy. White cross the choice. Fluid turning throughout. Trying to get through F2L quickly. Does so. Quick last layer. 620. That's a solid finish for Nancy.
Yeah, and she did a really similar solution to Dylan there. Hers looked even more efficient because she had the 6-move OLL into a U permutation. A little bit shaky on the U permutation. I think she was a little bit caught off guard by the angle of it or something. But really good stuff. The solution was perfect here. And I think she just guaranteed herself a spot in the finals because that was a really high pressure solve. 758, not guaranteed to make finals, but now she's able to get 6.78, which is almost guaranteed, in my opinion, to make finals.
Nancy slots into the second position as of right now. Micah going up for his 5th and final solve in his average of 5. Finishing up white cross here through F2L. Little locky, but quick last layer. 835 to finish things off for Micah.
This was just an unfortunate average for Micah. He didn't quite get the really good times by his standards that he needed to make up for the 10. And an 866 average most likely isn't going to do it for the top 8. It's a big blow for Micah because he was definitely looking to make finals at this competition.
No doubt. Micah, we'll see what happens, but that 8-second average, 866 to be specific, might be a tough one to see if that will advance into the final or not. Yichun, his WPA 805, BPA of 730. It's been 2 6s and 2 8s from Yichun here. See if he can pull through and try and slot himself into the final round later tonight. Once again, very quick inspection here from Yichun. White cross the choice. Pretty fluid turning throughout. Little locky there. Finishes up F2L on the last layer now. Puts it down with a 776. And that's going to result in an average for him of around probably in that 7-second range.
Yeah, 764 there for Yichun, and it seems like on this scramble, this is the one to take advantage of, and unfortunately, it's the last pair here where it was made before he did his third pair, but it got broken, which he didn't quite track, and obviously the G-perm execution was not quite there, so for Yichun, 764 is cutting it really, really close, and I think he would have liked to take more advantage of a pretty nice last scramble, but obviously you're doing the best you can, and 764 might be good enough.
Absolutely. And here we go. We're going to transition right into 3x3 semifinals group 2. Maybe not. Zarui did walk up for a second, but walking right back down. Maybe some extra solvers are still finishing up from their first group. Well, let's quickly get you some times from that first group while we have a moment here. Dylan currently sits in first with that 564 average. Nancy in second with 678. Ichun slots in third with 764. Dan Tran slots in fourth right now with a 796. Had a 13-second solve on his third solve, but Dan able to get back on the rails and finish with a high 7 average. Ryan Roth slots in fifth as of right now with an average of 813. Zach Rubio with an 846 sits in sixth place. Milo sits in seventh with an 862, and Dom Shoji sits in eighth with an 863. And here we go, getting you set for 3x3 semifinals. Group 2, the final group in the semifinals. We're going right into it with Koi Min Wen. .482 PR single, 644 PR average, going up for his first solve and his average of 5. A little slower pickup, working on White Cross. Finishes F2L relatively quickly. Locky last layer, 7-12 to start things off for Koi.
Yeah, and this scramble, so it doesn't look like that the next group scramble, at least the first one, is really good either. So we're really getting a good taste of what these competitors are really made of. If some people are just like good scramble merchants, or how they're able to respond for really bad scrambles. And I think Nancy and Dylan in the last round did a really good job at it. And so far, Koi with a 7.12 on that scramble is also very, very good.
Here's Brendan Dunnigan getting his look at the first crack of 3x3 semifinals. Been a great competition so far for Bendy. He's looking for more, working on orange here. Pretty quick turning throughout, finishes F2L relatively quickly. Fast last layer, 604. That's a good recovery for Bendy.
Yeah, and Bendy doing orange cross there, I believe. And so he's not beholden to the white and yellow cross bad scramble, at least for the first one. That was a really unconventional last layer. I'm not exactly sure if he meant to do that. He did the wrong OLO, but it gave him a really easy ZB. It looked like he might have actually planned that, which I've never actually seen before. So great stuff from Bendy there. At 604 is a great start for him.
Now here's Zaruri Cheng getting his first look at 3x3 semifinals. Advanced to this round with a 637 average. Talked about it earlier. It's been a lot of 6-second solves for Zarui, but again, if he can keep up this consistency, he is well on his way to the head-to-head finals coming up later this evening. Zarui, 488 singles. PR average is actually 589, which is 95th in the world. Zarui also very methodical in his preparation. Let's see what the 6-time gold medalist can produce here on his first of 5 solves in 3x3 semifinals. Pretty quick inspection for Zarui, and off he goes, also working on orange cross. Pretty fast turning. Finishes up F2L there, 651.
Got a little bit bailed out there with the really easy ZB, or maybe you want to call it a PLL skip, because this is just the standard OLO algorithm that everybody learns kind of in the beginning of Tuluk OLL. A bit of a shaky execution overall for Zarui, so he is going to look to clean that up in the next solves.
And right on cue there, Chris, another 6-second solve for Zarui.
Yeah, you're right. I think that makes that 5 6-second solves in a row. He actually responded pretty well from last time because he started with an 8.
Absolutely. Here's Max Park getting his first look at 3x3 semifinals, defending Western champion, and he is looking to get back into the finals and possibly claim his 8th straight Western championship title. Nobody other than Max Park has won Western championships. Max has dominated this competition all throughout the year, and he's looking to get back into finals later this evening. Let's see what he can produce on this first solve. Working on white, a couple of rotations in there, lightning fast turning. He just keeps going, 548.
And I think that's the fluidity that we've seen from Max for basically his entire career. Like, maybe the finger tricks and the turning aren't the best in the world, but I mean, the fluidity is something, might be the greatest we've ever seen. So in this solve, I mean, really, really good start. He had 2 free pairs and then a free pair at the very end as well. Not a very good last layer, but again, that doesn't really matter when he's flying through it like that.
Just a simple nod of the head for Max Park. Just so consistent throughout the course of his career. And a great start for Max. Brendan Dunnigan getting back up for his second solve in his average of 415 PR single, 563 PR average. Singles 54th in the world, and average is 51st in the world. See what Bendy can find here on solve number 2. Working on Blue Cross this time. Very fast turning, very shaky at the same time through F2L on the last layer now. Puts it down with a 639, a little bit of an awkward angle.
I think that might be a +2. It's hard to tell from here.
Very, very close. Try and get official word on the time, but that looked to be very, very close to a +2. Try and get official word on that as soon as we know more. Coming up on the 2 o'clock hour local time in Riverside, California, at the Riverside Convention Center for West Coast Cubing's coverage of Western Championship 2026. Michael Rosencrans, Chris Yen alongside with me. Glad to have you along on this Monday, May 25th, this Memorial Day holiday, rounding out Western Championships 2026 for this weekend. It's been a great competition so far, Chris. Coy getting back up for solve number 2. See what he can work with here. White cross for Coy. Very quick turning. Kill keeps going. 559. Great bounce back from Coy.
Yeah, it looks like this scramble has a lot of blocks to work with. I noticed immediately, though, on white that you're going to end up, if you use that orange and green block, with a flipped edge. But Coy using some pseudo-slotting here and EO in order to get away from that. That's a really good time. Absolutely justified pump of the fist for that time as well. Great solution from him.
Yeah, Coy started off his average of 5 with that 712. Able to get back on the right track with that 559. Zarui coming up for his second solve in his average of 5. 651 was his first time in this average of 5 here on this second solve. Once again, you see that block on white there. Pretty quick inspection time for Zarui. And off he goes, working on blue as well. Pretty quick turning throughout. Finishes up F2L. Quick last layer as well. Bit of a pause, a 653.
Well, another 6-second solve for Zarui. I'm really liking the consistency I've been seeing from him because I think that's been one of his biggest questions as he's risen to the top here. Very, very clean execution throughout, except for the AUF on the end perm, and I think that's kind of why he's shaking his head a little bit. It's very uncharacteristic for solvers at this level to not predict their AUF for PLL, so probably pretty disappointed with that, but a good time nonetheless.
No doubt. We did get official word from our very own Manu Singhal that time that was in question for Bendy was indeed a +2. So Brendan on his second solve will now have recorded an 839. And here's Max going up for his second solve in his average of 5. Started things off blistering with a 548 for Max. Looking to continue on that pace as he works on scramble number 2. Working on blue as well. Lightning, fast turning, little locky. On the last layer now, a 589. It doesn't matter if there's lockups. Max is going to find a way, and he found a way there.
So it looks like blue is the choice for everybody on this next scramble. And yeah, there's a lot of blocks on blue, so people can take advantage of those to make some extended crosses. A little bit of a bad last layer there with the lefty that we saw Dylan, excuse me, in his average 2. And he also ended up doing 3 U primes before the PLL. But again, it's Max. The fluidity is always there. 589 is exactly what he gets.
2 5s for Max, and here once again comes Brendan Dunnigan. That second time was ruled a +2, so Brendan working with so far a 604 and an 839. Looking to put down a solid time. He'll know what he'll be counting after this third solve here. Getting your first look at the third scramble as well. Let's see what Bendy can produce here. Really using his time looking up all around. Orange cross the choice here for Bendy. Pretty shaky in the hands, quick turning throughout. Pretty locky, though. Puts it down with a 733. That's what he'll be counting.
Yeah, it was really shaky turning there. Orange did seem like the best choice here because white and yellow look pretty awful once again. It looks like Bendy's turning isn't fully there in this average, but he's lucky that his times are still kind of in the low 7 range, which is what he needs to make the next round. But it seems like in this group, Bendy is the one that has to deal with some early adversity in his average.
Zarui back up for solve number 3. And sitting right next to him, our very own Lucas Aubin, getting ready to go in this group as well. Big shout out to Lucas for his tireless work on the production team this entire weekend. Running a live stream certainly isn't easy, especially for long hours during the competition. So again, to Lucas and all of our wonderful crew bringing you the coverage, it's certainly appreciated. Zarui going up for solve number 3. Red's the choice him for Zarui. Pretty quick turning throughout. Finishes up F2L there. Locky last layer, an 8 flat for Zarui.
And interesting that he chose to do red cross here because it, at least from what I can tell, red cross doesn't seem like the best choice either for this pretty bad third scramble. But once again, it's the last layer lockups that are kind of killing Zarui in his solve so far. And now he has to make sure he doesn't count that 8.
6:53 is the time that Zarui is counting so far in his average of 5. We just keep on moving in this 3x3 semifinals. Coming up after this, it'll be the first of the remaining 7 finals coming up later tonight. So after this, it'll be a little bit of a break for the delegates to set up for finals. And then in this order, it is Scube, Pyraminx, 4x4, 2x2, one-handed, 3 blind, and then the marquee event 3x3 finals with the head-to-head format. That's what's coming up later this evening. Koi getting ready for his third solve in his average of 5, a 7 and a 5 for Koi here. Able to get back on the rails, and he's looking to put down a good time here for solve number 3. See what Koi can work with here on this third solve. White cross the choice here for Koi. Pretty locky through F2L. Still looking to finish it up. Does so. Locky last layer, an 825, so that 7's going to be counting.
Not the worst that the low 7 is counting, but you definitely want that to be your worst counting solve to make it to the next round. And I believe Koi is white only or white and yellow only, so he is going to be beholden to these bad scrambles so far on white and yellow. Able to save it a little bit there with the 2 GLO, but yeah, hopefully 825 for him is his worst solve of the average.
For sure, there's time for Koi to get it back on the rails. And if he can put down some faster times as he did in that second solve, he'd be looking great. Here's Max. Solve number 3 coming up for Max. 2-5 so far. Mr. Consistency in this one. Let's see if he can put down potentially another 5 for his third time. Going on white here for Max. Couple of rotations, just such fast turning. Big pause throughout. Finishes last layer, a 653 for Max, so he's counting, though, a 589.
Max opting to use white on this solve, even though he is color neutral. He has switched a little bit to a white and yellow bias in recent years, but able to make a solution there work, although there was a really big pause after his second pair right there where kind of derailed the rest of his solve. But, you know, one pause for Max, and that's kind of it for the entire solve, so he's still able to get a 653.
Max's first 6-second solve in this average of 5. Able to get to the second round with an average of 560. And just to give you context, that 560 came in the second round, and Dylan got through to finals with an average of 564. Here's Brendan for his fourth solve in his average of 5. Counting that 733 so far in his average of 5. Let's see what he can work with here on solve number 4. Red cross the choice here for Bendy. Quick turning throughout. Pretty shaky hands, though. Locky last layer, 754. That's also going to be counting for Bendy.
Well, now for Bendy, his worst possible average is 7.75, so that puts a good bit of pressure on him to perform in the last solve. Once again, white and yellow doesn't look like a very good start, but even on red cross, he does a rotation and then a rotation back, which you never want to do in any circumstance. And it just looks like the last layer turning for him is a bit locky and shaky. Still able to put down respectable times, but definitely a lot of pressure on him to do well in the last solve.
Should Bendy get that worst possible average of 775, he would bump out Dan Tran out of the current 8th position as it stands right now. Dan sits there with an 796 average. Yi Chen Sheng just above him with a 764. So could be in for a tight race in the waning stages of this final group of 3x3 semifinals. Zarui back up for his fourth solve and his average of 5. 2 6s so far to start and an 8 flat on his third solve. He's counting a 653. Looking to get back on the right train here for solve number 4. Red cross here for Zarui. Pretty solid turning throughout. Finishes F2L. Quick last layer puts it down with a 687. So another 6-second solve for Zarui.
Yeah, and the turning looked a little bit better there, but once again, not as flawless as he probably wants it to be. It helped a little bit that he ended with a T permutation, which is kind of like a warm-up PLO that you do all the time, so it can be more reliable. Even that, he locked up a little bit, and not the times that he's looking for, but he still has a very good shot at getting into the finals. In fact, yeah, worst possible average, 713, is probably pretty safe to make it anyways.
Yes, that's almost guaranteed for him to make it into the finals. Now, of course, unless some of these cubers who are finishing up their average of 5 pull out ridiculous times, but at this point, looking to be relatively safe there with that 713 worst possible average BPA of 664. Here's Koi for his fourth solve and his average of 5. This time opting for white. Pretty methodical in his turning, a little smoother, a little pause there, finishes F2L. The MU moves 687. Good stuff from Koi.
And once again, so this whole average, we haven't really seen a great scramble on white and yellow, which for Koi is a problem because he solves on white and yellow only. But once again, he's able to pull out a pretty good solution there, able to plan first pair and not lock up during his F2L, which is really hard to do under pressure when you know the scramble is not great. So really impressive stuff that we're seeing from Koi here.
Should Koi get that BPA of 653, that would slot him currently into the 3rd position should he get that BPA. Max returning for his 4th solve in his average of 5. 2 5s and a 6 for the reigning Western champion. Max is placed first in his past 25 rounds of 3x3. And add a couple more rounds onto that from this competition. Green cross here for Max, just so quick turning. Puts it down with a 385!
Oh my goodness, the backsoon into the PLL skip. And if Max ever gets a PLL skip with his fluidity, I mean, that's almost like guaranteed to be a 3-second stall.
All
So,
Scube and
unbelievable
Pyramix
for Max.
finalists, submit your puzzles. All Scube finalists and all Pyramix finalists, submit your puzzles.
Yeah, look at that EO on green cross. Such fluidity there, 385. I believe that's the fastest solve of the competition so far as well.
You submit at the white stage.
It is indeed incredible stuff from Max. His best possible average jumped up to 507, worst possible average of 597. Earlier today, Dylan got a 411 in the first round of, in the second round, I should say, of 3x3. First thing this morning, and Max just one-upped him with that 385 single. What a solution from Max. Brendan going up for his fifth and final solve in his average of 5. There you can see BPA and WPA at the top of your screen. Let's see what Bendy can work with here on solve number 5. White cross this time for Bendy. Quick turning throughout, still a little shaky. Finishes F2L. Locky last layer, 629. He nods the head, though. He's happy with that one, and he'll finish up with an average of 705.
A super clutch solving from Brendan there. He had an incredible start on his turning there. His first 2 pairs were done almost instantly. Again, a little bit shaky on the last couple pairs and last layer, but that's okay. 629 is probably going to get it done and slot himself into finals.
As it stands right now, Brendan just slotted himself into the 6th position so far, heading on his way to the finals. A few more solves left to go, though. Zarui coming up for his 5th and final solve. You'll see Koi coming up for his 5th solve. And, of course, you'll see Max Park coming up again for his 5th and final solve. Here goes Zarui. 664 BPA, 713 WPA. And a lot of 6s for Zarui. Let's see what he can find on solve number 5. Yellow here for Zarui. Couple of rotations, quick turning throughout. Finishes F2L. Quick last layer, puts it down with a 621. A good finish for Zarui. He slots into the finals.
Or if you are in one of the signs, the seats that is labeled reserved with the sign.
Yeah, and the best possible average for Zarui, so 664. That's also going to bump Brendan Dunnigan down a spot. And with Max and Koi coming up still, we may be seeing Brendan get upset and not make the final rounds here. It's all really going to depend on the times that Koi can put down in his final solve.
Dan Tran is still on the bubble right now with that 796 average. Yichun currently in 7th right now. Bendy in 6th. Koi has one more solve to go in his average of 5. He currently sits in 5th right now, but he's got a BPA of 653 and a WPA of 741. And the only 2 solves remaining in this group are indeed Koi Min-Wen and Max Park. Here comes Koi. Again, 653 BPA, 741 WPA for Koi. Time's been a little all over the place. That second solve, best of his average with a 559. He's counting a 712 and a 687. See what he can find here on this 5th and final solve. Here he goes. Back over to White. A little bit of a slow pickup. Big pause trying to get through F2L. Big pause trying to recognize the case on last layer. Little Locky. Soft tap of the timer. 1085 for Koi. That'll lock in 741. Worst possible average.
Yeah, and with the really large range between the best and the worst possible average, definitely don't want to be on the low end of that. So 741 is going to cut it really close. And you were right, his average was all over the place. He had a 5, 6, 7, and 8 going into that solve. You would have preferred he continued the sequence with a 4 instead of a 9, but he gets close to an 11 on that last solve. So really unfortunate for Koi. We saw some really good solutions from him in a scramble set that wasn't very favorable, but we may not be seeing him in the finals.
Here's Max, 5th and final solve in his average of 5. There you see the best possible and worst possible averages at the top of your screen. See what he can find here on this 5th and final solve. White, yellow cross the choice here for Max. A little bit of a pause, trying to recognize, making up for it. It is fast turning. 539. Great recovery for Max.
Wow, that solution seemed really, really short. It looked like he was pausing a little bit, but all of a sudden his F2O was done. And now Max is going to slot himself, I believe, into first place, even though Dylan had such a good average with 5.64.
He will indeed. Max slots into first with an average of 559. Dylan sits right behind him with an average of 564. And let's take you through the rest of the list here as we've just concluded the final solves of 3x3 semifinals. Let's take you through the list one more time. 3x3 semifinals goes like this. Those aren't fully updated yet. We'll read you the updated results here right now. Max Park in first with a 559. Dylan in second with a 564 average. Zarui slots into third with a 664 average. In fourth is Nancy Liu with a 678 average. And fifth place, you'll have Brendan Dunnigan with a 705 average. Koyman Wen slots into sixth place with a 741 average. Sebastian Stone slots into seventh with a 762 average with the updated results now in. And thank you to the production team. And Yicheng Sheng in eighth with a 764. Those are your top 8. Dan, unfortunately, bumped out of contention to advance to the finals, but those are your top 8 heading into 3x3 finals. Dylan had a great average, but solve of the round, Chris, 385 by Max Park.
Yeah, there were absolutely fireworks in that round with the 385 and just a lot of good solutions that we saw from these top solvers. That was a really, really bad scramble set in my opinion. And for a lot of these top solvers, they really flex their muscles by showing what they can do even with those bad scrambles. So really good stuff to see from them.
Absolutely. Well, that concludes 3x3 semifinals. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we return, we are now beginning the final rounds, the remaining 7 finals. And once again, they'll go in this order. Skewb, Pyraminx, 4x4, 2x2, one-handed, 3 blind, and of course, the marquee event, head-to-head finals. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Our coverage of Western Championship 2026 returns right after this.
There we go. Now I'm back. Welcome back, everyone. That was a very exciting 3x3 round, and we're going to get started with these Cube finals. We're running a little bit behind, so yeah, we're just going to basically get right into it. Let's send it to Dylan Govit to announce the finalists. Also, hi, Zach.
I'm new.
We're just setting up the shot right now. Let me jump this.
With our Cube final.
There you go. Hopefully you can hear.
Introduce your
You can hear Dylan.
competitors. In your 16th seed from Southern California, Jason Zhang. In your 15th seed from Southern California, August Bernard. In your 14th seed from Southern California, Shiloh Despine. In your 13th seed from Southern California, Emil Lazaryev. In your 12th seed from Southern California, Dominic Shoji. In your 11th seed from Southern California, Koi Min Nguyen. In your 10th seed from Southern California, Jusun Choi. In your 9th seed from Southern California and your very own WCC delegate, Andy French. In your 8th seed from Northern California, Eli Valera. In your 7th seed, visiting the West from Australia, Joshua Almanza. In your 6th seed from Southern California, Caleb Cow. In your 5th seed from Southern California, Jack Flynn Stewart. In your 4th seed from Northern California, he's the former state record holder, Sid Shivnath. In your 3rd seed from Northern California, Yuto Kono. In your 2nd seed from Northern California, he's the defending Western champion and got 5th place at the last World Championship, Dean Jacob Adamo Suskind. And in your 1st seed from Southern California, Brendan Dunnigan. Good luck to all competitors. Runners, please bring out the cubes.
And with that, we have begun the finals block here at the Western Championship 2026. We're going to get things kicked off with Scube. It's going to be a fantastic contest at the top, Zach. Brendan Dunnigan, Dean Jacob Adamo Suskin, Yuto Kono, Sid Shifnath. All of these are guys who could win. And of course, the Western's podium, very, very coveted. The overall podium, very coveted. We got cash prizes here today. And welcome to the broadcast, Zach Riedel.
Thank you, Manu. It's good to be here with you. I can still see us a little on screen. I think production has to slide the fader bar a little more. We're going to see Brendan Dunnigan go for his first solve in Scube finals. Brendan, seed number 1 coming into this. He solves 313, not too happy with it. Won the first round, but really I think anyone in the top 4 right now of our seeds, Sid, Yuto, Dean, and Brendan, are all really vying for that Western title. I feel like they all got a very good match into it.
Yeah, certainly. And it's a little bit of actually a bit of a reversal on the seed wise. We actually have Jack Flynn Stewart, who's actually sitting in 5th seed. So he was actually the 4th seed coming into it. So it's a little bit of a shift, but basically it's like the guys that you would expect it at the top, and then you have like your next layer of dudes. As we kind of go around, we're going to get the results for you. We do have live data entry. Thank you to the live data enterers. So you can follow along on WCA Live. And once we get times from everyone, we'll also pull up the projected rankings that you'll be able to look at as well. Zach, Scube is kind of a crazy event sometimes just because the +2s that can happen with this puzzle are absurd, and +2 is basically the same thing as DNF, right?
Yeah, especially in these sprint events, adding 2 seconds to your time is basically a killer. It will be the worst solve in your average. We see Dean going here, 237, pretty clean solution there. That is the fastest solve we've seen so far off stream. Yuto Kono with a 403 on their first as well. Dean, as you heard earlier, 5th at Worlds 2025.
And not just 5th,
definitely.
That's where he set his PR average as well, I believe, which is an insane time to set your PR average, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when you're one of the best, nerves, I don't really know where I'm going with this, but being able to like hold yourself together for a round like that in such a big moment, truly impressive. I believe we see Yuto going for his 2nd right now.
Oh, it looks like it's just too long of a solution. 332. I mean, he's keeping himself in it, which is nice, but he did have a 403, which is the slowest of our top seeds. As, yeah, we have 4 results in. Dean, 237, you saw that. Sid off to the side, 301. Brendan, 313. Yuto, 403. And then
coming up with another 3.
I do see on this scramble, there's two options that hopefully we're going to see that isn't a +2 for Brendan. 302 on his second one. I saw two major options there. There is like I guess a 1x2 block is the equivalent for on red and on white. Not sure if the corners were solved or if any of our solvers are using EG2, but at least some points to get going on a potential layer. Sid, solve number 2. 226.
Nice solve.
Looks a little peeved about it, but 226 is the fastest solve we've seen so far.
Nice solve. Yeah. I mean, I think part of it is like, yeah, PRs, of course, everyone wants to see the PR. It's not going to be about the PRs. It's really going to be about who can hold their nerve, as you were saying, the most, and who can get, I mean, honestly, even if you get like the best, or wait, what am I trying to, even if you get like the best worst solves, I guess that's perfectly fine. We don't need to break PRs. I mean, or let's just shoot for them. 207 from Dean, great solve from him as we go to Yuto.
That solution was insane from Dean. Crazy turning, completely effortless. You see Yuto going now. 269.
Nice job.
Looks pretty happy with that. Yeah, I think like all of these top 4 solvers are beasts in their own rights. Sid just getting back off of back-to-back PR averages of 211 in the at one of their last competitions, or at least their last few competitions. Jack Flynn Stewart here, 5th seed right now. Let's see what Jack can pull off.
Yeah, surely Jack has done more than 0 solves. 238. Okay. All right, Zach. This is a dynamic final. We're like in it. We're locked in. Anyone can win this right now. The solves are coming out, and they're coming out in droves.
Yeah, Brendan Dunnigan, 292 here. I believe that's Brendan's third. WCC Live is only showing me one. 202 from Sid. Ooh, on pace right now with Dean. Looking right now at WCC Live predictions, Dean and Sid both neck and neck. Yeah, just amazing solving from them both so far. It looks like we're only tracking the top 4, so we're not going to be able to see how Jack Flynn Stewart is doing, even though he's in podium contention. So we'll try and keep an eye out if we see anything happen there. Yuto Kono, solve number 4. Not seeing a whole lot there. A green arrow to solve with. 314. Not happy with that solve.
I mean, head in hands, maybe, I guess, because, I mean, the thing is, like, he doesn't know that everyone else is getting good times, but you can't think about that, right? Like, you have to think about, okay, well, I need to get the best times for myself. I need to put up times that are competitive. And I feel like his times are decently competitive. It's just that everyone else is also just throwing darts at the moment.
Speaking of Dean, 189, fastest solve we've seen so far in this final.
Oh,
I mean, when you're talking darts, that's a dart. 316 there, Jack Flynn Stewart. Keeping up with the pace. I think Jack might actually have so far a solid shot at podium. Depends on how our other competitors do. Brendan Dunnigan right now, solve number 4. Oh, Sid, we're going to cut to Sid for solve number 4 first. Ooh, big pause there before going into NS. Quick layer solution, though. Brendan, let's see if he can find something. 269. Looking quite pleased with it. That's the third solve in a row that Brendan's cube hasn't been fully aligned. Ooh, Sid, a DNF on solve number 4, it actually looks. Inputted into WCA Live. Not sure if my co-caster Manu Singh Hall has left me, but that's okay.
Hey, I'm still here.
Brendan looks.
I'm still here.
Oh, I just haven't heard you talking, man.
No, I'm still here.
I see a little mute indicator, so I was wondering.
No, we're good. We're here.
Yuto Kono, solve 5. Big pause for recognition, lengthy alg.
That's gonna be +2.
I think that's a +2.
Oh,
614 for Yuto. Sorry, counting a 4 and a 3. I think well out of at least contention for winning. Maybe still on the podium. Depends on how Jack Stewart is doing. Dean getting ready for solve 4. Currently projected first. Let's see what he can pull off.
Yeah, off screen
350 average for Yuto confirmed. Sorry.
No, you're
Go
good.
ahead, Manu.
I was just gonna say we have Jack off stream as well, so it's gonna be kind of a race between both of them here. Let's see which we're gonna get on the broadcast first. In either case, I'll tell you which one we
Miss. Looks like Jack got a little bit stymied there. This is going to be a 4. That's no good. And Dean with another sub 2. He's counting that sub 2. He might be
He
on.
doesn't look happy with it, but he's on pace right now to be our Western champion.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He is looking fantastic. I mean, can anyone even catch him? No, none of the top 4 can catch him, right? Yeah.
I don't think so. Yeah, that looks like it's a guaranteed first, I think.
I
think yeah, it should be. I mean, WPA is 214. No one's coming close to that. So Dean Jacob Adamo Suskind is your Western champion.
Now I'll
Brendan
say,
Dunnigan, Sol 5.
as far as we know, there is some data to be entered, and Bendy definitely, I think, DNF'd that one.
Yeah, turning the cube after stopping the timer is a DNF for Brendan, unfortunately. So that will count at least one time in his average. I think he's still looking at sub 3 though. He's laughing it off. At least it's not like a. At least he's not upset about it. It was going to be the worst solve in his average regardless.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can find out what Jack Stewart is doing average wise. But right now it's projecting that we're going to see a podium of Dean, Sid, and Brendan in that order.
Yeah.
All dependent.
Yeah, that does look like. I think that it will end up that way. I'm not sure what Bendy's. Well, with the DNF, yeah, I guess I'm not sure just what his second time is. To see if he will beat Yuto. Zach, do you remember what he got on 2, or maybe we just didn't see it at all?
I feel like he got a 2, but I'm not totally confident, so I can't. I'm not gonna say for certain, but I'm sure we will find out as soon as results are put in.
Interesting.
See Dean Sol 5 here.
Yeah, I mean, Dean has the potential for. I mean, he has potential for sub 2 even. Can he pull it off?
Best possible average is sub 2 here.
Oh, he got it.
Will do it.
Got it.
198 average for Dean. Taking Western champion by a mile, it seems. See in the background,
yeah.
Jack Stewart walking away. Not sure how Jack's looking right now. The podium is looking like a 350 average from Yuto Kono, makes 3rd. So definitely ripe for Jack Stewart to have maybe snuck onto the podium as well. But right now we're just looking at Dean, Sid, Yuto in that order for your Western Championship podium. Electric Cube Finals. Cube's such a fun event to watch.
It's actually it's crazy.
It's unsolved, and then like in a blink of an eye, and like a bunch of like elbow flapping later, like the cube is solved.
It really is. It's such a weird motion. It's really funny to watch. I mean, this was just a Dean masterclass. No one else in the field even had a sub 2 coming into this. So if you get a sub 2, you basically have it on lock, and that's exactly what he did here. I wonder how much of that confidence from Worlds, 5th place at the World Championship is no joke, right? Transferring that over to the Western Championship Finals, just sub 2 like it was nothing, got better and better with almost every single solve. That is a masterclass. Fantastic stuff from Sid as well. And as things look right now, Yuto is holding well, and we'll see as the final results. There we go. So we got Bendy's final result. It will be Brendan in 3rd place instead, at least for the moment, as we wait to get all the data entered.
Not to interrupt you, it does seem like Brendan's last solve was ruled as a +6.
Yeah.
So I think that's why he was kind of laughing that off. It's a little bit absurd to get that many penalties stacked on, but still coming in 3rd with a 302 average. 2nd, Sid Shivnath with a 254, and then Dean Suskind 198. Still no word on Jack Flynn Stewart. Another potential podium contender, but at the very least, looks like we got a pretty solid podium here for Cube Finals.
Yeah, and I mean, what a start to the Western Championship Finals. I think we are going to actually. I think we're going to transition to a quick ad break as I kind of try and figure out what's going to happen next. So sorry to subject you to some ads. I promise I made fun ads this time, at least. So I think let's just go to a quick ad slideshow, and then we'll be right back with some more explanation as to what's going on. Stay tuned, everyone. And we're actually back, everyone. We're actually just going to go ahead straight to Pyramix Finals. I actually thought that there was going to be more stuff that needed to be sorted out, but Dylan Govic, Ruby Lou in the background, they don't get the attention that they should, but they have been doing an incredible job as head organizers, making sure that everything is running as smoothly as possible. So shout out to them.
Elijah Gabriel Retz. In your 13th seed from Southern California, Saul Alagona. In your 12th seed from Southern California, Jack Flynn Stewart. In your 11th seed from Northern California, Sebastian Stone. In your 10th seed from Southern California, Shiloh Despine. In your 9th seed from Southern California, Eileen Vo. In your 8th seed from Northern California, Sid Shivnath. In your 7th seed from Southern California, August Bernard. In your 6th seed from Southern California and your very own WCC delegate, Franklin Pham. In your 5th seed, visiting the West from New Jersey, Mariana K. Lee. In your 4th seed from Southern California, Daxton Westlake. In your 3rd seed from Northern California, Lucas Kim. In your 2nd seed from Southern California and your defending Western champion, Brendan Dunnigan. And in your 1st seed from Northern California, he holds the national record single for India, Hrishikesh Kakaki. Good luck to all finalists. Runners, please run the puzzles.
And here we are. We're getting things started with the Pyramix Finals. We have a slate of incredible solvers from around the West Coast, as well as a visitor, Mariana K. Lee, sitting in the 5th seed coming into this final, as well as
representing the Mid-Atlantic.
I knew you'd wanted to get a shot in there.
Of course, I'm going to get a shot in there.
Hey,
our region's the best region.
My guys are on top.
As you were saying, yeah, amazing slate of competitors. Right now, I think we're looking at our top 3 seeds all duking it out for that Western title. Lucas Kim, Brenda Dunnigan, and Rishu Kakati. Amazing solvers. We did just see Lucas with a 229 PR average in the first round. Brendan Dunnigan, all-rounder go, I think is fair to call him. And Rishu coming in seed 1, the only person with a sub-2 average this competition, it seems. I hope I don't get made a liar when I check results. Yes, the only person right now with a sub-2 average.
All right.
Lucas, 264.
Yeah, 264, very solid start. Lucas actually in round 1 of Pyramix broke his PR. It seems like he hasn't been competing too much. But I mean, it's kind of incredible for your first competition back to be the Western Championship and get a huge PR like that. Incredible stuff from him. Shows that he's really come in prepared. And he was 2nd in that round overall, so definitely has the capability to end up on the podium. But I think if we're really looking at Rishu Kakati, he, like you said, the only person in the field to have a sub-2 average at all. And also I mean, he just dominated round 1 as well. First in both rounds coming into this, he's the man to watch. It's his title to lose, it seems.
Yeah, we are seeing some time start to flow in. Lucas still at the top of the charts out of projected. Jack Flynn Stewart also with a 276. Good solving so far. More times coming in. Brendan Dunnigan inspecting solve number 1 here. Let's see what Brendan can pull off. A 4-tip scramble. Little unfortunate, it seems.
Yeah, not a great start for the rest of the competitors. We saw Mariana get a 4. Maybe that's part of the reason why. Bendy
Man, his turning just hasn't looked quite exactly the same. Did end up on the Western's podium, it seems. Oh man, you gotta love the swag from this guy.
I was gonna say
414.
he's taking it in stride. He's not letting anything really get too serious. Maybe overwhelm his nerves. Wow, there's a flipped edge too. This I do not like how the scramble looks. I know I'm not like the greatest at pyramids, but I can tell that this isn't great. But let's see. Rishu, big pause there. 246, not the fastest solve we've seen so far. Daxton Westlake with a 240. Lucas Kim 297 on the second there. Overall, looks like Scramble 1 seems to be a little bit of a test to our solvers' expertise if they can handle a bad scramble.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think so much about Pyraminx is like nerve control, especially with, again, it's so easy to +2, not to mention tip +2 is like one of the most tragic things that can happen. Here's Franklin Pham. He's a fellow delegate, goes to school at UCLA. Shout out to all the delegates watching. We appreciate all your hard work. Good to see him compete in this final. 4-0 for him. Not fantastic. I mean, he did get PR in the last round, which is awesome, so shout out.
Yeah, thank you for the delegate shout out, Manu, even though I'm not there delegating this competition. Mariana Lee up here right now. Well known, she is a Pyraminx main event specialist, reigning from New Jersey. Solid number 2 for her. 267.
It's got to be an interesting final for her because it's not a title that she can win. And so it's like, I wonder if there's a little bit of pressure off. But then again, she's put a little pressure back onto herself, getting 469. So it's kind of pressure ebb and flowing, a pressure wave, if you will, as we go to Bendy.
I saw a 229 there from Daxton Westlake, currently leading the pack, it seems. Brendan's really got to pull this back in here after that solve 1. Big pause in a +2.
Yeah, we were talking about it. We were talking about
Brendan.
it. Had to avoid major mistakes like that. I think Bendy's just looking forward to head-to-head finals, perhaps.
I was going to say, a weight lift off his shoulders. Lucas Kim, 260. A lot of weight lifted off of Brendan's shoulders, seeing that he made head-to-head finals after getting really close, or at least he thought really close to not making it in semis. So a lot of that weight lifted. Brendan also earlier in this competition, 0.97 Pyraminx single, but +2 to unfortunately. So those +2s coming back to haunt him in this event. Rishu solve 2, using up all of that warm-up time allotted. Try and get ready, get those nerves out of the way. Rishu inspecting now.
Competitors get up to 1 minute, so yeah, might as well use all the time you have. We're going to quickly cut over to Mariana during Rishu's inspection. 248, good bounce back single for her. She's going to need more stuff like that if she's going to stay in the race. Rishu, yeah, taking all the time, trying to figure out the optimal angle. Good solution from him. 205, that takes over the title of best single in the round so far and moves him up into first place projected.
Yeah, that does put him just a little bit ahead of Daxton Westlake right now. 226 projected average right now out of Rishu's 2 solves, 235 for Daxton. Brendan, big lockup.
That's
and
DNF.
a DNF. Oh, but the 6-7 at least. I mean, I guess he's stoked about that. Yeah, Brendan definitely out of contention for any sort of title, even podium at this point.
Yeah, no, he's out. He's out. Not sure we're going to see a lot more of Bendy in this final, unfortunately. For him, it's time to move on to the next final. He's got plenty more. Dax now, he's in second spot in the projected. Can he find the end of the solution? Not quite. It's going to be a 4. That's a step back. You do have 1 solve to give, but not really the best time to do so. Solve number 3 as we go to Lucas.
To say, Scram 4 looks pretty good. I see a big block there on the back. 170
That's
for
pretty good.
Lucas Kim. Yeah, I was going to say that puts him with a 274 worst possible average. There's not a whole lot here for other solvers to do to really kind of come close to that. We see a couple like in reach of that. But I think that kind of just takes it to just a couple contenders. Dominic Shoji finished up 333. Sebastian Stone finished up 433. Mariana, let's see what she can get on this scramble. 204. That's going to put her in a good spot as well.
Yeah, you can definitely see that she definitely tried to turn like a lot more controlled there because she had that 4 at the beginning, right? Really does not want to count that. Basically the same thing as DNF at this point because she is trying to get onto the podium. She's going to get on to the projected podium at the moment with 1 solve left for her, 3 more for Rishu, 2 for Daxton. It is a race, and it's going to come right down to the end, I think, Zach.
Yeah, there's a lot of range right now in Mariana's average. Best possible 240 average, worst possible 328. Best possible looks like it'll secure her a podium. Worst possible will put her far from it. So a lot of range right there in those times. Rishu getting ready for solve number 3 here. Currently projected first, but there's a lot that can change over the course of 3 solves. I mean, all it takes is 2 to make a bad average. So let's see if Rishu can stay composed here.
You know, he's reminding me a lot of one of your friends, Michael Nielsen, huh?
Yes, both Michael Nielsen and Rishu really love taking all the time that they can get for Pyraminx.
Bendy got 136, by the way, off stream.
Oh, amazing. And that was on Scramble 4 as well.
Yep.
So Rishu is not there yet, but Daxton has that scramble right now. Let's see if he can pull off something good on this. Rishu 190, solve 3. Give it a fist bump to Brendan, getting back to Daxton.
Ooh, he had a different angle of approach on this
177.
one. Yeah, but I mean, still a fantastic result for him. So it's kind of turned into a mean of 1 for Dax here. He's got the 1 incredible solve, 1 really bad solve, and 2 like pretty good solves. So yeah, it's just going to come down to the last one. Lucas Kim, 245. He is in it.
Right now, 256. Projected third. Mariana can do it. A 251 for her right here will put her above Lucas Kim. 251, the time to look out for. Looks to be a bit of a blocky scramble. Maybe she can find something. If she can match what Lucas did, then she can overtake him.
Oh, and she can.
She can. Mariana Kim sneaking her way onto the projected podium right now. That is a 204. That is best possible average for her of 240. Currently projected over Daxton, it seems.
Yeah, they're both tied at 240, but I think because Mariana is in the clubhouse already, I think hers is counting a little bit higher. Actually, it looks like we don't have Dax's 1 in here for some reason. So we actually will end up with a bit of a better projected average. So actually, Daxton will move ahead of her.
Yeah, but we do have confirmed Mariana is on the podium. She is guaranteed at least third. Brendan, I don't know if a victory lap is really the right word here, but going up for solve 5. 255, it is solved.
Yeah,
it is not a +2. At least closing off the average on a little bit of a better note than it started for flat average for Brendan Dunnigan. All eyes right now on Daxton and Rishu. Daxton has not locked up second place right now. A worst possible average will cause Mariana to go out ahead. I believe 297 is the barrier we're looking for. If Daxton goes above 297, and he will fall to third place behind Mariana K. Lee.
Yeah, so kind of anything can happen here. I think, okay, yeah, so let's go to Rishu. So this is the nice scramble. This is scramble number 4. Remember, Rishu is kind of behind everyone else because of his long warm-up time. And, of course, taking full amount of inspection. Let's see. We could see something really, really special here.
Ooh, looks like a great scramble. Just 1 tip. Ooh, big pause.
Missed opportunity there.
3-1. He knows what he missed out on. Daxton.
Oh, and actually...
304. It's not enough. Mariana advances
wow.
into second place on this podium.
Oh, my
And actually...
goodness.
If we see a worst possible average from Rishu, we actually could see Mariana take the win.
Yeah.
270 is the bar for Rishu right now.
270. It's going to come down to 1 final solve. All other solvers are done. He is alone on this big stage, very similar to a national style stage. Rishu Kakari 270. That's it. That's the time to maintain his first place position. Ended up giving 1 away on scramble number 4. Could have locked it up potentially in 4, but instead there is a little bit of wiggle room. He is guaranteed to end up on the podium. Worst possible, 254. Means that he's guaranteed first or second. Lucas Kim, by the way, guaranteed onto the overall podium. And Dax, despite missing out on the overall podium, will end up on the Westerns podium.
I did not realize that Daxton's 304 there cost him even the podium. I thought it was just costing to Mariana there. So very unfortunate fall there for Daxton. But we see at least Lucas and Mariana reshoot the bar here, 270, to keep first place. Worst possible will fall to second place, though. Can he keep it below 270?
Probably one of the most important solves he's ever had to face. Looking a little locky in his warm-up. We didn't see particularly great stuff coming out from this scramble other than from Mariana. Everyone else looked to be doing middling to not great. But Rishu is the best solver in the field by quite some margin. Again, the only one to have ever gotten a sub-2 in official WCA competition, and the only one to ever have gotten a sub-1 in official WCA competition in the entire field. One more solve left. 2 seconds is going to separate. 2 seconds is going to make or break the difference, rather, between winning and coming in second place. 2.70 time to beat. Oh, wow. And what a master class from Richu Kakati. 156. Best possible average, 2.14. Never a doubt. Gets it done in the end. 2.14 average to win Western Championship and become the overall winner.
Yeah, Rishu is stoked. I mean, why wouldn't you be? Closing out your average, best possible average, taking home that Western title, reclaiming it, or not really reclaiming it, but taking away from Brendan Dunnigan. Also rounding out the podium, Mariana K. Lee, 240 from the Mid-Atlantic region, Manu, from the Mid-Atlantic region. And Lucas Kim, 256 in third place. Stellar Pyraminx finals. I mean, same deal as Cube. It's like blink and you miss it, but super fun to watch there. I mean, yeah, here we see the amazing podium graphic. I haven't seen this before. This is awesome.
Yeah,
Great
no
work, production.
No, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad that we were able to get that. I have to say, I have never had as much fun commentating Pyraminx as I have this weekend. Wow, it has been an amazing 2 rounds that I have commentated. Some great solving from everyone, and coming down to the last solve, that's exactly what you want to see in these types of finals. And Zach, I regret to inform you, perhaps, we got a couple more of these to come too.
Oh, I'm not too worried about it. I mean, we have 4x4 finals coming up next. Big name right there, Max Park.
Oh yeah.
Point blank, period. I mean, if you're
enough said.
If you're here, enough said.
Let's hang up the mics, dude. We're done. Let's go home. Easy, 20-minute break.
The results really speak for themselves. I mean, Western champion.
Just God.
Just got it.
Yeah.
But still some great names in the field. I mean, we're seeing Brendan Dunnigan, Dylan Miller. Ooh, sorry, got a little bit of a frog in my throat while speaking there. Gavin Torreflores, also Paul Mavi, Nicholas Sanchez, Kate Graham, bunch of names here. Yeah, we're calling up 4x4 finalists, it seems, but quite far and away, Max Park. We're going to take it over to David, introducing our 4x4 finalists.
Dylan, let's send it over to Dylan.
Dylan, whoops.
You got this.
Brandon Yee. At station 14 from Southern California, Nancy Liu. At station 13 from Southern California, Jack Flynn Stewart. At station 12 from Southern California, your beloved WCC delegate, Shane Grogan. At station 11 from Southern California, Ethan Ye. At station 10 from Arizona, Dan Tran. At station 9 from Reno, Nevada, he holds the Nevada state record for 4x4, your very own WCC delegate, Michael Larson. In your 8th seed from Southern California, Michael Muthing. In your 7th seed from Southern California, Kate Graham. In the 6th seed, visiting the West from Louisiana, Dylan Miller. In the 5th seed, visiting the West from Georgia, Nicolas Sanchez. In the 4th seed, from Northern California, Paul Mavi. In the 3rd seed, from Southern California, Gavin Torreflores. In the 2nd seed, from Southern California, Brendan Dunnigan. And finally, in your 1st seed, he's a 3-time national record holder, 8-time North American record holder, and 17-time world record holder. And your defending Western champion, Max Park. Good luck to all competitors. Runners, please run the cubes.
And there we are. We're ready to get started. Actually, Bendy's got his cube already, so we're basically good to go. I mean, the story is all going to be about Max Park here. He is potentially on a revenge tour. He's lost his 4x4 world records. We could see another world record go down here at the Western Championship. Manu Singhal, Zach Rydell on the mic to bring you the greatest of action from here in the West, the best in the West, some might say. And you can't talk about the best in the West without talking about Brendan Dunnigan. Looks like he actually fumbled a little bit on this 4x4 solve, so maybe not the greatest start to his 4x4 final.
Yeah, since entering today's finals block, Brendan has really been off his game, taking it all in stride, laughing it all off, but we saw quite a poor performance, it seems, from him in both Pure Minx and Skewb. 27 air for Brendan Dunnigan. Not off to a bad start, but definitely not performing how he's been wanting to in this finals block. Paul Mavi, 29-27. Of course, the main story here is Max Park and what can he do. But we also have the title of, I guess, Western's runner-up, currently in a battle between Brendan, Paul, and why am I blanking on a name? Gavin.
Yeah, Gavin, I mean, a huge PR from him, 26.72. His previous PR was 28.19. Wow. At that level, getting a PR that massive is insane. I mean, if he gets something like that again, he's going to put himself solidly in the race. You're talking about what can Max Park do. What can Max Park not do at this point? I mean, just an absurd solver. You can see it. He flipped at 7. He flipped at 7 into his edges a little bit pausey, more pausing than I would have expected. Solidly into 3x3 stage now. Let's see if he can avoid the parity. Yeah, just the PLL parity, and it's a sub-20 solve to open his account at Western Championships 4x4 final.
I was going to say, not just sub-20, but pushing sub-19 there, 19.04. Amazing start to his average. We did see him with a 1988 average in the first round, so definitely looking to be reclaiming his 4x4 records as soon as he can, but at very least the Western title. Brendan Dunnigan starting off solve number 2.
Yeah, he's going to want to bounce back a little bit after getting the 27. I think maybe I misunderstood before. Is he making his yaw edges on E?
Yeah, it looks like he's edge pairing on E with the cross on bottom, and then rotating to do centers instead of opting to just flip at the same time. But 27 for Brendan, it seems to be paying off. Off stream, Nicolas Sanchez, 23.62, in the Tung 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 Sohor hoodie, maybe granting him great luck, even though not residing in the Western region. The hoodie's been making its way. We saw it on Brendan a little bit at this competition. We've seen Zane Kanani from the Mid-Atlantic region rocking a hoodie. Maybe it's good luck. Maybe it's hidden tech that we just don't know about.
Oh my God, dude! We don't
that are good at clock.
We don't need this invasive species in the West, man. That's all I'm saying. Now, if it works with the competitors, I'm all for it. It is what it is. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna looks like he got actually a little confused on edges, and this is whatever it is. It's not gonna be the 23 from before, and actually, it's not even close to sub 30 pace.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we're going to be lucky to see a 35 here from Nicolas Sanchez. Even more, speaking too soon, a 30...
40.
40, 52, not matching that pace, unfortunately. But it's just one bad solve. You're allowed to have one bad solve. Let's see if he can pull it back through. Max Park started off his average 1904. Let's see what he can get on solve number 2. Warming up that PLL parity. Let's hope he doesn't have to deal with it.
Paul solving off stream. I'll update you with what he ends up getting. He is 25, 26. He's going to get a 28 as Max is still in his inspection. 1904. The question really is how big is the gap between first and second going to be, and who is going to slot into that second place spot? Dan Tran is there at the moment. Not quite as fluid for Max. Looks like he flipped at a little bit like a high 8, but the edges are looking really, really nice here. Just needs to wrap this up so we can go into 3x3 stage. Odd exec error coming from Max. The OLL parity has sunk the solve to some extent, and the PLL parity, the pure edge, not a great case to get 24.97. I don't think you're going to see more solves like that from Max.
I was going to say, quite unfortunate, it seems. Definitely double parity, a late flip there from Max. I mean, really just the definition of, like, the worst possible outcomes that Max Park could get on a 4x4 solve. Right now, sitting in third, I guess, Western runner-up, Brendan Dunnigan, right now still with his 27s from earlier, shortly followed by Michael Muthing, also sitting around with a 27. Brendan Dunnigan looks like a very easy scramble there. Very few moves for white and yellow centers, which a lot of these solvers are solving on.
Good flip from
See, it looks like a
Bendy.
9-second flip there.
Yep, you got that bang on. You can read that little timer. That's pretty impressive. This is looking really good. His edges are looking fluid onto solidly 3x3 stage now. I mean, this is like bread and butter. OLO parity, a little bit of a downer. No PLL parity though. 25.66, good comeback solve from Bendy. He is in the race. Like he's announced himself that he's fully in the race.
I was gonna say, shades on. We have seen Brendan start to get a little more dialed in, it seems, as the finals block has gone on. Again, not so hot in Scube and Pure Minx, but hopefully bringing it back in. Currently looking at second place right now in this 4x4 finals. Would be great for him to keep it up. Maybe bring back some of that morale going into 2x2 and 3x3 one-handed. Michael Muthing here.
Yeah, struggling on this one, a 37. And Kate Graham right next to him also on the struggle bus. Maybe it's that table that's a little bit cursed. He's going to give back some distance, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're going to see Paul Mavi right now. Paul currently looking at projected 7th. One of our contenders for the Western's podium, but seem to be quite out of it here. 26.67, not too far off. We see Max Park inspecting, though. This is the same scramble that we saw Brendan just do. Very easy centers, it seems. So let's see if Max can find something similar.
Max is also a really interesting 4x4 solver because he will sometimes just switch which cross he's like starting off with. It's one thing to do that for Redux. It's another thing to do that for Yao. I mean, Max is just a ridiculous solver. So if anyone in the world is going to do something like that, it's going to be Max. But this is a tough edge pairing.
I was going to say, we saw another late flip there from Max, and edge pairing, a lot of pausing, trying to find the missing piece. PLL 25-10. Even worse than that second solve for Max. Quite unfortunate. Fortunately, I guess, still way ahead of the pack. I mean, we've only seen one solver get a single time better than him, being Nicolas Sanchez. So still quite a lot of room here for Max to reclaim his Western title. But definitely not way out of any sort of competition for reclaiming his 4x4 world record average.
No, yeah, that's out of the picture at the moment, unfortunately. Shout out to Brandon Yee. He is 2 solves in and looks like he got PR 27-28 single. So shout out to he came in as the 15th seed. So great stuff from him to stay in the race.
I also think that 28 from him was also PR single. So back-to-back PRs there from Brandon. Maybe someone to watch out for.
Oh, he's not even
Brendan
in my
Dunnigan.
list as in like the top 20 seeds. So, yeah, I mean, amazing stuff. Wow, really showing up at the right time.
I was gonna say it would
Oh,
be
he didn't have a
nice to
sub
see
30 single. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and I mean, being able to get that close, hopefully on pace for a PR average, but maybe he can pull something off here. Brendan Dunnigan on 3x3 stage at around the sub 20 mark, pulling off 24.67. Brendan is locked. The Brendan Dunnigan of Scuba and Pyraminx finals would probably be shouting 6'7", 6'7" while rocking his sunglasses, but he looks locked in right now. He is definitely trying to maintain second place right now in this 4x4 final.
Yeah, it's an interesting race as we see Brandon kind of jump into the top 3. I think he's certainly done more solves than this. It's just more so like, you know, our data team needs to catch up. Of course, it's been a crazy set of finals as you've seen already. So, you know, we appreciate your patience as we get all the results in, and we also want to make sure that all the results are accurate, correct, official, all that. It is an official competition, by the way.
It's good to know that this competition does matter. It is official, Manu. Max Park, solve number 4. Hopefully we can get things back on track here.
And this is what I was talking about, right? Like this solve, he has
7-second flip,
and he did that with yellow edges too, right? So like it's just crazy. I mean, pretty good edges overall. It felt like now into 3x3 stage, another OLO parity 3 in a row. Not the type of triple you want to hit, and a V perm at the end, 21.65. So some not great cases for last layer, and still close to that sub 20 mark. It's just amazing stuff for Max.
Yeah, it looks to be basically guaranteed that Max Park is our Western champion. I mean, we all thought it would happen. Nicholas Sanchez looking to be on good pace here. Maybe spoke a little too soon. 28.75. That will finish out his average. Not sure where that puts him right now. Brandon Yee with a 32 on solve 3. Still projected third, but maybe he can get things back together here, close off this average on a good note.
Oh, looks like Paul got a DNF on solve number 4. That's going to be weird. So the 29 is going to count. That's actually going to put him back quite some margin. We're watching Gavin Torflores right now, 26 on the last solve, and he is going to be counting that 27. He also has a 31 counting. So depending on what he gets here, things are going to move around. Koi Nguyen now has moved into the top 3 projected as well. It's everywhere, it's everything everywhere all at once, Zach.
I was going to say, Koi counting a 26.25, but also a 30 in the same average. Not sure how that's going to look, but that does average out to 28, which seems to be just enough right now. Brendan Dunnigan, solve 5. Can he keep it composed? Yeah, nice. Last 2 edges algorithm onto 3x3 stage. OLO parity. U-perm, 24.92. He is stoked.
Yeah, I mean,
that is going to be close to BPA average right there for Brendan. That is, I think, sub 26 still.
Yep.
25.97.
That's some quick math coming out from the one and only Zach Rattle. He's earned those glasses. Put them on, Bendy. A fantastic showing from him. He looks, actually, I think he's guaranteed to end up in second place. Western's runner up. It was looking a little dicey. Way to keep your nerve, Bendy.
I was waiting for you to make a joke like that, but we're going to ignore that and go on to Max Park. Solve number 5. Brendan Dunnigan is now guaranteed to be on our podium. Not like any of us are really questioning that. Yeah, Max Park here. Solve 5. Not the greatest average that we've seen from Max Park in 4x4 ever, but maybe he can still pull out a good single here to wrap up the average and his Western champion title.
Yeah, unfortunately, another slow flip from Max as he used blue cross here to start things off. So he's just kind of taking a victory lap. Fair enough. Max has earned it after all those amazing accolades Dylan had listed out earlier. A 23.38 will wrap up his 4x4 average here at Western Champs. A 23.33 overall. Behind his pace, he has high standards for himself, but a win is a win is a win for Max.
Yeah, we are going to see Koi waiting for his 5th solve. Right now, Paul Mavi projected 4th at 29.34. I think, yeah, Koi is not guaranteed podium yet, as we're still waiting to see some more solves, but I think fairly confidently on the podium here.
Yeah, we're trying to get you an angle of that right now, and it looks like we might be able to get something. Yeah, it's a little tricky with people kind of standing around in the way, unfortunately. He's all the way at the end. He actually only qualified for this final because Kevin Hayes had to leave the competition early. So he's literally the last man in. He's finished his solve now. It's a little too far for me to see from here what he's gotten.
Mathematically, though, Manu, it actually looks like no matter what,
he
Koi
locked it.
is guaranteed third. Yes. 29-22 average for Koi.
Wow.
Coming in third
Wow.
at Western Championships. Almost didn't make the final. Amazing. That's why these competitions, these regionals, are always so cool to watch. You might not have the biggest names in the world, but man, there's great stories to be told. You just got to sit there and watch. You just got to sit and watch, Manu. Again, wrapping up our podium, Koimin Nguyen, 29-22, third place. Brendan Dunnigan, 25-97, second place. Your Western runner-up and your Western champion, of course, Max Park, 23-33 average. Amazing 4x4 final, Manu.
What a final. I mean, just the story of Koi making it on to the overall podium after not even getting into the final in the first place. He should send his winnings to Kevin Hayes. That's all I'm saying, because that drop was the key that allowed him to get into the race in the first place. You can't win, you can't podium if you don't make the final. And wow, a second life granted to Koi Min Wen. And he took it and he ran. He cashed it in the bank, as they say. Just an incredible final.
Special shout out to Brandon Yee, 31-41 PR average after that amazing double PR start to his average, only coming in 10th place, but still quite a jump from his previous PRs. We are going to get into 2x2 finals very next. We got some great names to see there. Brendan Dunnigan, Dominic Shoji, Nancy Liu, Nicholas Sanchez, just to name a few. I think I rhymed there. That was cool. I'm proud of that one.
You got bars.
I got bars. I'm known for it. Yeah, but amazing. Here we see 2x2 second round. Brendan at the top of the ladder here, but Dominic Shoji right behind him. Nancy Liu also not too far behind. I think we're gonna have a very close race here for 2x2 finals. I'm gonna make the argument. Of course, 2x2 is a sprint event. Everyone says it comes down to the scrambles, but I feel like people misinterpret that as like, oh, like you need lucky scrambles to win. We're gonna see who's really the best here, because anyone can get a good time on great scrambles, but who can get a good time on maybe not so great ones? That's what we really got to watch out here for in this 2x2 finals. West Coast Cubing Western Championships 2026. I wish I was there, Manu. I'm a little bummed it's like the opposite side of the country.
And dude, after I'm going to go all the way to Delaware, you couldn't be bothered to come to my comp, man. I feel hurt. I feel hurt. That's all I'm saying.
The moment you pay for my airfare for next year's Westerns, dude, I'll be
Hey,
there.
I'm not getting paid to go to Delaware. What is this? Where's my airfare? No, I'm all jokes.
Mr. Senior Delegate, you can find a way.
That's for me to know and you to find out. Anyway, we're gonna get
amazing.
Yeah, we're just gonna go right into it. Dylan is ready to call up the finalists, and yeah, let's hand it over to the one and only Dylan Govic.
In your 16th seed from Northern California, Brandon Yee. In your 15th seed from Southern California, your very own WCC delegate, Andy French. In your 14th seed from Southern California, Koi Min Nguyen. In your 13th seed from Nevada, your very own WCC delegate, Michael Larson. In your 12th seed from Northern California, Zrui Cheng. In your 11th seed from Southern California, Jack Flynn Stewart. In your 10th seed, visiting the West from Louisiana, Dylan Miller. In your 9th seed from Southern California, Ryan Roth. In your 8th seed from Northern California, Sebastian Stone. In your 7th seed from Southern California, Kate Graham. In your 6th seed from Southern California, Joel Kim. In your 5th seed from Northern California, Isaac Madro. In your 4th seed, visiting the West from Georgia, Nicolas Sanchez. In your 3rd seed from Southern California, Nancy Liu. In your 2nd seed from Southern California, Dominic Shoji. And in your 1st seed from Southern California, Brendan Dunnigan. Good luck to all our finalists. Runners, please run out the cubes.
And we are back with, once again, another crazy final. And let me tell you, Zach, 2x2 equals craziness when it comes to these high-level finals. I'm not sure we're going to have a chance to catch our breath, my friend.
Yeah, I was going to say, really anything can happen with each solution only being a handful of moves long. It's really going to be make or break for these competitors if they can hold things together. But right now we're looking at our top 4 seeds being our biggest names. Dominic Shoji here. Solve 1, 192, doesn't look too happy with it.
Yeah, not a good...
Looks like a bit of a lengthy and locky solution there.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, these top solvers, they're going to be picking multiple different solutions. And yeah, just the wrong choice there. And just didn't execute it that well either, unfortunately. Doesn't look like
Nicholas Sanchez, 147 off stream. Ryan Roth, 186. Sebastian Stone, 146. Brendan Dunnigan, what time do we get to fill in there?
Ooh, not a good one. 199.
What? Yeah, not too pleased with that. Currently looks like all of our top contenders not even projected into the top 4. Oh,
Nancy,
120 for Nancy Liu. Fastest solve we've seen so far. I spoke too soon. Great showing right there. So far, 167 there.
Isaac Modro. Good stuff from him. Joel Kim, 157. All right. Okay, we got some good scrambles out here, my friend.
Say got a very mixed bag of emotions. Some of our top level solvers, Dominic and Brendan, underperforming, maybe reading too much into the scramble, trying to find something that wasn't really there, or just not executing it all the greatest. Little unfortunate, but again, got 4 more solves and a 199 if you're in Brendan's situation, a 192 if you're Dominic. Not really the worst thing to have in your average. If you really have that greatness, you have that longevity, you can hopefully hold that out for the rest of your average.
Yeah, and let me tell you, these solvers are great. They are incredible solvers. I mean, Bendy with a 116 PR average, Dominic with a 120 PR average. These guys have been in these types of situations before, and so you know they look calm. They look ready to tackle it. Dominic just ready to go.
Yeah, seeing some nice blocks there. Seeing something on both yellow and white. Let's see what Dominic can pull off.
Great solution. Great solution.
136, pretty high move count. 137 there for Nicholas, right behind him. Looked to be a decent move count, but doesn't matter how many moves it is if you can still pull it off quite fast. Brendan Dunnigan solved 2, leaving the shades on. He was taking them off for 4x4, but leaving the shades on for 2x2. Maybe this is a part of the generational lock-in for Brendan Dunnigan. Can he find the same solution?
+2.
+2. 146.
That's unfortunate. That's got to feel real bad, unfortunately, for Bendy. I mean, he's still in it because definitely +2s can happen to others as well, but not really what you want to see. You've kind of let go of the reins of destiny, so to speak.
That 199 being counting this early on to his average, yeah, you can tell he is not happy. He's trying to stay composed, throwing up fun messages to his friends out into the crowd. Nancy Liu started off quite hot on the first solve with a 120, best solve we've seen so far. Can she keep it up?
Yeah, she's the leader at the moment, and yes, she can. 132. She is in the lead by quite some margin. These are some good times to be getting on solve 1, solve 2. Gives you a little bit of margin when it comes down to the stretch.
As I say, both solves under Nancy's current PR average, 277 for Dominic. That means his 1.9 is counting from the first solve. He is also quite upset with that. We're looking at our seeds 1 and 2 practically being eliminated already from any Western Championship contention, dependent on others potentially messing up. Sebastian Stone, 156. Nicolas Sanchez, 169. Ooh, it appears Nicolas Sanchez's 137 is actually a +2. So projected third right now. Brenda Dunnigan, solve 4.
Let's see. I mean, the orientation he picked, I don't really see much. It looks like he went for like an EG solution to 252, 266 from Sebastian. I don't know if is there a lot of juice in this. I mean, Nicholas got 169, so clearly there's something in this scramble 3. Let's see what our best solver in the field, Nancy, can pull out here. She is, yep, she's getting her cube right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, not looking too great there. I mean, Brendan didn't even one-look that solution, it seems, so quite unfortunate. But Nancy currently well ahead of the pack. 2 solves right now under PR. I believe her PR average is 134.
Correct.
So if she can keep up that pace, maybe she can take home Western Championship and another PR to show for it. Dominic Shoji. Ooh.
That's starting with a 2. It's hard to see because his phone's in the way. 2-0. That's a tough one for Dom.
Yeah, I was gonna say, almost really just spells disaster there for Dominic, well out of podium contention at this point. Nancy Liu solved 3.
A bit of a fumble, miss exec, but she did have some space to give. 281. I mean, that was the trap card. Now she's got to lock it in, and she should be good to go. 2-3 from Bendy, so he's given up a bit more space as well. Unfortunately, he's going to be falling down the projected rankings. 177 from Sebastian Stone. He's projected second place, and he's going to stay up there for a little bit.
Yeah, Brendan does not look too happy, but he does seem to be finishing his average before everyone else, hopefully giving him all the time that he needs. No, sorry, that was only solve 4 from Brendan. But hopefully giving him more time to warm up for 3x3 one-handed. One of the cons of being an all-rounder, when you have back-to-back-to-back finals, you don't really have that much time to practice each individual one beforehand. Nicolas Sanchez,
good solution
144.
There. Good
Great pace
there.
right now. We're seeing a 160 best possible, 151 best possible, 217 worst possible from Nicolas Sanchez, projected second.
Who do I see in the 4th place position? Our guy, once again, Koi Min Nguyen? What is... I mean, he has 147 PR, so maybe I shouldn't be so surprised that he's up here. But yeah, I mean, 170 projected average for him. 139 for Dom.
Yeah, a little too late there for Dominic Shoji. 6 right now in projected rankings.
Yeah, let's see. 179. I mean, 179 is a sub-2 average. I mean, that's really good. No one has a WPA better than that, so he isn't out of the contest just yet. He's in the clubhouse with the best so far. Bendy 137, 227 average. He's gonna fall behind.
227. Yeah, our 1 and 2 seeds currently projected 6th and 8th in the round. Little unfortunate there, but hopefully we can see some other stars shine in this moment. Right now projected Nancy Liu, Nicolas Sanchez, Sebastian Stone. Nancy going up solve 4 right now. Can she lock in first place?
That's a big block on white-red, isn't it? Oh, no, that's yellow. Okay.
No, it's white-yellow.
110.
110. She's on PR pace right now. She's smiled. She looks happy about that.
That is a fantastic solve from Nancy Liu.
121 best possible average, 178 worst possible. She hasn't locked up podium because of that 280 from the start. I'm not sure. Oh, we're looking. Who is this that we're seeing right now?
We are
that's
trying to look at
Koi.
Koi, yeah, but we got a camera in the way, unfortunately.
No worries.
I think
see what the rest of our pack. Nicolas Sanchez 151. That is a guaranteed podium. 155. Nancy Liu needs a 214 to stay in first, which seems super achievable for her, especially with how this last scramble seems to be. I mean, we see Nicolas Sanchez 151, Koi Min 174, Dominic Shoji 139. I'm sure Nancy's going to be able to find the same solution, and hopefully she can keep it together for a PR average.
150 is PR. 150 ties.
Again, 214 or better, and she is our Western champion.
Come on, Nancy. Let's get it done. 136. She gets PR average as well, I believe. Yes, a new PR. 129. Great solving from Nancy Liu. She is locked up the Western title here, 2x2, her main event. And she did it with a PR average in finals. Amazing stuff from Nancy. Wow.
We also see a big fan of the bronze medal there, Koi Min Nguyen, 171, third place average.
Man.
Sneaking onto the podium when we least expect it, twice in a row, it seems. Nicholas Sanchez from Georgia, 155 average. And as we were talking about earlier, Nancy Liu, 129, PR average, Western champion. Amazing showing there from Nancy and all of our other competitors. Dominic Shoji, even with that average, just barely missed out on the podium with a 179.
Yeah.
Rounding out, we
were talking too little too late, maybe not too little too late, because he was the defending Western champion actually, and he ended up back onto the Western's podium. So it's actually good grit from him to kind of stay in it, stay composed, so that he could just finish strong, and he's going to get his chance, he's going to get his name on the Western's podium from this year as well. Talk about Koi. He might be the guy to watch out for in the West going forward. I think just hasn't had a chance to attend as many competitions, I guess. But his nerve in these finals is crazy, going from the 14th seed to all the way up to the second place prize behind Nancy, who was, I mean, yeah, just an amazing solver in her own right. Oh, sorry, the third place, excuse me. Second place in the Western's podium. Wow, great solving from Koi, great solving from Nicholas, great solving from Nancy, great solving from everyone, great solving all around the world. Wherever you all are watching, you are a great solver. Well, if you can solve the Rubik's Cube, if you can't, join us. Clearly, it's a lot of fun.
I was gonna say, said great solve there a lot. kind of wearing thin, but I mean, I can't blame you. That was great solving that we just saw there in 2x2 finals. Coming up next, 3x3 one-handed. I mean, we're looking at like Max Park should be looking close to wiping the field again, but we see some other great names in there. Micah Yeo, Dylan Miller, Brendan Dunnigan. Even if it looks to be maybe a little bit of a wash there for Max Park, it's going to be an amazing final to watch.
Yeah, it should be. It should just be a spectacle. Actually, if you look at Max Park's PR average in OH, he actually set it at Westerns last year in the final. That was his first sub-8 average that he got. So Max is, again, like no stranger to these types of huge moments, incredible solving. We could see some sparks fly once again here at Westerns. It's just been an amazing ride so far. I wish we could watch speedcubing like this every single week. It's just so awesome. We have so many awesome competitors. Okay, I'm going to go on my rant again, so I'm going to stop a little early.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to cut you off with my own rant on the same topic. North American Championships is just over a month away. We're going to get to see this same level of solving cranked up to 11.
Yeah.
We're going to see so many of the continent's best solvers all meet in Raleigh July 4th weekend. It's going to be amazing to watch. I'm going to be there.
I'm going to be there.
Will you guys be there? That's the real question. And if not, that's okay. It's going to be all live streamed as well, just like this competition. Another great broadcast team. Totally not joined by Zach and Manu on that stream as well. But yeah, an amazing road to NAC, I guess. If we're calling NAC the road to Worlds, I guess this is the warm up to the North American Championship. So we're all looking for.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look, when we went into organizing this competition, we wanted the risers, we wanted the finals, and you might think that like, oh yeah, this is very similar to like the World Championship. Isn't this just a local comp? This isn't even a recognized title. Look, the point is, yes, we're going to give out the titles. The point is that you watch these incredible solvers, right? That maybe some of you have never heard before because they don't get the chance sometimes to go to these big competitions. Raleigh is all the way on the other side of the country. My tickets, I'm looking right now, I'm looking at $300 on Frontier. Like, come on. What are we doing here, right? So the point being...
Not even Spirit. Not even Spirit anymore.
Not even Spirit. So the point is, we want to give the top solvers this type of exposure. Like, what does it feel like to step onto a stage when your name gets called out? The crowd is cheering for you. You're in this race, and there's a chance that you can win some actual cash prizes here. And for you, the viewers, I want you to remember every single name you hear from these finals. It's a bit of a tall ask, perhaps, but especially like these winners, again, these people you don't see as often. Anyone, next time you hear them at the North American Championship, at another big event that you tune into, hopefully that kind of like name and face will stick with you. Oh yeah, I heard about this person once. Western Champs, yeah, that's it. Oh, okay,
I love you talking about your name getting called and getting to step up onto the big stage. I don't know if you've ever had the pleasure of it, but North American Championships 2022, I made Square One finals. Hearing my name over the PA, dude, like total mind freak right there.
Yeah.
Of like, whoa, like I'm here competing with the best of the best.
Oh,
putting
yeah.
a lot of pressure on these guys, but a lot of them, they know how to compete.
Oh, yeah.
It's really just mattering if they can hold up to the pressure there.
Yeah, certainly.
No,
Certainly, I mean,
it's such a raw feeling. It's so nice.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge difference. I mean, look, I'm a terrible solver, right? I didn't even make any finals here at my own regional. But walking up at Worlds, because I'm fixing cameras and everything like that. I'm walking up to the stage at Worlds, and you just see the chairs, and the sea of chairs alone. Even when the chairs are empty, are like, oh my god, we're here. This is speed cubing. We're here on the big stage, the biggest moments, and even me, I wasn't even competing at the time. I was taken aback. Right? And so the fact that the competitors get to kind of practice this a little bit, practice like that rush, that adrenaline, and how do you manage that in a situation like this, I think is exactly the type of environment that we want to provide as the organization team. And we hope that our competitors are gonna shine. I mean, our competitors already shine at the biggest stage. I mean, Mac, you ever heard of a guy named Max Park? Yeah, he kind of lives here like an hour and a half away from here, so it's kind of one of us.
No. When we were setting up for Worlds last year, I took that same look out into the empty sea of chairs, and then looking out the same day on for head-to-head finals. Every single one of those seats was taken. The bleachers in the very back full. It was electric. I got to stand up there announcing the unofficial event finals during lunch the one day, and actually standing there in front of a sea of just spectators, a sold out crowd, mind you, I guess a 2-time sold out crowd.
Yeah.
Just amazing. I couldn't imagine solving in front of that many people, potentially vying for like a world's title.
Yeah.
So it's very nice to see everyone really gets to experience that boiled down onto their regionals level, especially since like on a world stage, you might not know all of your competitors, but a lot of these people from the Western region know each other. A lot of them are good friends with each other. Being able to compete alongside your peers kind of brings a little comfort to all the stress of being up there on the big stage. So it's quite nice to see. I think that we are going to call up our 3x3 one-handed finalists, taking it out to Dylan right now.
We're actually going to not Kevin. Bring it up.
I can't get it right. I can't get it right.
No further ado. In our 16th seed, coming in from Northern California, Sid Shivnath. Our 15th seed, coming in from Nevada, one of our own WCC delegates, and holding the Nevada state record, Jason Ostiek. In our 14th seed, hailing from Southern California, Eileen Vo. In our 13th seed, coming from Northern California, Eli Valera. In our 12th seed, coming from Southern California, Jusun Choi. In our 11th seed, coming from Southern California, Sri Darchala. In our 10th seed, coming from Southern California, Koi Min Nguyen. Our 9th seed, also from Southern California, Jack Flynn Stewart. In our 8th seed, coming from Southern California, one of our own WCC delegates and one of the lead organizers for Western Championships 2026, Dylan Govic. In our 7th seed, coming in from Arizona, Dan Tran. Our 6th seed, visiting us from New York, Jihu Moon. Our 5th seed, coming in from Northern California, Hrishikesh Kakati. Our 4th seed, from Southern California, Brendan Dunnigan. Our 3rd seed, visiting us from Louisiana, Dylan Miller. Our 2nd seed, from Northern California, the 2025 U.S. All-Star, Micah Yo. And in our 1st seed from Southern California, with 1 World Championship win, coming in 2nd at the last World Championship with 10 world records and 2 North American records, our defending Western champion, Max Park. Good luck to all the finalists. Runners, please bring out the puzzles.
And with that, we are about to get started with the one-handed final here at the Western Championship. The last name to be called, the greatest name perhaps in all of speedcubing. Sometimes, so we call him the GOAT. I think we kind of throw that around a lot in speedcubing, but if there's one person who deserves it, it is Max Park. Incredible solver, former world record holder, just absurd solver all around. And yeah, I can't wait. It's Manu Singhal again on the mic with Zach Rydell. Very honored to be casting with you, Zach, as we go through this OH final. Bendy to get us started.
Say it's always lovely commentating with you, Manu. Just want it to be known. Give you your flowers.
Oh, shucks.
Brendan Dunnigan flying through the solve here. 1098 plus 2, unfortunately. Going to be 1298 there for Brendan Dunnigan. One of our top 5 names to look at, Rishu, Brendan, Dylan, Micah, Max, all vying for a spot on the podium, hopefully.
Here's Micah now. As mentioned in the intro, he was one of the all-stars at the U.S. National Championship last year. Y-Perm to finish things off. He got there so fast. Great solving from him. 943, not an easy alg Y-Perm to execute.
I was going to say, I think we're seeing 5 for 5 CFOP out of our top 5 solvers. I'm not sure what Rishu uses, but taking an educated guess. Dylan Miller, 1379, not too stoked about that. Max Park warming up here now, getting ready for solve number 1 of 3x3 one-handed.
Yeah, out of all solvers, the 2 big Ru users are going to be Dylan Govic and Jason Ostick, both delegates. I don't know, not sure if there's a correlation there. Of course, Max will be using CFOP. He actually more or less invented somewhat the style of solving on the table. You're going to see the cube on the table for a huge part of the solve. It's kind of weird how fast Max is for how long the cube is on the table. But yeah, I mean, just incredible turning. Nice little A-perm there to wrap things up. 950 like it's nothing.
850 like it's nothing, Manu. Yeah, truly stellar solving, showing why he's the former world record holder for a reason.
Ah, here we go. Here's our first look at Ru. I forgot about Jihu. Sorry, Jihu. Also Ru user visiting us from the Mid-Atlantic, from New York.
Nice to see some familiar faces. 1315 there for Jihu.
You guys really like us, huh?
We like to travel.
It's mutual.
It's mutual. It's mutual. I think this Cubers wanted to support other Cubers, supporting such a small competition like this in comparison to Mid-Atlantic Championship.
Okay.
I mean,
All
we want to be able to come and support you guys.
All right. Third biggest comp in the Western Hemisphere this year, by the way, is Westerns. Giving a shout out to Dylan. Dylan getting a 10. All right. I mean, that's looking really good. I mean, he's in third place projected right now because he got an 11:38. But a 10 is going to put him in a really good spot. Let's go, Dylan. All right. All right.
See Micah. I thought Micah just got a 12 there, but it just seems that he was just warming up with the competition timer. Micah going up for solve 2 right now. Currently projected second in the field, behind Max, ahead of Brendan.
Rishu off stream got 1173. So after 14, good bounce back. He is still in the mix, although he needs to keep his pace up if he's going to stay there.
Micah is ready, inspecting here. Seeing what he can find. See a little bit there on yellow. I think that's going to be his choice. And
Indeed.
it is. Big pause there on that F2L pair.
Yeah, okay, I actually don't know how he got an 11 on that because I could not follow that solution whatsoever. I mean, I guess F2L was facing us, but that was crazy.
I am stunned that was sub 11 and a half, 12. Great, at least good comeback. I mean, when you're good, you can make a bad solve look great.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
I mean, that's
Max Park.
That's the difference between the average solvers and the best solvers in the world, right? Like you were saying, anyone can get a good single, but when it comes to the bad solves, how do you kind of come back from that? Max now color neutral solver. What can he put together on the 850 on his first? Fantastic. He is by far the favorite to win the Western Championship. And another good looking solve here. He's not as efficient as before. That last layer did not look fantastic. 966 is his time.
Yeah, I don't know if we have any other color neutral solvers in the pack. It looks like green actually looked quite good there as well. But I guess we don't get to see the potential of it from anyone here. Brendan Dunnigan, 1061 off stream, currently projected 4th.
Yeah, Bendy actually, Bendy I know is color neutral for 3x3. Not sure if he's going to kind of turn that on for OH as well. Here's Jiu. Jiu's actually sitting in 5th after getting 11 on solve number 3. Looks like he's struggling a little bit with CML. Here's the LSE. Another 11. He's not struggling at all. He is here to stay. Counting an 11 now.
So he looks quite excited about that one. A little shocked, like, oh, that's another 11. Awesome.
Yeah, no, he's on pace. That's looking good. Worst possible, 12.56. I mean, that's a great worst possible to have right now.
I was gonna say his PR average right now is 1203, so maybe a little bit of potential there for Jihu.
Dylan there, he looked like he was on pace as well. I mean, it looked like he just had RU gen there at the end. I guess probably just a U perm or something. But yeah, very solid from him. We're seeing some good solves come out here. 11 is good.
Brendan Dunnigan right now, solve number 3.
Koi
see
with
if
an
he can
11
reel
as
this
well.
back in. Is Koi gonna sneak onto the podium again?
This time he was seated 10th coming into the final, and he is sitting in the 10th spot at least. So he's gonna need a little bit of a comeback here, Bendy. He's just gonna go for the ZBLL, just kind of practice the recognition, whatnot. I mean, the turning there looked not too bad, but he did kind of give up, unfortunately. A 13, not gonna do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when you look away from your cube during your solve, I mean, it's got to be some admitting of defeat there. But Micah, right now, inspecting scramble number 3.
Yeah,
going for yellow again.
This one looks like a much more traditional solution from what I can tell. Ooh, the ZBLL, a nice. Oh, okay, not quite. Looks like just gonna do the CP there, ending with a U-perm 1030 from him. That was actually not that. I guess executing that OH. The Algaino is not the good OH.
Jihu with a BPA 1189 PR average, currently projected 4th. And maybe another Mid-Atlantic cuber can sneak their way onto the podium here.
You guys are out here to
Dylan
farm more
Govic.
podiums, huh?
Yeah. Dylan Miller solving right now. We saw Max Park also getting ready to solve there. See what Dylan Miller can pull off here.
Yeah, well, Max currently inspecting. Dylan on last layer. I think Dylan will finish before Max starts. Okay, not quite. Dylan got an 11. Max, wow, he got to last layer so quickly. Is that a ZBL from Max Park? 869. Great stuff from Max. He is counting an 8.
There's good, there's great, there's Max Park. Just like another level of solving there. Well and ahead of everyone else in the pack. It's going to take 2 really bad solves from Mac or a couple really good solves from everyone else to be able to dethrone him as our Western champion.
No, yeah, he's looking good. Let's go around the park a little bit. Dylan Miller actually is still in contention to get ahead of it's sort of a park. He actually still is contention to beat Jihu. He has a BPA that is better than the clubhouse leader at the moment. Other solvers kind of, yeah, we're starting to see some BPA, WPAs populate. Currently, yeah, Dylan looks pretty good. Koi got a 9? Okay, so Koi isn't, that's PR too. Okay, Koi's just popping off. This is his Western, man.
I was just say another PR for Koi. That would that would also sneak him onto the podium again, it seems. Let's see what Micah can pull off on solve 4 here. Currently, worst solve is an 1138. Hoping to make that be the worst solve any average does mean he's going to have to perform really well in this one here. Yellow cross.
I mean, yeah, really solid F2L there. No major issues. Good turning. Ooh, not entirely sure. Okay, maybe he did the CP or something. 10-10 for Micah. So he is looking in real good position. Yeah, he is guaranteed to beat Jihu now. 10:59, his worst possible. Fantastic stuff. He has a chance for PR too, by the way.
Say, looking quite close there. Max Park going up for solve 4. Not sure where Dylan Govich is sitting. This, according to WCA Live, this is solve 4 here for Dylan. Let's see. Bringing out that Rue.
I mean, this
onto
is
LSE.
This is good. Yeah, I mean, 1191. And yeah, I'm not sure if that's solve 4. Yes, but theoretically it's solve 4. I mean, 1256 worst possible is not bad here too. Max Park now. Already counting an 869, looking to improve that somewhat. Here it is. Yeah, I mean, a U-perm, when you have a U-perm as your PLL, 752, it's just too easy. He's guaranteed a sub-9 average. He's guaranteed the win. No one can catch Max Park, as expected.
As I say, we might be looking at over a second gap between first and second place. But, I mean, we're competing against Max Park. That's kind of just how things go, it seems. Still some potential here. The podium seems to be quite a toss-up. We got quite a race between Micah, Dylan, Brendan, and Jihu.
Yeah, I actually think Micah is locked into second place, actually. There's nothing he can do.
Yes, sorry. I guess we're aiming for third. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, third is a much bigger race than I would have anticipated. It is quite open. Yeah, those 3 names, Dylan, Brendan, and Jihu, all with a possibility to grab that bronze medal overall. But first, we will go to Micah. Off stream, looks like Brendan is starting his inspection as well. We will keep you updated with what he gets. That flipped edge there is going to be a problem for him. We're looking at worst possible average, I think. Oh no, stand me corrected. Wait, we got best possible average.
994 PR average.
Benny got an 8.
Calm.
Got an 8.
And Brendan is locked onto the podium.
Wow.
It is guaranteed we're seeing Brendan and Mike on a podium. For some reason, Max Park isn't guaranteed podium, according to WCA Live, but we all know that he's locked in first place before he's even done his fifth solve.
No. Dots for Dylan to wrap up his Western Championship. That's tragic. He had PR potential. Couldn't quite get there. Orange cross for Max Park. It's been a great average. It's a guaranteed sub-9 average. It's worst possible. Who cares? Worst possible with a 1087 is still a ridiculous average. 895 for him, 994 for Micah Yo, 1121 for Brendan Dunnigan. It's not the Mid-Atlantic's moment, it seems, as the top 3 are all Western competitors. 2 all-stars, Max Park and Micah Yo, take 1 and 2. And he might as well be an all-star. The SoCal superstar, I like to call him, Brendan Dunnigan in the 3rd spot. 1 solve to go from Rishu, but otherwise, this is the one-handed final results for you all.
I was to say, looking now, thanks to Max Park's worst possible average and Micah's best possible average, the gap between first and second is less than 1 second total. So it's very good to see that happen. Amazing PR there from Micah. And Brendan being able to recover from that 12 and that 13. I mean, getting third, an 1121 average with a counting 1298 is kind of bonkers. That's really impressive from Brendan there. Amazing stellar solving. Koi again with that 939 PR single. An amazing 3x3 one-handed finals here at Western Championship.
Oh yeah, just a great final. I mean, it's actually great to see Rue get some representation. Top 4 for Rue is fantastic, and I mean, Rue had a chance to even get another member into the top 5. Just so great solving from those guys, being Jihu and Dylan Govic, of course. Max Park, Micah Yo, just fantastic. I mean, Micah with that 994 average, that moves him up quite considerably, actually. He was 86th in the world, and now he will certainly be in, I think it looks like he will be in the top 70 in the world. So that's a top 100 result that we all got to watch on stream for free. You're welcome, I guess. I don't know. I guess thank you. I should be thanking Micah, actually, because, I mean, just top tier solving.
You had nothing to do with that, Manu.
Actually, if anything, I think my commentary probably made it worse. So maybe I should apologize. How do we go from me receiving thanks to me? Okay, whatever. It is what it is.
Do you know where we go next? 3x3 blindfolded finals. That's next up on the schedule.
Oh my goodness.
We have Graham Siggins leading the pack here.
Actually, I have some very bad news to report. This is actually the most insane thing I've ever heard. Graham got so he didn't get into an accident, thankfully, but he got stuck in such an horrendous jam that he is not going to be able to make it to the 3-blind final. Graham, the defending Western champion, will not be in attendance, unfortunately, which is actually a huge blow and actually really, really, really shakes up the Western champion race. So, yes, this is news pretty fresh off the presses, everybody. Unfortunately, it's some pretty bad news because we love Graham. Graham is an incredible solver, and it is quite a shame that we are not going to be able to see him bring his skills and his talents to the stage here in Riverside. But on the other hand, like I said, it opens up the field considerably.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, taking away the almost shoe-in for first place really opens things up. David Corrali, I believe, is Western as well. Kerry Huang, got to be seeing those two kind of gunning it out for a Western title. We do see Leia Zhang, Mid-Atlantic delegate for some reason in California, but also one of the top contenders going into this final. Gonna be quite cool to watch. I'm excited for it. Manu is talking to people above my pay grade.
I made finals, apparently, because we're backfilling. So...
Congrats, Manu. I'll commentate this solo. It's fine.
I'm sorry, everyone. I'm
You're sorry
gonna try hard, I guess.
My commentary?
Nah, you're good. I like you. You're a good commentator. Wish me luck, everyone.
Thanks, Manu. All right, good luck. Good luck. So I guess that leaves me here to commentate 3x3 blindfolded. Sorry about that. No, but we got quite an amazing pack to see here of solvers. Really are people gunning for the Western title, David and Carrie. Sorry, I'm getting messages from people that are just like, good luck commentating. But here we see the psych sheet of people, Graham and Michael Muthing, both dropping out, as we were just learning about Graham Siggins earlier. So our current race for the Western Championship title, now with Graham not in attendance, seems to be kind of anyone's game here. It's all just going to come down to what we can see out of these competitors. Gonna be quite cool to watch. I'm super excited for it. 3-blind, a lot more of a quiet event. So I gotta make the decision if I'm going to keep that quiet energy or maybe try and counteract that energy, make sure everything on the stream stays pumped up and ready to go. Yeah, bunch of big names here. But while I have the time, this is usually where Manu fills in the dead air, but I guess we don't have that. Let's look at chat. Anyone got any fun questions before we take on 3x3 blindfolded finals? Yo, Zach, get me in the booth from Sean Mack. I don't know. There's an open seat like right there. Sorry, let me get my thumb in frame. There's an open seat where Manu should be sitting, but I guess not. I don't really have a whole lot. I don't know what to do. I'm usually not left alone. It's a good thing that I'm not left alone in these situations because I will probably say something silly. Zach, are you a potato? No, I am not. But thank you. If I were a furry, what animal would I be? Cats. Cats are super cool. Cats are an awesome animal. Who do I think will win 3x3? I think Max Park. I think Max has got it. What are your square one tips? Pyraminx. That's the puzzle that has tips on it. Square one does not have any tips actually on it. Love the fit. Thank you. It is a lace button up. I wore it at Worlds. I didn't wear it at Worlds. I actually stole Sean Max and wore that at Worlds. This is my own because I love that shirt so much. Sorry, I'm just looking through. Thank you. I am like not that good at square one. I just got lucky that one time. What final am I most excited for at NAC? Square one, by a mile. Because I won't be competing in finals even if I make it, which is really gonna bum me, but I'm gonna be super stoked to be able to commentate that for everybody. Because it's like such a thrilling final. I mean, so many big names. Can I sing for us? No, but you can check out my record collection of amazing music. We got We Cool, Jeff Rosenstock, and Acid Rap, Chance the Rapper. Happy 10 years to coloring book, by the way, everybody. Max Park 255. Yes? No. This is 3x3 blindfolded coming up here next. There's a reason that I don't read chat during live streams. That's right, y'all. PA champ, you did not just get lucky. There's now competition for PA champion in square one. Xavier Yee is really making me step up my game. But when I was that, there wasn't. We're gonna send it off. I believe for calling people up. Can I get a thumbs up from production? Can you like stick your hand into Manu's window if we're going? We're stalling. I'm hearing from production. I guess we're going back to YouTube chat. Let's see. Am I going to organize NAC 2028 in Normal, Illinois? No, but if you're looking for a good band from Normal, Illinois,
Last final before 3x3.
doesn't matter. 3x3 blindfolded, kicking it out here.
3x3 blindfolded finals. At Station 16 from Northern California and your senior delegate for North America, Manu Singhal.
Give it up for Manu, everybody. I might be muted. That's fine.
In your 15th seed, visiting the West from New York, Jihu Moon. In your 14th seed, from Northern California, Thomas Liu. In your 13th seed, from Southern California, Emil Lazaryev. In your 12th seed, from Northern California, Jacob Marinas. In your 11th seed, from Southern California, Ryan Fong. In your 10th seed, from Southern California, Kate Graham. In your 9th seed, from Southern California, Andrew Lay. In your 8th seed, from Southern California, Hime Arellano. In your 7th seed, from Southern California, Evan Liu. In your 6th seed, from Reno, Nevada, Jason Osti. In your 5th seed, from Southern California, Andrea Nguyen. In your 4th seed, from Northern California, William Kamiyama. In your 3rd seed, from Southern California, Carrie Huang. In your 2nd seed, visiting the West from Pennsylvania, Leah Zhang. And in your 1st seed, from Northern California, David Corrali. I would like to remind everybody that 3x3 blindfolded is a silent event, so we need total silence in the room for the entire duration of this round. So, shh. Also make sure to silence your cell phones. Runners, please bring out the puzzles.
Can someone from production let me know if I'm unmuted? All right, everybody, you heard it here. 3x3 blindfolded finals starting right now. Silence your cell phones or turn the volume up because things are about to get pumping here. We see Leah Zhang, our number 3 seed, now our number 2 seed coming into this competition. After Graham unfortunately dropped. Let's see what she can pull off. She did get a 31 PR single in the first round. So let's see if she could keep up that pace. One of the names to watch out for, even if not gunning for the Western title, hopefully still being able to make it onto the podium. And we're off. So looking at the scramble here, not seeing a ton of solved pieces. I know a little bit about 3x3 blindfolded, so hopefully I can get us somewhere. Doesn't look to see anything solved, but let's see how Leia can approach this solve. But really just approaching, is she going to go for strictly singles, or is she going to try and safety to get something? Seems to be quite a long memo. She's not too happy with it. Finally donning the blindfold, not sure at what time. At around a 30-second mark. David Crowley donning at around 10 seconds. Times are starting to flood in here. David Crowley seems to be looking on good pace here. 26:52, and it is solved. Amazing solving there. A DNF, unfortunately, from Leia of 50 seconds. Kime Arellano, 34.72. Jason Osdick, 36.62 PR single. West Coast Cubing delegate Carrie Huang, 38.09, rounding out our top 4. Oops, sorry, Jacob Marinas, 36.62 single. Sorry, the names update on the left, so I'm not seeing them right away. We did just see 3x3 blindfolded did change from a mean of 3 to an average of 5 format. So these competitors have 2 extra solves to really show something good here, prove how good they are in terms of 3x3 blindfolded solving. Waiting for our next puzzles to come out here. For those at home not familiar with 3x3 blindfolded, might be wondering what the judges are holding in between the competitor. It is a sight blocker to make sure no one's looking underneath the blindfold. Saw a memo here at the 10-second mark. Execution seems to be flowing quite smooth here. Now on to corners. 26.96. Looking stoked at that one. That is a 26.96 from William Kamiyama. Amazing showing there. Carrie Huang. Let's see if he's able to pull anything off. One of the other front runners for Western champion, though, David Corrales, 26, seems to kind of shut everyone else out at the moment. Memorization at 14 there for Carrie. No nod on, just pulling the blindfold down normally. On to 3-style corners. I hope 3-style. David Corrali inspecting now. We're gonna jump to David. As Carrie gets a 36, looked like a success. Long memo here from David. Over the 20-second mark. Memo for this solve coming in at just as long as his first solve took to memorize and solve. Leia on the right here. Also over the 40-second mark. She seems to be forgetting her memo. Same thing with David. Both of them shaking their heads. They just can't tell that the other one is. David quitting out on that one quite early into execution. Leia going well over a minute. Seeing if she can recover here. Worst case scenario, she still has 3 more solves after this one to pull things back together. That's a DNF from Leia, unfortunately. A DNF there as well from William, currently second with that 26.96 single. Hime in third with a 34. Seeing if anyone else can jump up onto this podium. It looks wide open right now. Again, competitors, even though it is an average of 5 format, competitors are only ranked on their singles. So really it only matters getting a good single time here to hopefully end up a spot on the podium or even as your Western champion. Kerry Huang here, currently in 4th right now based on single. He's going to need something special to pull off to make his way onto the podium. Can he do it? Done with memo at the high 13-second mark. Slow execution here. Let's see if Kerry can keep it up. You can see in the back our production staff, Lucas, zooming in on himself for a moment. David Corrali, can't tell what that time is. Looks like a 37 air from Kerry. David with a 23.87. That has pretty much cinched him the Western champion title right now. I don't think any of our other competitors are even close to that in terms of PR. So we're going to have to see some real shining happen. Leia Zhang, one of those competitors that can maybe make some magic happen. Still memorizing here, not going to be able to catch up to David at this rate. Seems to be stumbling through the memo, unfortunately. William, DNF a 27. That's okay. Still projected second right now with that 26.96 single. Kind of reaching into the sight blocker, maybe finding the solution there, but I don't think. No, it's a DNF, unfortunately, there. Leia also a DNF. It looks by 2 twists. That's unfortunate. David, Nadon at 8 seconds. Could be seeing another great time here from David. Has nothing to lose. No reason to safety these last attempts. He's pretty much guaranteed himself to win. Big pause there, trying to remember corners, though. And he's over. I think he's at the about to hit 30 seconds here. Quite unfortunate. 35. It is still solved, I think. Kerry Huang back to him. Our podium has not changed yet. Still David William Hime. Kerry donning the blindfold at 16 seconds. Can he get back in this? He has no DNF so far, so seems to be on good pace for an average. Not sure what his PR is, but getting an average in an average of 5 format is still impressive. Yet to see a success, on the contrary, from Leia Zhang. 3 DNFs in a row. Kerry Huang. DNF, unfortunately, at the 40-second mark by a flipped edge. Let's see what William can pull off here. Solve number 5. This is our first time seeing this final scramble here. Going to be a good judge of if it's a lucky or not. 13-second dawn there from William. Saw the RUSU perm there, or at least something looking like it. Some fun finger tricks there. It seems to be pausing out. Not going to be a better time. So not contesting David's title. It's a DNF there from William. Still earning 36 there. Jacob Marina's 30-42 single on solve 4, knocking Hime off the podium. Leia Zhang here, solve number 4. Can she reel it back in here? The memo keeps bleeding in. 24-second dawn there. Doesn't seem like she's going to be able to make it onto the podium with this solve. David, a nod dawn at 10 seconds there. Andrea in the win. Off-stream 31.96 PR single. Scramble 4 seems to be quite lucky for some of these solvers. A DNF there from David, but it doesn't matter. David looks to be far and away our Western champion. Only a few solvers that seem to be able to maybe tackle that, but I don't know if we're going to be seeing that. Leah Zhang with a success, but it's at the 1 minute mark. Carrie Huang starting attempt number 5. Currently the barrier's 30-42 to make it onto podium. That's Jacob Marina's time right now. Carrie Huang, a success here will get him an average 17-second memorization. Big pause there during execution. Let's see if he can finish up his solve here. Seems to be struggling to recall some of the memo here. But after doing 5 solves in a row, that's a DNF out for Carrie. No average for him, unfortunately. Leah Zhang, one of our final solve from her. Can she pull it back together? Was a 54 on the 4th one, not a minute like I thought. So if she breaks PR single here, she could get close to the podium, but she's gonna have to pull out something really good. We've actually yet to see a single solve from this scramble here. Jacob Marinas here, currently projected 3rd. What can he pull off? Still memorizing this deep into solve 5. Not going to be breaking any barriers into 2nd place. Back to Leah Zhang here. Started memo, edge execution. There's that same fun finger trick that we saw earlier. On the corner, she could pull out a good time here. It won't podium. And she's struggling to recall, unfortunately. Unfortunate end to Leah solving here at 3x3 blindfolded finals at West Coast Cubing Western Championships. Still haven't seen the last 2 solves from Hime. Seems to be in contention, could at least podium depending on these final attempts. We saw Scramble 4 seems to be good. If Hime can pull something off there, it's a DNF for Hime, unfortunately. Currently looking at Jacob, William, and David for our podium. David being your Western champion, almost guaranteed. Looking at the rest of the field. That is a DNF from Leia, unfortunate. Not being able to close out the average with another solve. But still good showing from her overall. She did get PR single in the 1st round, so at least something to show from our blindfolded solving. Hime still has Scramble 5. No one has solved Scramble 5, it seems. That's all DNF so far. That's a 35 there from Jason Ostiak. Does move up a little bit in the rankings. Does put him ahead of Carrie Huang. It's going to take a lot from Hime here to see a potential podium. See a 2nd PR from Evan Liu. Many 3x3 blindfolded PRs this competition, but a 38-17. Currently projected 8th right now in the standings. Still yet to see one success on this 5th scramble. Seeing we're having some competitors struggle recall. Still a lot to be determined, though. We are still looking at our projected podium of Jacob Marinas, William Kamiyama, and David Corrali. Here's Hime. He is the last contender that could potentially sneak back onto the podium. Gonna have to be some quick execution, though. No errors. Getting close. Still solving edges at this point. Looks to be well out of range. Oh, we're getting close. Will not be a podium from Hime there. It's a DNF, unfortunately. with that, there's really only Jason right there. We're seeing memorized right now is really the only last contender for our podium. A nod, well, not a nod, Don, just a Don of the blindfold at the 16-second mark. Going to need better than a 30.42 to make their way onto the podium. That is not going to be enough. Should be a fairly locked up podium at Jacob Marinas with a 30.42 single, William Kimiyama 26.96, and David Corrali 23.87. David also being your Western champion by the looks of it. Off stream, Manu with a 146 single. That's minutes, not seconds, unfortunately, but nice to see him get a success after getting called up late to compete. No real warm-up. Takes a lot to be able to succeed there. But here we're seeing our projected rankings right now. Seems to be a very, very fair estimate putting David and David, William, and Jacob into our finalized podium. David being your Western champion as the rest of our solvers start to finish out the rest of their attempts. Make sure you stick around. Things are quiet right now, but things are going to heat up with 3x3 head-to-head finals coming up here quite shortly. Got some big names. Seeing if we could still watch some of our solvers. A little difficult to see, but again, we got some big names in 3x3 head-to-head finals. Max Park, Brendan Dunnigan, Dylan Miller, Zerui. I'm blanking on Zerui's last name. He's earned it. Zerui Chang going into 3x3. Here we actually see our top 8 finalists. I can just read the list here. Ethan Ye, Nicholas Sanchez, Koi Min Nguyen, Brandon Dunnigan, Nancy Liu, Zerui Chang, Dylan Miller, and Max Park. We are going to see the pairings for the bracket go seeds 1 and 8 versus seeds 1 and 8 versus each other, 2 and 7, 3 and 6, 4 and 5. So we're going to see some electric matchups coming up shortly. Still got some time before that though. I'm waiting for Manu to be done with the solve so I have someone to talk to. I feel so alone right now. Manu, please hurry up. Get done with your solves. We can go back to reading some chat questions in the meantime, because I mean, I don't have anything else to talk about. 3x3 blindfold is about done. Chat, who are you looking forward to seeing winning in 3x3 head-to-head? Someone, right? I was gonna say the stream's a little bit delayed. 2026 PA champs when? Probably not happening. I am a busy full-time student and employed. So no PA champs this year, unfortunately. Eminem might have a chance at podium. That is right. Zeke Mackey. No question there. I do think Max Park can solve a Rubik's Cube. We've seen him solve several today. This is Max Park's first head-to-head. That is going to be pretty cool to see. This might also be Dylan Miller's first head-to-head in a WCC competition too, so that's going to be cool to see. I hope you win too, Robbie, but you have to be here to be able to compete. Sorry to break the news to you. See some names, mostly people calling out for Max and Dylan as our top picks to win here. Eddie, how are you doing? I bet the weather's a lot nicer in Miami than it is here in Pennsylvania. It's actually quite nice out, I think. Oh, 74 but rainy, so it's humid, so it stinks. You spelled my name wrong. It's Zach with an H. It is Dylan's first head-to-head. Thank you, Charlie.
We're going to take
we do have a celebrity here in chat.
Our head-to-head finals.
Can you guys hear that? The voice, the all-knowing voice.
Also, for the
Manu's back. I have someone to talk to. Please talk to me. Talk to me, Manu.
Hey, I can talk again. Can I? Yeah. No, wait. Can I talk again?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I can hear you.
Okay. Excellent. I think we're good. I think. Wait. Yeah. This is the right one. Okay. Hi. What's up? How was it?
So
who won? Max? Oh, wait, no.
David.
Nice. Let's go, David.
Yeah, David got a
Awesome.
23 single.
Nice.
We
Nice.
saw a bunch of other PRs though, so super sick finals. Yeah.
There was one really good one. 2 was really good. 4 was really good. Yeah, I threw on 4. I got an extra on 4. Wait, no, 4 was really bad for me. 4 was
I don't know.
4 was not
That's
great.
a
I got an
bummer,
extra, but
yeah, but
I got a success, which was good.
That's sick. Yeah, we've talked a lot about 3x3 blindfolded.
Yeah.
Again, around going quite slow. I had quite a lot of time to talk about things to myself. But we're going to be going into 3x3 head-to-head finals, which unfortunately means my departure, I think.
It does.
But
yes.
before then, before you kick me out of the stream, I gotta lay this down real quick. Zerui Cheng.
Yeah.
He's making the final round.
Yeah.
And that means that he's got to beat either Dylan or Max. I'm not sure who he's facing in the bracket, but that kid's
I can
fast.
quickly tell you, Zerui, 3rd seed. He's going to be going up against, would you believe it, Mr. Nguyen. Koimin Nguyen, the 3 versus 6 seed in the very first round. That's going to be insane. Yeah, Max Park, Dylan Miller, Zerui Cheng, Nancy Liu, your top 4. Wow. It's just going to be amazing.
I was going to say, I'm not going to be casting it, but I'm going to be in a voice chat with a bunch of my friends watching head-to-head, because it's like, it's going to be so sick. I may as well just be casting it.
Yeah.
Just a smaller group of people.
Yeah.
Not to all the lovely people watching at home. In the chat right now, drop where you're watching from. Let's know.
Yeah.
I might not read it right now on stream, but boost the engagement.
Anyway, yeah, we're going to go to a quick break because we got to set up some stuff for head-to-head. We want to make sure that it looks as nice as possible for you all on the stream, as well as all of our competitors. So, yeah, I think we're just going to kick it to a quick ad break. Thank you very much to Zach Rado for the solo cast, the unexpected solo cast. Thanks, all. Hope you enjoy, and stay tuned. Head-to-head finals coming up real soon.
Rosencrans, if you care about speed cubing, you have got to check out SpeedCubers Digest. SpeedCubers Digest delivers the weekly news that defines competitive cubing, competition previews, full recaps, athlete storylines, and everything happening across the global scene all in one place. It's built by people who compete, organize, and cover the sport firsthand, so you're getting real insight into what actually matters. Support the sport and stay informed. Find it all at SpeedCubersDigest.com.